You are watching the Vodka stream.
Oh, what's happening, guys? It's the Vodka stream time. Pour your drinks. Doesn't have to be alcoholic, just pour something. Sit back. We got lots to discuss. And yes, I did see Superman again last night, and I'm wearing my Superman shirt that doesn't breathe that well, and it's warm. So I'm like going, geez, here we go again. I got to get a better shirt. It's this right here. This thing, it's just like it's a beacon. It's a beacon of heat from my chest. It's like, geez, this damn shirt. What's happening? All right, guys, let's put on some mood music right here. Where are we at? Of course, StreamYard changed their shit again. That's what they do. They just constantly change in their layout. All right, there we go. A little mood music. Cheers, guys. I actually have bourbon today. It's gonna help the sickness. Still got some lingering symptoms from the alien pathogen that invaded my head last week. Yeah. So obviously, you guys have been keeping up with that and. Realizing that I've been fighting the sickness, but it's I'm through the rough of it now. I'm just getting rid of all the rest of the congestion. See a little bit of that. My voice sounds a little bit better, so here we go, guys. Cheers. Tell you what, bourbon tastes better than vodka. That's for damn sure. All right, who's out there? Talk to me. We're gonna have, of course. It's not going to be the only thing we're going to be talking about tonight, but it's going to be the majority. Of course, it's the biggest, one of the biggest movies of the year coming out. And, we're going to do a full-on spoiler discussion. So if you haven't seen it, obviously I'll let you guys know, obviously when the panel gets on, it's going to be full-on spoiler discussion of a Superman. What's going on, Clone Avenger? And you guys, spoiler alert right off the get-go. There's going to be people that are going to be probably already talking spoilers in the live chat for all we know. So you've been warned. I don't know how else to put it. So Clone Avenger, well, I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. That was like, there was like 2 needle drops in the movie, and that was one of them, which was the ending scene, which was the ending, it's a very James Gunn type ending, that's for damn sure. Something I want to discuss with the other peeps too, see how they felt about it. Because to be honest, I think it was actually a good ending, how he ended the movie. Let's see, been stuck in my head since Tuesday. I think that big canon change can be easily altered in Supergirl if they wish to change it. It's going to be interesting, and we're going to talk about that lore change that people are talking about. Some people are happy about, which, it was already part of the leaks. Let's face it, it was already out there. It was already pretty much out there. I caught wind of it. I was told about it, and I actually thought it was kind of interesting. To be honest, there's some interesting aspects you can have with it. End of love affair with Man in the Sky. What's going on, Gilmer? Good to see you. We got Clayface right here. I just watched Superman free on F Movies. What a crock of sit. I can understand you can't type with those big fingers. I don't know if you're joking or not, but sadly, there are people online that do like to proclaim. They think it's like really cool. Grown adults, mainly dudes. Grown dudes love to put out the proclamation that they illegally downloaded a movie. It's so funny. It's like they literally, for someone to just go, I'm going to go on my social media and admit that I stole something, and they think it's like cool because obviously cape shit and fandom wars and pathetic bullshit. I don't know. It's pretty crazy how there are. Again, I don't know. This is like a fake, obviously, account, but I just, it could be real, could be not. But there are actual grown adults that will go out there and proclaim this and pat themselves on the back because their life is sad. That's what it is. That's pretty much what it is. I don't know. Gilmer, I saw a review, and the guy was so put upon, you'd think James Gunn punched him in the face. And how offended he was. Is it perfect? No, it's good, but not great. Yeah, there's some people, like I said, James Gunn derangement syndrome. Crazy. Monique, what's happening? Hello and happiest Fridays to you. Tonight was beef ribs, mashed potatoes and gravy, and orange flesh melon. Ugh. I mean, everything sounds good, but when you say like flesh, you put flesh in there, it made me go, ooh. But I get it. I know what you're talking about, but it sounds delicious. What I'm all about, beef ribs and mashed potatoes with gravy. And, I'm a melon fan, but yeah, but it says flesh melon. Woof. That sounds, yeah, flesh. Woof. Clone Avenger. I enjoyed it for sure, but I can completely understand if someone dislikes, hates the movie. I just happen to be on the side of enjoying it. I'm gonna talk about something when it comes to enjoyment of this movie, despite some noticeable flaws. What's going on, Jade? Good to see ya. He's currently listening to the Last Sun track at work. Versus C, Doug Superman, 9 out of 10, besides some pacing, and didn't dig the song in Mr. Terrific's fight scene, so you didn't like that needle drop. Like the rest. Mom gave it a 9, Dad gave it a 9.5. They love crypto, of course. Gonna buy them a Funko or something. That's pretty cool. What's going on, Mr. Antonio Baker? What is happening? Tony Movie Chabby D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. I am seeing it tomorrow, but thoughts on the whole so-called woke controversy over Superman being woke, especially comments made by Dean Cain. I'm not one of those that absolutely hates Dean Cain. Dean Cain was my Superman in the 90s. And I know he's a conservative and people hate him and think he's evil now. I'm not one of those people that go that far and everything. But, that whole side and the Fox News side, and I saw the Piers Morgan clip, of course, it got sent to me and everything because, of dickhead Snyder fans that were, wanting to send that to me to prove some kind of point. And I was like, I don't know. That clip does not help anything really. It was just it looked bad. The whole immigrant story thing is, well, first off, if you have Snyder fans sending me that doesn't make sense because Zack has specifically emphasized the immigrant story of his Superman as well. So I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what kind of thing you're trying to prove there, bud. But it's okay. It's whatever. It's people don't think. But yeah, I'm like, Dean Cain, just watch the movie. Just literally just watch the movie, okay? Don't stop doing the tribalistic thing and trying to be like, oh yeah, to win brownie points with Piers Morgan or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Just watch the movie and see that it doesn't hit you in the face with all that stuff. It doesn't, okay? I mean, Superman's always been an immigrant story. It's been built into the fabric of the character because the two creators were Jewish immigrants, so it was built in there already. So it's already there. And they don't emphasize it more. There's nothing like James Gunn didn't rearrange things to emphasize it more because of what's happening with the deportations and stuff like that, with all ICE and stuff like that. Relax, okay? Relax. Just watch it. Be subjective, and don't just be tribalistic to your side because your side is freaking out. The woke right, as I call it, as a lot of people call it, this is the woke right. They get all huffy puffy and triggered when it comes to stuff like this. This is their woke stuff. Stop it. Just saying. What's going on, Phil? Good to see you. Of course, Phil will be on the panel. Hey, Jason McKenzie. Good to see you, bud. Really enjoyed Superman last night. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Cheers, bud. Dude, this has tasted so good. My taste buds have been all over the place with this sickness. So just, and I've been trying. I haven't really been drinking all that much, obviously, during the sickness. But when you have sometimes you're like, let's just have a little sip of vodka. Even my taste buds were all stuff where I was like, this doesn't even taste good. Of course, I had a couple beers last night when we went and saw the movie, and that didn't even taste good. Yeah, my taste buds have been all over the place. But that bourbon right now, that is my reward for this week. Okay, because anytime that I had any other sip of alcohol, and even food or anything like that, things were not tasting good. But this bourbon is tasting delicious. This is my medicine. It's what's going to fully get me back to normal. But good to see you, Jason. Thank you. Going to see it again tomorrow with my best friend. Cool. We got Andrea right here. Zack Snyder fans went crazy because I went to watch Superman with a Restore the Snyderverse hat. I'm the worst person in the world, apparently. Andrea, I saw you tweet about this. And Andrea, I hate that that's happened to you. Andrea, she actually made me a Zack Snyder Justice League hat, sent it to me. I wore it many times during that time. Still have the hat. And I appreciate you, Andrea. And yeah, so yeah, that's what sucks. I mean, that is what sucks. That's what's happened. I mean, people like go like there are people that get upset with me that go like, why do you go so hard on some Snyder fans? I'm like, well, this is why. You know, this stuff like this is why. I mean, it gets to the point where it gets ridiculous and it's embarrassing, especially when you're part of the fandom and you know, and then of course when you see that kind of stuff and you see reactions and all this kind of things, and it's embarrassing, you know, because of what we fought for. We fought for Zach to get his vision realized, and we wanted the studios and all studios to realize that stop doing this to your creators, stop doing this, stop doing this. We wanted so many things, and now that stuff's happening, but it's not the guy that they wanted to be, you know, doing that. So now they're acting like, you know, now they're acting like the bad ones. Now they're acting like the assholes. Now they're the big time toxic ones. And it's embarrassing. It's definitely embarrassing. What's going on, Mr. Trevino? Salud. Hope you're feeling better. Oh, yeah, definitely feeling better, guys. Don't worry. Like I said, just got some residual stuff. Everything else is good. Energy levels, all the things, you know, is great. Like I said, it was about 4 to 5 days of just, you know, finally getting to a point where I'm like, all right, I think I'm good. I just got a little bit of congestion, got a little bit of a cough, and that's about it. You know, so we're good. Max Wolf Danger, Night Danger, what's happening? Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. It sucks that you got sick, and I just saw new Superman 10 out of 10. He's saying 10 out of 10 right there. All right. Well, there you go, Max. Eric, what's happening? Hey, Dave, hope you feel better. Yeah, like I said, feeling pretty good. What's going on, Lane? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, you know, I'm pretty much there. Like I said, energy is there. Everything's good. Just got the residuals left in my face. What's going on, Bob? Bob the Goon is here. What's happening? All right. See, there you go. Like I said, spoilers. There's going to be spoilers, you know. So what's going on, Jade? Good to see you, buddy. All right. And we got Ariel right here. Good evening. Thank God for freedom of speech in this country, because I didn't like it. But if you think about it, I already gave them my 2 cents so they can make more and fix what didn't work. Okay, see, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You didn't like it, you didn't like it. There's a lot of people that didn't like it. Nothing wrong with that. Chuck, what's happening? Really enjoyed Superman. Hope we see more Mr. Terrific. Yeah, he definitely was a crowd pleaser. Skate and geek out. Howdy, Dave. How was the movie after the second viewing? I got to do the same and see where I stand. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. So, and we got Chris, Mr. Balga. What's happening? Some feel super, some feel super, some feel super meh. Some just want to rule the world. But through it all, DC is back in the conversation. That is very true. That is very true. What kind of bourbon you drink? Oh, I got Bullet bourbon right here. You know what? Shit. I have some raw honey over there. I meant to take some honey and I didn't, but it's all good. Howdy, what's going on, Stephanie T? Good to see ya. We got William right here. He put it a 7 out of 10. William most likely won't be joining tonight. He's got prior engagements. William's too cool for the Vodka stream tonight. Just kidding. No, he's got promotions. Obviously, it's a big weekend. Superman, you know, big Superman weekend. So I've already been spoiled. So I'm living. Yeah, I know. They're all out there. If you haven't watched it yet, you've already probably been spoiled. I mean, I got spoiled with things too. So he adapted the Jor-El from 2010, Last Family of Krypton, L on Earth story. Yeah, I know. When that lore change, that lore thing that people are like freaking out about, it is actually in the comic books, which is funny. I mean, I think the only thing that James Gunn that he really added to that he wanted to see in the movie was, well, he made Krypto based on his dog, and you know, obviously other little subtle changes, but you know, and then of course the zapping of the high concentration of the sun rays. Even though I think that's also been a thing in the books, but he just wanted to do it in a certain way, and that was something he added. What's going on, Aaron? It was very funny how people around me were shitting on Snyder take on Superman, and it was like, finally, we have a good Superman movie. I was laughing in silence. All right, yeah, laugh in silence. Nothing wrong with that, you know. Anthony saw Superman, and I thought it was really good. David is a great Superman, 9 out of 10. Movie felt rushed, but I need to watch it again. Yeah, I tell you what. Superman woke. I tell you what, watching it again, I'm telling you, now that you know what you're in store for, so yeah, you definitely need to watch it again. What about Jarrell and Laura? I mean, yeah, we see them, and it was like, oh, yeah. And people were, both times, people were like, oh, of who was Jarrell? That's for sure. Of course. So, watch the movie and form your own opinion. Yeah, what a novel concept, right? So, oh, God. Let's see. Sunny, watching it next weekend. Lol. Already got some crazy-ass opinions. Oh, boy. We got cults being created every hour. Someone talks about... Sunny, you're already not going to like it. I'm just saying. So, I'm just saying. You're probably not going to like it. What's going on, Draven? What's happening, bud? Good to see you. Good to see you. Daniel, I can't believe they did that to Jarrell and Lara L. In the sequel, Superman should be wearing a USA flag on his chest instead of his Kryptonian heritage. Yeah, like I said, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I kind of was a fan because I was like, oh wait. Because I heard about that little thing before, and I was like, oh, that's gonna piss people off, and I kind of like it. Let's see, what the fuck Snyder fanboys are even doing on Twitter? Well, there was like a whole campaign thing today. Wallets closed. They had the poster that had, of course, 7 different movies on it that would cost over $1 billion. Doing that whole thing. Hashtag wallets closed, but if you're looking at the numbers right now, the tracking numbers and how much it made last night, how much it made today, it seems like the wallets are very much open. Don't worry. I mean, again, these people are narcissistic and really think that they got spoiled by the Snyder Cut movement. They totally didn't understand the messaging, didn't take away what that messaging was, and now these people, again, just think very highly of themselves and think that they can somehow do. I don't know what. I honestly don't know what they think they can do. I really don't know. It's pretty interesting. When you see the tweets, you go, what the fuck? This isn't a grown adult. And these people that are older than me. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't get it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But, what can you do? Gilmore, James Gunn talking to Ryan Coogler. I'd be down to see his Batman. Oh, yeah. Ryan Coogler could do a good Batman for sure. I doubt that's going to be the case, but Quantum Flux says terrible ass movie. Let's see. We got Kevin right here. Soup's killing Zod in the comics too, but some fans cried. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Now, again, basically people just don't read certain comic books, I guess. Because it's like, now you got Snyder fans complaining about, stuff right here. Then it's like, oh yeah, but it's in the comics, and but nobody actually reads the comics, of course. So, I mean, that's just what it is. 2% of did the wallets closed stuff. Yeah, I know. I know. People are like, oh, it was trending. I'm like, no, it wasn't. I mean, if it's trending for you, sure, yeah, because Twitter always tries to cater everything for you. So yeah, you might see it on your For You trending page. If you look at the actual trending page, I'm like, yeah, it wasn't going to make a dent. But hey, whatever. Everybody needs a hobby, I guess, right? You like to see the world burn. What's going on, Alex? Good to see you. I feel like the pacing of this movie is a loss so the future DCU projects can flourish. Like I said, it was like one of those things. Guy asking Superman how his harems got. Yeah, that was a good laugh. Yeah, Guy got a good laugh in my theater both times too. So yeah. Pretty good. Let's see. Shano, what's happening? The wait, anticipation for Superman movie by James Gunn is finally over, folks, as Superman is finally here soaring up in the sky, big, on the big screen and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy that we're finally here. 1/6 shape My first viewing, I hated it. However, the cast outside of the awful Luthor is great, and they were the reason I went for a second showing. The plot was meh, and the movie could have used another 30 minutes. Yeah, I agree with that. One of the things that I emphasized in my review, and I still think about it, even after watching a second time, I'm like, yeah, it needed more. There needed to be more meat on the bones. I mean, there was like one shot of the Daily Planet crew that I was going, why is that shot there? And what did they actually do in this part right here? I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what's going on? I don't know. I was like, there was like some interesting things right here. So what's going on, Jose? What up, Dave? You know, I joke around, but you also know I keep it real. I'm genuine since day one of this. I said this has to be the least Gunn movie because it's Superman. My fears came through. Yikes. Well, I mean, yeah, I knew you weren't gonna like it either, but you know, it's kind of funny because it's like I've been kind of like going in my back of my brain. I'm like, well, I know who's gonna like it and know who isn't, and I've probably been like pretty spot on. And I'm like, you can just kind of tell, but you know, I get it. It's fine. So what I wanted to talk about what is kind of interesting, while not looking at my Twitter feed and everything, but looking at reviews and everything online, and seeing reactions from people that I don't associate with, that's up in the air. Like the people I associate with, I could tell who's gonna like it and who's not gonna like it for sure. There's just when you talk to people or you associate, you just kind of go, I know where you're gonna stand with this, and it's been pretty easy to spot like who's gonna like it and who's gonna not. But when it comes to, I guess you could say, like internet personalities and stuff, I was like, kind of interesting. You know, obviously, I always watch like Jeremy Johns and your Chris Stuckmans and stuff like that. And Chris Stuckman actually really liked it. Jeremy Johns didn't like it all that much, but he didn't give like a super negative review. He still was like, he had some positive things to say about it, but overall, he didn't like it all that much. And his grievances were some of my grievances too, which was pretty interesting. But it is kind of funny too when a consistent thing I've been seeing is something that I was feeling. And watching it a second time, it's kind of interesting because one of the things I wanted to gauge last night, because my brother, good old brother film junkie, he has been mentioning how he's been skeptical about this movie for a bit. He kept on telling me, I'm like, I don't know about this new Superman movie, man. He's all, when it comes to superhero movies, he's not a big superhero guy. He never was. And I talked about this before, but he was, he loves The Dark Knight. He likes the grounded approach. So, he loved Man of Steel as well. So he was like, I like that approach of a more grounded approach. I'm like, yeah, totally understand that. So obviously it was kind of going to be kind of interesting to see his reaction to this movie. And when we went and saw it last night, and my dad was with me, my nephew was with me, his girlfriend and his best friend were there too. And it was going to be kind of interesting to see how everybody takes it. Now I'm seeing it with a group of people, and I was curious, and everybody liked it. Everybody liked it. Even my brother, he didn't. Of course, he was like, he was fine. I liked it. It was, I dug a lot of it, and stuff. So he was good. He was good with it. Even though he was going in very skeptical about it, he actually did enjoy himself. Because it's funny because, by no means is this movie a masterpiece. And this is what I was seeing online and seeing with some reviews that I thought were going to rip it to shreds. I thought there was going to be people that were going to rip it to shreds. Certain people that I was watching, and stuff. And I'm like, and I was kind of going like, wow. There's a lot of, I have a problem with this, I have a problem with that, I have a problem with this. But for some reason, I still enjoyed the movie and I want to watch it again. I was seeing a lot of that. And it was just kind of interesting where it was like, people have big time nitpicks and hated certain things. But at the same time, we're going, but I still really enjoyed this movie. And want to watch it again. Why did I enjoy? And I was just kind of going, after watching it the second time, I'm like, yeah, this movie is really enjoyable. I don't know why. It's just maybe just because, again, I try. You just watch it as a big long Superman the Animated Series episode wrapped in flesh, and it's like that. And it's just like you start off right here, you're smack dab in the middle, and you just go, and it's a Superman episode of something, and it's And there you go. You know, I mean, every week Scott and I we dissect and talk about a Superman the Animated Series episode, and there'll be things that we don't like about it. There's things that we do like about it. And yeah, it's just kind of crazy. But I've been seeing a lot of that where people like flat out go, yeah, I don't know what the hell, this, that, and this. But then they're like, yeah, but it's fine. They're just going to go, yeah, it's fine. I don't know. It's very interesting to see like kind of like that reaction where you go, oh yeah, that person's tearing it apart. But then they go, yeah, but I want to watch it again. I'm like, wow, it's weird. So I don't know. There's kind of like an interesting thing happening when it comes to that, and when I'm seeing some of the reactions. That's not happening all over the place. Obviously, there are people that are ripping it to shreds, as they do. But I mean, when it comes to a lot of the other stuff, I mean, yeah, this movie's killing it. We're kind of curious to see like what it's going to be making over the weekend. Of course, it made $22 million on Thursday night opening. Which is a good opening. I guess that's James Gunn's best Thursday night opening. $22 million. It said like it added another 55. Well, I don't know. I don't know if the final numbers are there, but I think like it made about 55 million today already tallied or something. I don't know. There's a lot of things when it comes to it, but yeah, see it a second time, like. When you know what you're in store for and you watch it a second time, it's kind of interesting. Obviously, that's always the case, especially when it comes to these movies or any movie. You just kind of go, okay, yeah, you watch it a second time, you already know what you're in store for. So you spot more things, you look at more things. Maybe you flip on some certain things. But yeah. Post-credit, there's obviously post-credit scenes. I even said we don't have to stay for the post-credit scene because, the post-credit scene literally it's nothing. I think James Gunn was emphasizing that, hey, yeah, I'm going to put some post-credit stuff, but I'm not going to do the Marvel thing. I'm not doing the Marvel thing. The whole thing that I had, I put it at the end of the movie. Which, both times when that person showed up at the end of the movie, got some noise, got a little cheer, got a little clap. But of course, it's funny because you have to explain. Like when the general audience doesn't exactly know why, like, wait, why that? Yeah, well, because I had to explain to, of course, my dad and my brother was like, oh yeah, well, yeah, that person, well, yeah, in the movie that, yeah, based off of this one story that, yeah, well, yeah, it's she go so. Ooh, that was a hefty drink right there. Woo, baby. Anyways, go ahead and ask some questions if you guys want to. So, you could do that. Go for it. Ask some questions. Let's see. Where was I? Hey, what's going on? Bell is here. Good to see you. Always great to see you. Nice profile picture right there, too. That's pretty cool. I've always thought about doing like a profile thing where it's like make myself like looking interesting like that. So let's see. I have no idea what movie all the people praising this as the greatest movie ever saw, but it's not what I watch. Gun formula on steroids with the jokes and the way Superman was written. What comic does Jor-El and Kal to Earth and Conquer It? People saying John Burns run. It was like the 2010 one. Somebody said it earlier, and people have been passing it around online. I forgot which one it was. Something with the L family. Let's see. Any questions or anything? Let's see. Despite my feelings, I wanted to succeed, and I want kids to like Superman. It seems like that's what's going to be Catman. Calling it a cop-out, bro. All right. I'm just being genuine there, Sonny. I know you hate it when I'm genuine. Just keep going back to the quote from the movie. Yeah. So, let's see. Sounds like a cop-out. This is why so stupid. That's Swear, I hate it when you give an opinion and you compare it to somebody and somebody goes, "That sounds like a cop-out, bro." Fucking, like, that's how I feel. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. You know, that's the way I was like looking at it, where I was like, "Oh yeah, this just reminds me of that," and then it's different, and you know, and I'm not even like praising the damn thing. That's what's so funny. I generally like the movie and want to support it. Plus, I'm seeing it with in a bunch of formats, not available while I'm at home. I'm out of town. Might as well have some fun. Yeah, you've been having fun for sure. You've been having some fun for sure. Let me guess, Pissmaker. So, let's see. What's up, Dave? What's going on, Azteca? Good to see you. Good to see you. Come on, Dave. No hate, man. Well, you just said my, like, what I said was a cop out, bro. So, yeah. I know you think that you're not a hater, Sonny, but you are. The way that you talk. This is why I blocked you on Twitter, because you'd send a bunch of fucking threads thinking that you're being philosophical about things. You're not. You just said that that's a cop out, bro. Jesus Christ. Fucking annoying. Anyways, all right. That's besides the point. All right, let's go ahead and start sending that. Like I said, it's just doing all that. So start sending out the invites. Theo James would be a good Batman. Yes, I've actually thought that. I actually thought that he would be actually a good Batman too. You know, so yeah. I can no longer be Mr. $2 to you, Dave, as I got Oh shit, that sucks, man. You got oh man. Sorry to hear that. Excited for Supergirl now. I can't wait to see Jason Momoa's Lobo. Yeah, when are they going to start? We're really going to release that, I wonder. When they're going to release that. All right, I'm going to take these off. Disappointment. Superman seemed to be made for children. Boring. David was good as Superman. Would have been better with some Snyder darkness. Gee, I wonder where you roll on all that. What's going on, Ian? Jake? Tyrone? What? Tyrone Magnus hates Superman? The shit you said. I'm shocked. Absolutely shocked that he hated the Superman. Absolutely shocked. Absolutely shocked. I can't believe that. Yeah, I'm already, like I said, spoilers already. Spoilers already, guys. I mean, obviously we know that Amelia Alcock's Supergirl is in this. She shows up at the end, and she's drunk. So with the all caps. Well, he wanted to make it be known that he hated this movie. I'm curious to see the tone of Supergirl since it was it's a different director. Yeah, I know. It's going to be interesting, especially when it comes to what it's based off of. And that's what I had to tell people too. I was like, yeah, we're in spoiler territory right now, folks. So if you guys don't want to hear anything, it's definitely going to be spoiler territory. Yeah, but yeah, when you see Amelia Alcock's Supergirl, when she shows up at the Fortress of Solitude, she is drunk. And then another gripe that I actually have when it comes to the movie, I forgot to turn my open sign on, is the fact that there's a lot of expositional dialogue that shows up in this movie. A little too much. I noticed it more the second time. I'm like, there is a lot of expositional dialogue that gets annoying at times. Some of it I can understand, but there's a lot of it there I go, Jesus Christ, to explain a lot of things that are happening right now. So, yeah. It's interesting. Club Soda. There was cursing and people dying. Come on, man. Yeah, I know. It's so funny because I can't. When people want, like, when there's certain people that like shit on James Gunn, I'm like, wait, is he supposed to be writing a children's movie, or do you not want him to write that? Because I've never, James Gunn is not. He's not child friendly per se. but you say that he is writing this for children, but then I'll see people say like, oh no, children should not see this because it's James Gunn. They can't make up their minds on when it comes to that aspect. When it comes to James Gunn, that's what I just like go like, whoa, like I don't understand that. Tyrone Magnus directs his Knuckles. I'm not concerned. Yeah. Tyrone Magnus has to pander to, yeah. I mean, obviously, it was like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you already automatically knew that he wasn't going to like it, right? You know? What's up, Daniel? I feel like Supergirl would be better with her. You have a little more freedom. Yeah. I think Supergirl is going to be a crowd fucking favorite. I think Superman was, honestly, like, I mean, overall, I think Superman did its job of like, hey, here is this. Now everything else is going to be so different. You know, we got this, then we got Lanterns and Supergirl, Clayface, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, oh yeah, everything now is going to go off in different directions and be different tones and everything. It's not going to be, you know, Superman was just like, here's the introduction. Here's this crazy world. Here's all this right here. And it's like, good Lord. Yeah. People showing their ass for not seeing the movie. Yeah. If you ever have Mr. Mixpiddlix, if I'm saying his name right, I could picture the character actor Toby Jones being him. I'm trying to see who Toby Jones is. What's up, Music Man? Good to see you. Dave just got out of the theater. Superman. Holy shit. He's in my top 10. There you go. So we got somebody else who liked it too. I was going with a hesitant type of mindset, but ended up loving it, especially since I'm not much of a fan of Gunn. Was it perfect? No, but it was good enough for me to rewatch a lot. And it's like I said, it's just like one of those things. It's like one of those things. For me, I like how the universe won't be just one tone. It will be different tones and different directors. That's what I'm looking forward to. Superman got called a bitch, but it's Zack Snyder that doesn't like Superman, people. Dave, how would you characterize Nicholas Holt's Luthor as far as his ranking amongst the different it's strong. It's a little over the top at times, but there's times, but at the same time, I'm like going, all right, this is a Lex Luthor that is truly got a diabolical, like just evil, he is the ultimate narcissist for sure. And yeah, it's a very comic booky villain type of Lex Luthor, and I dug it. Like I said, a little over the top, and sometimes where certain things a little over the top, but for the most part, I actually thought it was really good. It's a good Lex. The film sounds like mixed nuts. I don't know. Do you like mixed nuts? Because you see a bowl of mixed nuts. Sometimes it's pretty good. No, but yeah, I mean, it definitely is. It definitely is, but it's definitely going to do the job. So, The Goonies was PG and had just as much S words. Beetlejuice had an F bomb. Yeah, I know. I was like, what? Somebody in my mentions on Twitter said like, how dare James Gunn have so many cuss words? So I was like, Jesus Christ, wasn't there like a couple F-bombs in fucking Zack Snyder's Justice League? And the guy was a Zack Snyder fan. I'm like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Again, I think some people don't know how to criticize. They just want to be tribal, and they don't even know how to do that. So I did like the changed lore per Superman's parents wanting him to rule the world. Don't react to Tyrone. He will strike your channel. Oh, did he strike your channel? Oh, shit. Supergirl is going to be right. There we go. See, we got DC film news right here. What are people obsessed with Tyrone, Jeremy Johns, and Dan Morell? Also, I didn't like it. Are they knuckle draggers? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I appreciate everybody's opinion. I mean, Tyrone just, yeah, like I said, I never really like, he doesn't really take... He sits at like his dinner table and just fucking he doesn't, I don't know. He's kind of just like skated by with certain things. But he was a personality at first. He was good at reacting at things, and then people were just like, okay, we love him now, but then now he just I don't know. Is there things that he likes anymore? I don't know. Okay, enough of all this. Let me go ahead and get turn that off right here. Give me 1 second here, guys. I forgot to turn on lights. Jesus. Hold on. All right. Turn on that light. Turn on this light. Hold on. Good God. All right, just turning on some of the lights here and get everything lit up. What did I just do? I don't know. God, this shirt doesn't breathe. I shouldn't have wore this today. I'm like, good Lord, I'm warm. I'm warm in this shirt. So I'm setting the mood. Setting the mood. Let's see. Did I send all the invites? Got that invite. Let's see. Doing all that. All right. All right. Let's start bringing on some of the peeps. Let's bring on some of the peeps and let's start talking about this thing right here. So, all right. First person that we're going to be bringing in. Let me make sure I got my background ready. All right. We got Mr. Jordan. What's happening, sir?
What's up, man? What's up?
How you doing?
Awake. I'm here.
All right. Yeah, that's good. Always good to be awake.
It's been a long week, man. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, geez. You're telling me fighting this sickness that I had. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've been bad. Okay, but now that I have you here, what's going on with this Metallica big box load box?
Oh, it's a remaster. Just saying, like they put it out early a year before it's supposed to, and it's got a bunch of demos and live performances and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Did it drop today, or is it dropping this weekend?
It's been out since last month.
Wait. Really? Was it June that it?
Yeah,
so
it came out in June. Yeah.
Oh, why did I'm totally just.
Yeah, let me see. Apple Music. Yeah, it went on Apple Music immediately. There's like
so you can. It's just a bunch of demos for load and reload, or just load.
Just load.
Just load.
I'm guessing reload's gonna be next year. Let me look.
Okay, is that what they're doing? Because
233 tracks.
Yeah, I saw that it was like a bunch of music, but it was But
there's riff tapes, demos, there's takes of songs.
Yeah, so it's nothing like too crazy. It's not like actual full songs, right? It's just kind of
Well, no, you get full like demos and shit. It's just like, and then there actually is an actual like song. I think the chase is better than the catch. Old Motorhead song. It's an official studio a version that never got released. That is released from this. It released June 13th. So literally a month ago. Yep.
Oh, geez. See, I saw something about it, but I wasn't paying too much attention to it. I was like, oh, I thought it said July for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking, but
yeah. But did you react to any songs on there?
No.
Nothing.
I did react to a live performance they released that was from the box set of a 2x4, which was like,
nice.
This is like a year before the album came out too. So there's a little bit of a difference in the song at times. Like, oh, okay. Because it's basically like when they played Fuel before it came out and on Reload, where it was a version of Fuel. Like it's kind of Fuel, but there's some slight changes. So
yeah, I think it's always kind of interesting to see that because I still remember when before they released Death Magnetic and what's the End of the Line second song, right?
Yeah, the end.
Yeah, I remember
that's not the end.
Yeah. They had like a whole different song with that riff, and it was like a different song, and but they played it like a couple years beforehand, and I remember seeing that, and
it's like End of the Line plus All Nightmare Long,
something like that. Yes.
Funny enough, during the shutdown. I don't know if we can use the word pandemic. But all that nonsense, all that stuff was happening. Metallica was doing like Metallica Mondays where they were releasing like, remastered live shows. They actually put out a 2006 performance where it was one of the times they actually played the song. So you can hear where they actually went in and actually brought the quality up of the performance. Because it was during when they were playing the entirety of Master of Puppets too. So so you can go to that live show and the people have taken it out and it's just own thing too. Where it's like the highest quality, like a studio production live performance of the song. It's kind of wild because they up the quality of it like crazy. So yeah.
No,
The
it's always
Lightning Master Puppets.
Oh yeah,
Metallica
people
did
are
not
talking.
die in 1988. No, they did
No,
not.
they're
No,
still
no,
very
no.
much alive and kicking
Oh yes, 100%.
and still making music. You know, we got Phil joining. What's up, Phil?
I like Metallica.
Yeah,
I
don't
really
think,
like
I
Metallica.
don't think you did. You like that thing I put in the Discord? I
Yes.
open
Yes,
up
I
the
did.
pit.
I absolutely did. I appreciated that a
I
lot.
love that picture.
No, I was raised on Metallica. My dad has watched Metallica do sound rehearsals while he worked at Arc Arena more times than I can count. He's seen them live. He worked the Summer Sanitarium tour. That was arguably the most money my family ever made working for being vendor merchandisers. Like Metallica is pretty intricate to our DNA. So yeah, I'm a pretty huge Metallica fan. I even like Saint Anger, and I know that's sacrilege amongst many Metallica fans. So
oh yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
yeah, I like that album a lot.
It's okay.
Yeah. No, it's I mean, there is some good song. I can find some love on there too. It's just I'm just going Lars. What the fuck were you thinking about with that
fucking
snare drum?
stock?
Sounds like stock. Yeah.
Sounds stock, James.
I know. It's funny when you watch that doc and like when you hear that saying sound stock, it's like, what the fuck does that even mean? Yeah. But but apparently that was a thing.
Is like, well, let me try a beat that doesn't make fucking sense.
Oh, I know.
Like,
Dude. It's like, dude, yeah, I know. It's like, man, you buddy, relax a little bit. I mean, I love you as a drummer, but you get hell online, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
So, he gets a lot of hell online when it comes to his drum.
You know what I find really funny about that whole situation is like they were ready to basically split.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing with Napster is when James Hetfield and Lars Ulrich went, wait a minute, people are doing what with our fucking music? And then they kind of come back together and they're like, no, fuck that. We're going to come back and do our fucking thing. That I just find it funny that like the Napster lawsuit deal was like the thing that's in a roundabout way saved them from breaking up.
It was a weird time for them, that's for damn sure. And it's funny too because I was talking about this with my brother last night when it came into Metallica. Like, I think maybe the song was on when we were driving home or something, and I don't know what brought it up, but it was just because the fact that James Hetfield's had his struggles with alcohol and stuff like that, but they were always nicknamed Alcoholica, like back in the 80s and stuff.
Yeah.
And, because they were known for being drinkers, but it's just funny how he was like the only one that really struggled with it. You didn't hear about anybody else, Kirk or Lars. I remember even Lars like talking about like, he's just like, oh yeah, he'll just like sip on a glass of wine, but they never lost control of it. But James had a real bad issue with it, which is just funny. Like how it can affect people in different ways, especially when you're in the limelight like that. How some people could just be like, oh yeah, I'm okay. I could just, because Lars, he wouldn't go on the stage drunk or drink during the performance, because obviously he's playing the fucking drums. You always see him, he's drinking waters or like orange juice or some shit like that. James, on the other hand, would he be down in a beer when he's up on stage?
Jason was too at that
yeah,
era.
yeah, Jason would be doing that too. You never saw Kurt really down in a beer. I think he maybe occasionally he did, but it was just like but it was just kind of interesting, like how like it just affected James so much. I mean, I remember in that doc he said like, oh yeah, he missed like one of his child's birthdays just to go ice fishing and sip vodka, and it was like, Jesus Christ, that's so bad.
Lars's vice was Coke. That was his.
Oh, that's what his was.
And I think
it was Coke. Yeah.
I think Kirk Hammett also talked about when he gave up narcotics, his outlet to giving it up was surfing. That was the thing that he talked about.
He got into surfing. He moved to Hawaii. Yeah, he was all.
But I don't know that it was ever disclosed like what he was into. I had heard heroin from someone a long time ago, but I don't know the validity of that. But
Fuck that.
I know Dave Mustaine had a fucking coke problem.
He had all kinds of problems. They kicked him out. They kicked him out because he was a mean drunk.
He still talks about it.
He's still an asshole.
He's still talking about how the Metallica did this. I'm like, well, yeah, dude, because you were like pouring beer on people's like equipment and shit and fighting people.
Yeah. He was he was a mean drunk. He's a mean. Hello, me. It's me again. It's nice to meet me. I'm not shitting on Megadeth.
Watch
They're
you
a good
become a
band.
god.
Yeah. I'm not shitting. I mean, Megadeth has some really good riffs and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
But Dave Mustaine's
voice.
voice, fuck. Sometimes it gets a little, it gets a little crazy.
In the eye of the tornado,
Yeah, exactly. So
blow me
it gets
away.
crazy.
It's sudden death.
Hey, what's happening, Chris?
You're right. This doesn't breathe.
It doesn't really breathe, does
He
it, man?
stole your shirt.
Jesus
We
Christ.
go to each other. Phil has the same problem sometimes. He goes into my closet and
Yeah.
we coordinate. Not
That's
tonight, though.
inappropriate.
And I'm like, it's it's warm in my room, obviously, where I do this. So I'm like, why did I wear this shirt? But I was like, oh, I want to wear it tonight. I might have to change. You might see a wardrobe change because this right here. First off, the fabric's not the greatest, and this like plastic, this whole thing right here is just trapping all the heat.
Yeah.
And I'm
Trapping
like,
all that goodness.
oh yeah, savoring it. Jesus Lord, man.
So we're talking about Foghat. I hear Foghat. No, Metallica.
We're talking about anything. Foghat. Yeah, it's about Foghat.
Foghat.
Slow ride.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
You like Mastodon?
Oh, yes,
Mastodon.
Mastodon,
Fuck
absolutely.
yeah. Oh god, I finally saw them live this year. I'm so happy.
Okay, so I was watching The Big Short because I had heard it was like a pretty solid movie, all things considered.
Oh yeah,
I like
it
Christian
is.
Bale.
Great
Okay.
movie.
Then there's a point in the movie where he's doing his thing, and then Mastodon starts playing, and I was like,
What song?
Blood and Thunder.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, and immediately that movie went from okay, I'm digging this to this just became one of my favorite movies of all time because of that one instance. And he's sitting there just playing the drum, like he's air drumming to Mastodon. It's
You know what I played Johnny on Monday for Music Monday?
What?
For the first The Last Baron. The closer. Yeah, he's 13 minutes. I'm like, don't even touch that damn mouse. Let it play. Yeah, don't let him hit. Yeah, he loved it. I'm like, thank God. Because if you wouldn't love that song, maybe that'd hurt my soul. I love
Well, he hurts your soul at other ways, but that's
every day.
nice.
Every single day.
Yeah.
I feel so bad.
Then we got somebody returning to the Vodka stream that hasn't been on for a little bit here, and that is Mr. Enosh.
Oh shit!
Poindexter
Hi.
Lounge.
What's up,
Hi.
man?
Couldn't miss tonight.
Oh, heck no. 34 years ago, this September 24th, Enosh started playing guitar.
Okay.
And the Black Album,
Mm.
it was very influential in my early guitar playing. And at one point could
Lot of
play
great riffs.
that album one side to the other, man. Yeah.
Favorite riff to
Metallica.
play though. Favorite riff at the time.
Oh,
Challenging.
Metallica riff?
Off that album when you were playing in its entirety.
Well, I mean, I think off that album, well, sad but true.
Okay.
Fair.
That's
That's
all right.
fair.
The heaviest.
It's so freaking repetitive that you
It's
get
so
sick of it.
it's
But when
so
you
heavy,
first
though.
learned it, it's just
It's
so,
so
heavy.
heavy.
I mean, it makes Kid Rock sound good, even. So what are you
Wow.
That's saying something.
And I say that as a guy who literally, used to work in his little hometown. So Romeo,
I would
Michigan.
say, I bet the Struggle Within is probably fun to play in its entirety. 'cause
Oh, dude, that's my
kind of
favorite
up
riff on
Oh
there.
my gosh, man!
It's either that one for me or the God That Failed.
The God That Failed. Yeah, that fun. Yeah. All right, we're turning this into Metallica.
But also,
Talk,
speaking
guys.
of good drummers, my son Landon, no, dude, Lars, come on, listen, that's not a secret. Lars freaking messes up mid-concert still. I mean, come on.
I know.
That's-
Yeah,
and look, and
But he
at this
holds his
point,
own.
he's
He
freaking
holds his
Lars
own.
Ulrich. Who cares? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, they're Metallica. If you love them, you love them.
Yeah.
Whatever. But my son, Landon, leaves this Tuesday for the UK for 3 months to go on tour playing drums. So,
No shit.
shout out to Landon.
Wow.
Okay.
Landon Jarrell, yes.
Landon Jarrell.
Nice.
Love
Nice.
that kid. But yeah, he's a fantastic drummer.
Dude, cheers to your son, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank
Hey,
you.
great to see you too, Enosh, man. It's been a bit,
Absolutely, man.
Cheers, man. When you hit me up saying that you wanted to join tonight, I was like, hell yeah, man. This
Heck
is
yeah.
we got a lot of Superman to talk about, of course.
Oh,
which
yes,
is
we do.
Great.
Yes,
Oh,
we
got
do. What a week. Huh?
Super.
what a
man.
week. Superman.
Man.
Very super,
A
yes.
very super man.
Does
So
he
yeah,
fly?
I don't want to see that suit. I don't want to see him fly.
And I want to see him fight a giant spider.
He's got to fight a giant spider.
third
Gosh darn
act.
it.
But I gotta ask this very key question: must there be a Superman?
Ooh, that is the question. That is the question. And then, of course, we have
Ben.
old Ben.
What's going on, guys?
What's
Just by
happening?
him
Ben?
being here, we all look slightly worse.
Stop.
we got older as we came in.
Mm.
Where's my cane?
What are you talking about? Ben's the freaking best looking guy here. What are we talking
No,
about?
I'm not.
He's
No, I'm not.
aging. He's aging like a fine wine.
I'm told.
You know, that black don't crack. That's when we
Yeah, black don't crack, baby.
Yeah, that black don't crack, you know. So
Yeah.
but thank you, gentlemen, of course, for coming in. And we'll probably, you know, some other people will be joining also later, you know, but this will be like the first little wave. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I forgot to hit send on one of them. So yeah. So yeah.
Come
Get
on,
him in there,
Dave.
but
Come on now.
I know, being a bad host,
Get
being
your
a bad
shit
host.
together.
Jeez.
But who's seen it multiple times? Let's start off with that. Who's seen it multiple times? I've seen it twice now. Yeah, you saw it twice. Okay,
Just
All right.
fresh back from it, in fact.
okay. So you saw it today.
Yes.
Okay, I saw it last night as well. It's I always like that, you know, and I was really looking forward to the fact that I had that early access ticket. I was going to see it by myself. I could react to it by myself and just kind of take it in, you know, because obviously if you have a group, sometimes you're talking about it. Obviously you have the group there and blah, 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 you know, so, but, you know, I do like the fact that I was like, okay, I got to see it by myself and just kind of sit with it by myself and everything. And then I got to see it with my dad, my brother, my nephew, and everybody just to gauge their reaction. And then it's too, you don't want to like say too much. Obviously they're asking you stuff. And I just, the thing that I told them when I was like, hey, just you're going to go in, you're going to see a Superman movie you haven't seen before, for sure. Don't look at it like you're not going to have the similar beats of them just easing you into the story. No, you're going to be,
Yes.
you know, it's just going to hit you right in the face. And it was going to be, you know, I was kind of like wondering, especially my brother, because he kept on saying, I'm skeptical. And when we walked out, he was like, he's good. He's all right. He was one of those where he was like, okay, yeah, it's fine. You know, like I think he wanted to not like it at first, you know, I think a little bit like he was like, yeah, I don't know about this. I like Henry Cavill. I like the grounded shit. I'm like, I get it. Especially when I told him like, oh yeah, there's a character called Mr. Terrific. And he's like, what the fuck? You know, I was like, what the hell? Mr. Terrific? There's somebody called Mr. Terrific? I'm like, yeah.
A Superman movie.
A Superman movie. So yeah.
But Mr. Terrific is the line.
Yeah.
Mr.
If he's terrific, no. There will be no terrificness here. Only
fantastic.
superness. Only
Fantastic.
superness. And you guys, you could be fantastic, but that's another day.
Very soon.
Yeah.
We got somebody else
Now
joining.
you're
Right?
stretching it.
We got somebody joining right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Travis,
Fucking Anchorman one. Always the Anchorman one. How's it going tonight?
what's
gentlemen?
happening, brother? Good to
Not
see you.
much.
Jorel was right.
Hashtag Jarrell is right. You know, people started that after Endgame with Thanos, so I'm gonna start that. That's gonna be hashtag Jarrell.
Start etching that on back doors of stalls.
Exactly. While someone's taking a pee, I want them to look down and see Jarrell was right, and then
What the hell does that mean? He
Yeah.
wanted Superman to take many
Yeah,
wives.
exactly.
And
Well,
procreate.
think of this. I went with my son, and his middle name is Jor-El. So when all that stuff
There you
starts
go.
going down, I look at him, and he looks at
Dad?
me, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, geez,
Well,
people are
this
going
is
to
your
think I'm
purpose,
some kind
son.
of.
Listen
I know.
up.
People are going to think I have totally different reasonings now for naming him that. Jeez, it was from the heart. You know, the father becomes the son becomes the father. Now it's going to be some, weird.
He still meant it. He still wanted him to become. He just wanted to become many fathers.
Actually, it
and
was the
many
mom.
husbands.
It was Laura
That's
that
true.
said it for him to
Yeah.
take many wives. Like,
We're
She's
getting
being
ahead of
progressive. The
ourselves.
Kryptonians were
yes, she
progressive.
was, man.
Yeah,
Jeez.
exactly.
Oh man. All right. Well, I think we got everybody in this round right here for sure. But okay. So let's go around the horn a little bit. Let's give like an initial what we thought about it. Keep it kind of brief and everything, but we'll go around the horn and how everybody's feel about it. We'll start with you, Jordan.
0 out of 10 is too woke for me, honestly. Can't stand it.
I thought so too.
Yeah. I out of 10, I would say an 8. 8.5. Like, I had a good time with it. I do have some questions, and I won't get into them here. But like, I had a good time with it. My wife had a good time with it too, which she doesn't like superhero projects a lot, so she actually was awake, and she was actually awake for the Batman for 3 hours. Shocked about that too. Still shocked about that. But I really enjoyed it. I had a good time. I think David Cornsweet, I really like him as Superman. I think he embodies this version of Superman very well. My only real big thing is I think the film should be longer. I know the pacing's very fast, just go, 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 but I wish there was some more breathing in some areas, and I really do think a lot of the Daily Planet cast is just kind of pushed to the side a bit, which is unfortunate. But I had a great time with it. You know, I want to see more of these characters. I think this is, at least for me, a pretty good start to the DCU. I'm really excited to see where these characters go. And even if it's a Superman sequel or whatever James is writing, which is kind of a sequel, which people are kind of theorizing what that could be, I just want to see more of these characters. You know, whether that's they're getting spin-offs or whatever, or we get a proper sequel or whatever it may be. I'm excited for it. You know, I just want to see more what they do with it, because I think the setup is pretty good for me.
Okay. Phil?
Well, I mean, it's no secret. I'm not James Gunn's biggest cheerleader. I'm not his biggest fan or his biggest detractor. I'm like 50-50 on a lot of his projects. And I was kind of curious to see where I would land out of this too. And I didn't like it. It was really not for me. Like I'll get into it once we get over the wall, but like it just wasn't. This movie was not made for me, to put it plainly.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. That's, you know, like I said, we all want to just fully agree, like kumbaya.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, when I came out of it, I made the conscious decision to not post about it on social media because, you know, we're all familiar with what happened with the last universe. Like I now know what it feels like to kind of be on the other side of like, I didn't like something a lot of other people like, and I don't want to engage online in the discourse and the discussion and yuck someone's yum. And I just don't really feel like I just don't want to do that. Like I didn't like it. And I don't have to post about something I don't like. I'm just going to like, and, you know, I'd rather just talk about it with people I respect, like you and Chris and Jordan, Enosh. Like I really just would like to just have this conversation. I had a really great conversation, you know, last night with,
Screw you, Travis. Sorry.
Everybody here.
I'm right here, dude.
It's all good. It's fine.
Like I was saying, I had a really great conversation last night with a couple other friends on DCU Unlimited. And, you know, I had a great conversation today with ACS about the movie. I'm just, you know, I just don't really have the energy to entertain any of the discourse or any of the bullshit online anymore. Like if I see, you know, one side or the other just beating the shit out of one side or the other, I'm just gonna block it and move on. Like I'm too.
No. I commend that. I commend that. You know, like the fact that you didn't enjoy it, but you're not going to sit there and try to rain on someone's parade.
For sure.
Yeah.
And like those conversations don't like my first interaction with Ray. We got in like back in 2016. We got a flight cast, Ray. You know, RIP.
Yeah.
We got into a conversation on Twitter, and we got into an argument, and then he blocked me. And then once we met in like a forum like this, it was before Vodka Stream. The conversations can be much more natural and fluid, and all the context and all the subtleties of what you might mean. You might tweet something, and it might sound like you're taking a shot at somebody, but really you're just trying to make a point. But it all gets miscommunicated. So that's what's like. Other than if you're talking to like I think a really good friend, having the long those and Ray used to do a lot. Ray would do like 1,000 quote tweets and he didn't know what was going on. Those, and not just Ray, I'm saying everybody, like those, when you have those long thread conversations with people, I think you just get lost in it and you don't really get anywhere. You can't find the nuance of the conversation. So I agree with you, Phil, that I stopped doing that almost for anything a long time ago, because it really leads to nowhere for the most part. There's a few conversations that end up going okay, but
Sure, yeah.
And by the way, Ray did not pass away. Flight
No, I saw somebody saying that.
He sure felt like
Good
that.
job. Good job, Travis. Jeez.
He lives 15 minutes from me. He won't come over still, but he only
You need a milk carton for that
still
man.
alive.
When you said like Flightcast RIP, somebody in the chat, said,
Ray
"Wait,
died?"
Ray died." I was like,
In the future, I'll preference and say I was joking. It's just because we haven't seen the man in years.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, because I thought about that guy like a couple of months ago randomly. I'm like, I used to talk with him on Fox. I'm like, what the hell happened to him? And then you said that. I'm like, oh,
he kind of
shit,
just vanished
what?
online. He vanished online.
He's on Threads.
Yeah, I think he
on
still
Threads,
supports
okay.
the Patreon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's on
Yeah.
Threads, but he like I said, he got a new job where he couldn't come on the Vodka stream anymore because it was like a Friday overnight job because he works at like a station or something in the Michigan area or something. He was a supervisor. I don't know. There was a lot of things where he couldn't do that, and I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a bit. I should reach out and maybe I don't know. Maybe something's changed where I would love to get him back on. I always love talking to him. I love the fact that he would have like his opinions, his strong opinions and stuff like that. But anyways, continuing. Okay.
I don't think he works Saturdays. I think his schedule is 4 to 12, 4 a.m. to 12, and I don't think he works Saturdays. He might be able to come on if he's not doing anything. I don't know. You can reach out to him on Instagram.
Yeah.
I think his Threads account is tied to Instagram. So
Get him right now. Someone find him. Say he's been called.
Find
out.
him. Get on here and talk about Superman. Chris, give your initial thoughts on Superman.
This is definitely the most fantastical live action we've had in a while. I think the movie was trying to strike some sort of balance between reintroducing Superman to this generation and trying to build a new world for us to kind of see what's going on. I liked a lot of parts of it. Some parts of it were, and I do like James Gunn, were a little bit like, I don't know if that necessarily goes there. I had a good time. It's definitely not my most favorite Superman movie of all time, but I am not necessarily going to say that it was a hot piece of garbage, or anything like that some people say. And I like how Phil said it. Is like this film was not for me. I think that is a more nuanced and more professional take than some people who just like saying, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It just wasn't for you.
Superman.
Yeah.
Superman.
Or some of what the monkeys write,
Super shit.
It was good. I literally only seen it a couple of hours ago, so I'm still digesting it. But I was not disappointed. But it is not my favorite. It's kind of like 7-ish, higher 7s right now for me.
Okay. Like it. Enosh.
There's a Superman movie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
Super shit,
man.
whatever it's called.
It's super shit. Actually, that's the movie title.
Yeah, so I went into this movie fully expecting what I saw. I went into it as a Superman fan. A lot of us who liked or enjoyed the DCEU, the Snyderverse as it was, I think a lot of us we take a lot of flack sometimes, and I think there's not, especially now, there's not enough people who enjoy all that Superman is, or that he could be, or that he was. That's what you guys mentioned it earlier, and I think it was something good for me in this film, was seeing things that I never thought I would see in a Superman movie. I never thought I'd see in a DC movie, and not really realizing that I needed to see some of those things, right? Those things that reminded me of my childhood, or reminded me why I love Superman. Nobody's ever going to take Man of Steel away from me. I love Man of Steel. Man of Steel is still the Superman movie I always wanted to see. And this movie just kind of took me to a new level. It took me to this new place where I was like, I'm ready to see this now. It was fun. I mean, I did feel at times where like I was just being kind of like, like one after another, because the pacing is just, it does not relent. And I agree with what was said earlier about, I wish that it would breathe a little bit more. And that maybe we got a little bit more story, behind some of the characters, But for a first movie in the DCU and for a Superman movie, this was a Superman movie. And it was fun. It was a fun Superman movie. And I know people are going to say that, but when I say that, I don't take away from any of the seriousness of like a Man of Steel or something like that, because those I think are both legitimate versions of these characters. And to see this side of Superman where it is that fantastical part where there's crypto, and I don't care what anybody says, man, I've got 4 dogs.
Yeah.
Okay. And the first thing I said to Harley Quinn as I walked in the doorway on Tuesday night was, thank God you don't have superpowers. Just thank God you don't have superpowers.
I think every dog owner was probably thinking
it's
that.
like I can see, but see, that's, you know, and I when I hear people who are like, oh, I hate the dog. Do you just not like dogs?
Yeah.
Like I mean,
Too woke for them.
Yeah.
It's a white dog. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the thing. All my dogs are black.
They would have been more woke if it
I
was
got
a
one
black
white dog.
dog.
We got a
I
Chihuahua.
would have
named
voted for
Talk about this
Obama a
whole-
third time if I could have. You know what I'm
But
saying?
no, I loved it. I had a great time with it. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Seeing it again tonight, I do agree with you, Dave, that there was some things that like they just kind of have to spell it out for you
Yeah.
in the dialogue. But you know, as neither here nor there, I thought that each person did a great job with their character. First of all, Rachel is now my
She's my she's I think she's my favorite too now.
Lois.
Yeah, me too.
And as much as and I said this in my review, as much as Man of Steel is still my favorite Superman movie, I gotta say I think David is now my favorite Superman.
Ooh, that's
There, and especially seeing it the second time, some of the close-ups in his face, and the way that he stands, and the way that he looks, and the way that he delivers lines. The one thing that I loved about this movie, especially, is I feel like Superman recently has just been so stoic, man. Like Christopher Reeve spoke, and he spoke just naturally, but yet he commanded a room, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Brandon Routh, they just gave him no dialogue whatsoever. He just looked at everything. And Henry was a little bit of a mix of both, but there was a lot of him kind of brooding and or him smiling or him looking at this or that. What I loved about this, Superman talks. He's not afraid to talk. He's exuberant. He's not perfect. I saw so much of myself in this movie and in this version of this character of just a guy who just wants to do the right thing, and he screws up and he's not perfect, and it's okay. And I loved it, man. I like I said, it was like an 8 out of 10 for me. It was
nice.
It was a nice return to to just a different version of the character.
Nice. I like it. All right, Ben. Your turn.
I don't like grading movies. I'll say that I like this. I like this very much. I was in Andy's show before this, and I said that I watched it the second time because I remember when I first watched the first Justice League. I came out of the movie theater and I was like happy, excited because I thought, I saw this new shiny thing, which was the first time we get to see the Justice League on cinema. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'm feeling this way because it's the first time we see Superman in a very long time on cinema. So let me go watch it again to see if I really feel this way about this film. And I do. I think this is not too. I don't want to compare to the previous versions. Like to me, Henry Cavill and that Man of Steel film, I feel like it belongs in a different category because it's just too drastically different. So I don't want to compare this film to that film. But this film, as a Superman film, it feels to me personally, feels like it's the best iteration of this character that we've seen since Reeves. And the film, the film has some pacing issues at the beginning. Sure, there's some character development. Sure, there's some scenes that were kind of cut short. Yes, but when I left the movie theater twice, I left with a feeling
Left with Phil, hey?
fulfilled, joyful, happy, with a big smile, with a big grin on my face. Especially that last shot when he's sitting around looking at his parents and that little thing, the little thing. Like I had a big smile, and I think that is what I wanted. I'm glad that I got some spectacle out of it. I'm glad that I feel joyful when I left the film, and I'm glad that this film is steering a positive conversation as far as the DCU as a whole. Which so to me this is a win in all those areas. And we'll get into the details about all the
we're gonna get into the details, certain details for sure.
But I loved it.
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good. Like I said, I mean, both times I walked out of it too, I felt like I was like, all right, that was that was just an exhilarating Superman, movie. And both times, especially the second time, I was just like,
the second time, because it took, how it is,
like what you're in store for, which is
exactly. So I think like I'm not a big rewatcher in movie theaters, but when I watched it the second time, I was like all in because I already knew what this universe was about. So I kind of enjoy a little bit more because I know where it was heading.
Yeah.
If that makes
sense. Certain beats, and then you're like,
yes.
And then you're seeing more things, and you're going, oh, okay, cool.
Yes.
Travis, your turn.
Yeah, so I listened to your openings, was doing the dishes, and I heard you talking about like when people have their nitpicks and their issues, but they really enjoy it and want to go back to it. I'm kind of half of that, where I did enjoy my time with it, and I want to see it again, but I'm not in like a rush. I'm comfortably fine with whenever it comes to streaming. Cool. Like I did not have that urge I was hoping to. I was talking with Scott a couple whenever he saw it first, and then I talked to him again today. I know he's like on it was just fine. I'm like a notch above that, where I don't know, like I say, oh, it was good, but not in the way where I feel like I have to say you gotta see this, especially when I feel like we're in that age where people are a bit tired of comic movies, so it has to be like, hey, is this one I should see or should I wait for? And obviously I gotta gauge their fandom of like Superman or DC, but I was kind of hoping, I wasn't hoping for like a 10 out of 10. I didn't have those expectations, but I was hoping, like a couple of you guys have said it was an experience. I didn't have that, unfortunately. Don't think it was an awful movie. I think there's lots of Gunnisms that don't work here. I was kind of hoping it would be a little bit more different. I thought the trailers looked less like James Gunn, and the movie was not that exactly. I think the look of it does not look like James Gunn in certain aspects, but I think the feel of it at times, I think, kind of bogs it down, and I think that's the best thing that we've all talked about on the lead up and until now. That I think one of the best things is it does feel like the animated series, and this is what I was talking about with people today, and in my review is that's one of the worst things too, because at times it feels weightless, at times there's just characters and things happening just because they happen. But the difference is in the animated show, they only had 22 minutes. So you would write that off and go, well, I can't get this full character's backstory motivation because we got 22 minutes in credits. I understand. Like last year, me and the boys at Geek First, we reviewed all of X-Men, and times you want to be deeper, but it's like, well, you only have so much time. Where this, even then, like I wish, like you guys, this movie was longer. Even then, it's still 2 hours. You can do a lot. That's something where the first Guardians is 2 hours, and I feel like I got like a perfect encapsulation of all five of, I think it's five, right? Peter, Gamora, all pretty five much of the Guardians. Where when I walked away, like I know where they started and where they end. Where I think you were maybe referring this day. There's this moment at the final when it's like Lois Lane with the Daily Planet people, and they're in the ship like, yes, and it's just like, I don't know any of you people. You didn't give me a reason to care about you. What have you done? And I think that happens quite a few times in this movie where I want to care a bit more. Like when Lois says, oh, the difference between you and me, Clark, is you see everyone and you see the beauty in them. And that's a great sentiment, but I don't think we get to see much of that. We're just told a lot of things because we're moving. So I wish it was a bit longer. I hope that happens in the future. Like the next movie, they might feel a bit more comfortable, like a 220 or something, or just replace some of the stuff. Get rid of all those Daily Planet people. Like it's great they got a great actor for Perry White, but if you're not going to use them all,
I know.
You're paying the guy to stand there with a cigar in his mouth, So that was odd. But for me, the top three were all perfect. I had no issues with them acting wise. Anything would be story or writing wise, but acting wise was fantastic. So I think it's a good to fine movie. I think I'm like at a 7.5 point, like 7.7 on it, like in that kind of area. So I thought it was a good I think it's a better setup for the world than it is a movie, and I'm kind of hoping Superman 2, if that does happen, the weight will kind of be off of, hey, we got to set up some stuff in the DCU, now let's really go in on our core characters here. Even like, and I didn't hate like the Justice Gang, but even some of their stuff, it's like I didn't necessarily need some of these beats. And some of them didn't really make sense to me as well too, as far as part of the story. So yeah, I had a good enough time with it, but I think it picks up in the second half. The first half, I was like near like a 6. I was not enjoying it, and a lot of the humor didn't work for me, not in a way where it's like, this is awful. I like a lot of James Gunn movies. I love the Guardians movies. Many of those I would give a 10. Like I'm not that person that doesn't like James Gunn's movie. Just a lot of these jokes didn't hit. Like I absolutely hated everything with Jimmy Olsen and that whole story. Like everything about that just felt very, I'm not going to say cringe, but that will be now every time I watch that movie. That is the pull up the phone moment. That is the get some more popcorn, go to the bathroom, didn't care. And that, unfortunately, this movie had a lot more of that than I thought, but some great spectacle. Like some of these Superman fight scenes are fantastic. There are things you see from like the Page or the animated series on there. Some great emotional scenes with some of the characters. I think Holt just fucking killed it. Corn Sweat's charismatic. And yeah, Rachel's just, I think we all kind of knew that though. Like we see her career and it's a good fit, but at least she delivered on that. So that's the thing at least I can walk away from. This movie was, good enough for me, but I'm invested in these actors and the world, and I hope the next go around will be a bit better. So, and I get why people might love the movie. I can see that. It's not one of those where it's like, how do you love this? I can see that. I can see why people like Phil would I'm not saying like Phil, but just like people in general that might not jive with it. Like I think it's a divisive movie, not in the way BVS and Last Jedi are, not like that divisive, just in the sense of it's kind of different strokes for different folks. And I don't care about the Jor-El thing. People mad about that. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's such a weird thing to be mad about. It's like James Gunn never said, I am adapting this specific story 1-to-1 beat for beat. It's like The Dark Knight, Logan, all these things just take ideas and then they're all else. Like Meg, years ago, you guys always quote her about saying like every story is an Elseworld story, right? And that's where it is. Like all these things are just it's a new comic book story, but instead of this time it's on the big screen. So I don't care. I know I see so many people like, I hope in Superman 2 or Supergirl, they retcon that. I really hope not. That would
I saw that too. I was like, what?
That would feel very like Last Jedi to Rise of Skywalker stuff of, Rey's nobody. Actually, she is somebody. It's like, no, Gunn made that choice. Stick with it. I don't want yeah, that's where I am on it. That's my elevator pitch.
Yeah, it's kind of, they have they have the opportunity to do something even, fun, big time too. If they do plan to release an extended cut, if Zach's already been game for a lot of things, imagine if James Gunn's just like standing there in a video and all of a sudden Zach goes, "Here you go." And he hands him like a copy. He goes, "Oh yeah, I made you a fucking 3-hour version of it," or something like that. just be something stupid. I don't know. Do something where it was like, yeah, because when that Rick and Morty clip came out, I was like, come on. They were both like literally making fun of each other, of themselves. During that whole thing. Obviously it was a James Gunn episode where he's literally like a villain in that movie. He gets shot at the end, which is funny, which satisfied some haters out there, but for sure. But anyways, but the fact that Zach showed up to really make fun of himself too, like right off the get go, extra creatine. That was so perfect. And then you could tell he was having fun. We know that Zach's a big Rick and Morty fan.
Well, that's all because it was written by James Gunn because he hates Zach.
Yeah,
he was just trying to embarrass Zach and make a mockery of the whole thing. That's why he talks about the Superman character and the
if Zach's game, if Zach's game, he could do something too, like where if they do release an extended cut. Because, a lot of people are saying, who knows if it's going to happen. Maybe James Gunn was like, no, I wanted it to be like a tight 2 hours.
James confirmed that. I did see an interview today.
Did he say that? He wanted to keep it like a tight 2 hours?
There's is there an extended cut? Like, nope, this is what you would call the director's cut. He's like, you'll see like extended stuff on the digital release and all that.
Yeah.
But then he said something weird. He's like, well, maybe in 5 years or something, maybe we'll put something together. So he has no plans right now.
Yeah.
But
But it does feels like this film has an extra 30 minutes that.
really
yeah,
kinda
there's
does,
a lot, there's stuff they cut. 100%.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I really think the bullpen, like the actual Daily Planet cast, they probably had a lot more to do in this
more,
movie.
way more.
Or at least they had more scenes that were just probably trimmed down just to the essentials for the story. Probably.
Or maybe they were reshot. There's an idea.
Yeah,
That's fair.
That means it failed.
I wish that we had gotten a little bit more of that team.
Oh, yeah.
That group. I wish that they would have had like a little bit more something to do together, because then we just got that obligatory shot of them just all staring up, looking.
They got to look
Well,
up.
and then we got that shot when everything was like kind of resolved. They were like, "Yay!" And I was like, both times I watched
Like,
that
good
scene,
help.
going, "What's happening here? Like, what'd you guys do? Did you guys do anything?"
They published the piece.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but Perry
I
White.
love that we got to see them get to see Jimmy go through the process of like how they upload
Yeah.
to the Daily Planet.
Yeah,
First
I know,
you
right?
publish, then you can work.
Yeah.
It's
I felt like I
important.
was back at like 2 jobs ago, man. Going, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There was a lot
I wish
of
we would have got more
explanation
Perry
going
White.
on. Yes.
Perry White was so spot on. Yeah, I wish we would have gotten more of him.
Don't call me Chief.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, don't come.
That was his payoff. Call me Perry. That
Call
was
me
his,
Perry, yeah.
that was his on your left moment.
But he
My
like,
only 2 things that I hated.
Mm.
There were only 2 things that I really hated. One was the stupid proton river. That
What?
looked like it came from the movie Pixels.
I love that.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The
Very
proton
specific
the
hate.
proton river thing made no freaking sense whatsoever. It'll rip us apart. It doesn't rip anybody apart. You know,
Well, the
I mean,
humans-
Superman's keeping. I get it, but it stood out as just being weird. Like it doesn't do anything. It why. I don't know. And the fact that they have to point out, that's another one of those exposition things. That's a proton river. It can do this. You know, no. If you got to explain that to me, no.
Mr. Terrific had a lot of exposition.
Right, come up
Yeah,
with
it
something
is.
else to move the plot forward besides a
Yeah.
proton river that looks like pixels. I don't understand that. But then the second thing, I'm sorry, and I know this may be controversial for people who like stuff like this, the kaiju was dumb. Was absolutely stupid. I wish they'd come up with any other way to distract Superman at the time than the kaiju. I mean, from the fact of it being introduced for some reason as tiny because, oh, it's got to be controllable, to it just appearing the next day and nobody running away from it. They're all just standing underneath of it looking up at it. There's the one shot from up above where there's just people. They're not going
The phone's
anywhere.
out.
Yeah, they're just looking at this. No.
Even
And-
that great shot from the trailer we all like talked about when he saves the girl. That's
Yeah.
10 minutes into the kaiju thing. It's like, why is this little girl still in this
Right.
area?
Walking around,
You know,
yeah.
Even near the end of the film too, when it's ripping through Metropolis, there's like people on a bridge, like, oh my god, it's heading our way. It's like, why are you still doing there? What, like,
Run
that-
away.
Yeah, run.
Right.
It
And I
felt
mean,
very
and it is a
2000s
comic book
that
movie
way.
that you have to,
Yes,
you know,
of course.
suspend your disbelief because they, you know, evacuate an entire New
City.
York-sized city in minutes. There's nobody in any of those buildings. Nobody died. I mean, so I get those kind of complaints because yes, those are the things that yes, it's a silly comic book movie, and so no, they don't want anybody to die. But then they shoot some guy right in the freaking head.
Or
In-
drop
in a
someone
place that
from
looks like
above
hell.
and kill
So-
a president. You know.
Yeah,
That was bold.
Yeah, with no consequences.
that's the
whatsoever.
darkest thing I think I've ever seen in a superhero movie. Man, Lex just shoots the guy right in the head,
Yeah.
cold
Yeah.
blood.
Well, it's
And-
Russian roulette. He didn't know when it was going to go off.
Yeah.
So
He was
I mean,
surprised,
He even
actually.
said I didn't expect it to go
But
that
they
quick.
I didn't
show
expect
that
this thing to
line.
go off.
That
But they
line
show it.
reminded me of Jack Nicholson in Departed when he shoots that woman. He's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, she fell
fell
funny." That's
funny.
what that reminded me. Oh, that was
Yeah.
quicker than I thought. That I just felt that moment happen.
There was definitely. I agree with a lot of. Like, I did have fun with this for the most part. I think one. I know it's a James Gunn trope. I just didn't. I knew it was coming, and when it happened, I was like, no. This is one I didn't think was a good call. I didn't like the needle drop with Mr. Terrific's fight.
Yeah.
And that killed it because I said I love Mr. Terrific as a character, and that needle drop just didn't match who he
It's
is
the
as a character.
It's the Yondu scene as well too. It's the same idea of
It
like
was-
a thing
Yeah.
flipping around and music popping off. It's kind of it's just from Lowe's perspective, but it's
But
almost just a
They,
different.
they could have done a
version.
cool instrumental action kind of beat to it, or even if they want to do kind of a
Because visually
hard-
it looked pretty
Yeah.
cool. Like,
Yeah.
'cause you're
yeah,
seeing it from
yes,
Lois-
I enjoyed that whole thing.
Yeah.
Like what was going
you're
on.
seeing
It just,
from Lois' perspective. She's
Yeah.
just like looking around, and it's a one shot, which is really cool. But yeah,
One of
the
the
needle
few
drop
things
was
I
a
like,
little a bit much. It was like
it just didn't match up with the character. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was like one of the few things I liked. I liked Mr. Terrific. I think Rachel Brosnahan was great. Metamorpho was cool, but
yeah.
that's
I
about it
liked
for me.
Metamorpho a lot more than I thought I was going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always been a huge Metamorpho fan because I love Batman and the Outsiders.
Okay.
So that character Rex Mason for me has just always been kind of a favorite B-lister in that respect. So while I think the movie is incredibly flawed and it stands in the shadow of the 78 film a lot, I do think that Metamorpho was done incredibly well in terms of the character, the depiction, the accuracy to who he is in the books. Like all of that with Metamorpho was pretty solid.
But see, again,
But I feel like there was
feel
a
that that's-
subplot related to that character. Like I feel like there was more to him because all of a sudden he shows up with some girl next to him. Like, dude, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Well, Joey had to have a mom. I mean,
Yeah.
We know
Yeah.
how babies are made.
well, I'm just saying.
How?
You were like, he shows up with a girl.
Oh,
Where's this girl from?
What? Who is she? But we got some more people that got to be showing up right now. We got somebody from DC Film News. What, Alex?
hey,
Hey,
Alex,
what's up?
this
buddy?
fucking guy.
This
Dude, so
guy.
then, like, how are babies made?
Yeah.
That one, no. I'm still waiting.
Well, the
Be a little help.
bees.
A little health lesson. We also got Austin showing up too. What's happening?
What up, Austin?
What's up, guys?
Back there.
Full house
Money
today.
now.
Yeah.
There's
What's up?
my
What's up?
bro. There's my bro.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Bro, I'm doing well, man. I miss you, man.
Miss you too, buddy. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, man. Good to see you guys. We're just kind of diving into it. I was actually gonna first off, I mean, now that you guys are here, let's get your short takes on what you thought about the movie. You first, Alex.
No, it was the movie gave me what I wanted for a Superman film. Flawed, though, but in the end, I just came out smiling.
There you go. But the fact that you said flawed in your DC Film News, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, the
Sure.
check didn't clear from DC.
Yeah,
so-
Ah, that makes sense
I
now.
don't know.
Check didn't clear.
They might not be happy with you. They might not be happy with you.
You might need to call
Yeah.
James Gunn and get that fixed.
It got
Yeah.
rerouted to the
I hope you
lounge.
cashed the check already. That's all.
Mine clear already.
Yeah,
Mine clear.
yeah. What about you, Austin?
I liked it a lot. I don't think it's like the best Superman movie or anything. I do think, James Gunn had to James Gunn a bit, and I like James Gunn, but James Gunn and Superman is a little bit. It's not the same as with the characters of like Guardians or the Suicide Squad or Creature Commandos or those types of things, right? And so my hope was that in the writing he'd really challenge himself to get away from some of those things and try something different with a more mainstream character. He did not, and so there are a couple things that I was just like, okay, and even moments where I thought it dragged a little bit, but overall I thought it was a really, really good traditional Superman movie.
I like it. I know it's funny too because obviously we heard that there was going to be like he wanted to do like kind of like a title card thing and show like a week of Superman and stuff like. And then you notice that even with the editing,
You
with
could
this,
feel it
you
that
kind
it was
you
structured that
feel
way.
it there, and I kind of wish he kept with it, to be
Yeah,
honest.
me too.
Because, but again,
I was thinking that the second time I saw it
Yeah.
today. I was thinking, because after hearing that it was supposed to have that episodic kind of comic booky cut up thing, I could see it too. Yeah. It was
When I heard about it, I actually was like, oh, I like that. I was like, I hope he sticks with that. But
I mean, I liked that opening, like 3 centuries ago, 33 years ago,
Yeah.
3 3 hours ago, it's all like, I liked all of that. I thought that was really well done and stuff.
Fair, Dr. Manhattan,
I will say this. I
It was
think
very
this
cool.
is going to create, I think, a very interesting conversation of does really like translating all of these things from the comic book to live action work. And I don't think everything that like it was really cool. And I said like when I walked out, I was like, I told a friend because he's not a big comic book fan, you know, that like I really respect that like it felt basically like a comic book, you know, episodic and all that type. Like, at the same time, that doesn't always work for cinema, and so they have to change and find the balance and do all those types of things. But it was cool for somebody to actually do it finally, and to actually like make a pure comic book movie like this.
Yeah, make it. I mean, that's a lot of the reviews I've seen. It's like it's the most comic booky movie, and it is. I mean, it is. I mean, I think
and what's wrong with that? Like,
no, that's what I'm right.
No, I'm not saying anyone is saying that necessarily, but like I hear
the critics.
It's a superhero movie.
Yeah.
All
I guess
right.
this is what happens when you have like 50 years though, if that's like what comic movies have been, right? Are not comic booky. They are the adaptation of what they look like on film. I'm not saying it's a bad thing because none of my critiques are that because it looks like a comic book. I think that's tons of fun. I think there's been other times where that has happened in movies. This is probably one that's closest to it in live action for sure. But I guess that's just it. People are, and those are also the people, they don't watch all the animated stuff or they don't actually read the comic book stuff. So I think for people that like us that do, it's less jarring because like, oh, that's cool to have that adapted, where I can see it being a negative for someone where the films have not been made like this before, right? And maybe they will, but I don't know what's going to happen with the DCU because James Gunn says all these directors will have different visions. So I would imagine not every director will take this approach, but I guess we'll have to see. Maybe
Can
that'll
you
be
imagine
ideas.
Batman in this kind of feel?
It would
Absolutely not.
Yes, I
can.
define feel
I
in
can-
the sense of like the lived-in universe type
Right. Well, because
thing,
I was thinking about this. As much as this is a comic book movie, right, and is full of the fantastical stuff. Do we see a Batman that is more like the Super Friends? We have the Hall of Justice. Is he less dark and brooding? Maybe has that like little bit of edge, like maybe we see in like Justice League, the Justice League cartoon or something like that, but not quite that hard edge that we see constantly in the Batman movies. Not quite Clooney, but not
Pattinson.
I think that's,
but not totally depressed.
Yeah, I think it goes. I think it goes to kind of what you're saying, and it echoes what James Gunn has kind of said, that Batman is his toughest nut to crack right now. To try to not look like you're copying Nolan and what Reeves is doing,
right?
But you can't go full 66, full Batman and Robin.
And he said he's not gonna.
Batman
right?
wears trunks too.
What's that?
Batman wears trunks too.
50-50.
That's a debate. That's a debate I really don't care about. Like, I really, honestly
No,
don't.
I
don't think it's gonna happen.
No,
it's publicly that he doesn't want to.
I don't think the argument between the Batman fans, that trunk is a big topic of conversation.
Are you sure about that,
I
Ben? You
think
want to
that's-
revisit this in a year?
I think this is more of a
They'll make
Superman
it
thing.
they'll make it a topic.
I think it's more of a Superman thing.
The second Gunn puts that poll on Twitter like he did Superman, you're gonna say, "Oh, trunks! My God, that's his fucking underwear. He can't wear those."
But where you brought up the point of Justice League, Batman animated series, that's a fantastical Batman that does toe the line of having, some grit, some darkness to it, but also it's not Pattinson Batman. It's not Christian Bale Batman. There is a balance, and Justice League Unlimited showed that too.
It's immediately what I thought of when during Creature Commandos, when it just has that little thing. I mean, the
flash and you miss
blocky
it.
kind of Batman and stuff. Man, that's immediately what I thought of. I was just like, oh, it kind of reminds me of
when James said that he's a fan of the Justice League animated show.
That made me happy.
I really think that's the direction he's probably going to head.
Oh, yeah.
It's just,
Oh, yeah.
but it was brought up by
Blueprint's
Chris.
there.
Like,
Yeah,
it was brought by Chris. Like he was saying, like Gunn doesn't want to do what's already been done. Like he doesn't want to have a Batman that's very similar to Pattinson because they're going to have them together.
We have that. We've seen it.
Yeah, they're going to have those films releasing at roughly around the same time, or at least within the same era. So like you can't have the same kind of Batman played by someone else in his universe. So I think you have to go a little bit different. Yeah, you have to. You're definitely not going freaking, Clooney or whatever. Like, they're not doing that far.
Yeah.
No,
But
and I
people-
think
people
that's
were worried
that's the
about that
thing
in
too,
person.
is that with Batman and Superman interacting in the same universe and stuff, right? There's got to be that contrast. Superman is the light, Batman's the dark, so he can't be too goofy or corny or anything like that, like Superman. So I think it's going to be more, like you said, more of the animated series, Justice League Batman, where it's kind of like, I'm not part of the team. I refuse to say I'm part of the team, but you
I'm
call
a
me, I'm
part-timer,
there.
remember?
Yeah, I'm a part-time. Exactly. You call me,
Best
I'll
line. I
show
love
up.
that line.
And like, I don't know, it might be a hot take, and I don't think it's a perfect movie, but we saw shades of that in The Flash with Keaton. Now I know tons of people hate that, it's 60 Keaton, but it's like you got to see him fighting he fights fucking Sod in that movie. You got to see him do these things. Even Affleck's like that was the craziest thing when I watched Justice League when he had years, and I love the Nolan movies, but you see Batman like punch like a parademon, like alien looking thing. You're like, oh, this is almost kind of jarring because we've had a decade of street criminals or Joker with paint and stuff. So I think it can be done. It's just a Batman. I don't want Pattinson anywhere near this at all. I want them to do their own separate thing.
It wouldn't fit.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit. Like I think Pattinson's a great enough actor. I think they could make it fit. It would just be stuffing a puzzle piece very wrongly into the wrong section. And I want Reeves to do his own thing, and I want Gunn's word to be true on the whole. We want to do Elseworlds. Perfect. Let that Batman thing go and do other Elseworlds and all this stuff, right?
But wouldn't that signal to everybody that the DCU's, well, me personally, I agree with you. I want those two universes separate. I want Pattinson doing his own thing in his own part of the universe. But having him in this universe, wouldn't that signal that to the viewers we're going to have different tones from one character to another? Now, it's not going to be where every single character that you're going to get introduced to is going to have some adherence to what I created with the Superman film.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That's what I don't think it's impossible for me. This sounds shitty. It's more like a quality thing. Like it's more. I'm a big fan of what Matt Reeves did, and I think he would have to bend over backwards a lot to make his stuff work. But I think, let's say if Matt Reeves said, "Hey, I'm done. I don't want to do any more," I think they could find a way to make that dark and gritty.
But
like
what if
said,
he
Ben,
agrees to it, though?
I don't think he would, and I
don't think he would either. But
Yeah.
what if he does? This is what we're doing, right? We found out.
Okay. So in the world, let's say they announce next week, hey, we've come to an agreement, they're doing it. I don't think it's impossible. It's like you said, Ben, it's just like what I would want, but I don't think it's impossible because you can, like, literally that shows the differences, right? Of just even the color palette of their suits, as far as you put Corn Sweat next to Pattinson.
Drastic.
Yeah, drastic. So I agree with that you could do it. I just don't want, but you could do it. So I agree.
I think you'd have to change the tone of the next Batman movie.
But
hold on. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. Because listen. I am a person who does not like the Batman at all. I loved the Penguin series. The Penguin series was fantastic. But I even went back and watched the Batman again, and I still hate it. And it's just because it's just so brooding. It's depressing. That it's like there's nothing there. I never root for Batman. I never feel like Batman accomplished anything. I don't feel like he solved anything. He stumbled throughout the whole thing, and everybody still freaking suffered. The thing still happened. The plan went off as planned. Everything happened. I mean, the Riddler thought he was in cahoots with him. For God's sake, everything was going so well.
Hell yeah.
So again, I just say, like, no, please, for God's sake, keep that as far away from this DC universe as possible. Let it be its own thing. I'm going to go watch Batman 2 because I'm a Batman fan. Doesn't mean I have to like everything, right?
No.
I can state my opinion about it, but, like, I just don't feel that Batman makes sense in a world that we already have now. Creature Commandos, now this Superman movie, the Suicide Squad. It's gotta. I don't feel like we're gonna get like something that's so off the edge of the earth, different like the Batman is from the tone. Even though they're different tones and they're different genre kind of things, they still have that molding of James Gunn around it. There's no James Gunn-esque anything in the Batman. There's no.
I don't think there should
there's no
be,
that lighthearted
There should,
moment. You know. And it's still, even with a different director and everything, it's still because James Gunn is leading. It's like Feige. You have all these different directors, but yet that's why you have a studio head like Gunn to guide it. So everything's going to get notes and it's going to get in that world, and it's going to have to make sense. And the Batman just doesn't. It's just.
Batman's inherently a dark character. I don't understand why people are trying to force their idiotic fan fiction with these two versions of these characters together. It's pointless and stupid. Like James Gunn has said on more than one occasion, it's very, very unlikely going to happen. And Matt Reeves didn't want to retrofit his Batman movie into the DCU as some kind of prequel. So I don't understand why he would try and be forced to fold in his universe into this now. It doesn't make any sense. And on top of that, The Brave and the Bold is a Batman with a 10-year-old assassin child.
Thank you.
So I just don't.
Well, you can make that fun and happy, right?
I just don't understand why people are so convinced that somewhere down the line Robert Pattinson can become that Batman. It's like, no, there's no feasible, logical fucking way that it could ever happen. I'm sorry. Like,
there really is.
Make all the garbage, fucking dumb Photoshops you want. It's never going to be reality. It's
familiar. Listen, yes.
It's stupid. It's just dumb. Like, and on top of that,
so dumb it's brilliant.
I also don't.
No, it's just dumb.
I also don't think that like
Bill changes on a dime.
All right, Knives Out.
I don't think that a Batman in this DC universe is going to be tonally similar to this version of Superman either. I don't think that's going to be the case.
No,
but yeah,
I think it'll still be like a dark Batman and stuff again, but it's a different era and stuff. He's got his kid and he's already done the Robins. He's, all this type of thing. Like, but the brooding and all that, like, still doesn't really change. Except when it comes to Damian, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken.
That's what's going to be the interesting aspect
it's going to be
that
the growth
Batman.
of his character. When he has now a son.
The son with him, who's a piece of shit too.
But at the same, I agree.
So does that mean that we're going to have a Dick Grayson that is?
Oh, we have.
I hope
Wait. That's not what I'm saying. Hold on, guys.
Okay,
Everybody
okay,
jumped in on
well,
that.
we already answered.
No, I'm saying I'm not.
We
saying,
want
I know
some
we're going to
Dick.
have.
We want
I know
Dick.
we have the whole Batman family. That's not what I'm
You
talking
gotta
about.
have the whole
I'm saying,
Batman family.
I'm saying though these ages. We now have a Superman, right? That's around 30 to 33, right? But now we're going to have a Batman who, yes, has Damian by this point. So I mean, like, you're almost going to have a Dick Grayson that is almost as old as Batman and Superman?
no.
Well, he's going to be almost as old as.
So here's the thing to keep in mind. too.
So how do we get to in the next couple years having a Bat family that's fully realized in the same time frame?
Because by that point, Superman will be older too. I don't expect Batman Brave and the Bold to happen anytime soon.
I think it's
On top of the fact that like this universe is happening in a scattershot Star Wars kind of way, not a very linear way like the Marvel Cinematic Universe was built to. And I think you can get away with having Batman operating by the time well before Superman even outs himself. Like there's a reason why James Gunn
I'm fine with.
did like the whole 300 years
100
metahumans,
years.
30 years ago
that
Superman.
I'm fine with.
I
I
just
just don't know about all these Robins and the Bat family showing up.
it
at
really
the
depends
same
on which
time.
Robins they decide to use. I think Nightwing is probably a dead centered guarantee.
Have to have him.
Well, yeah,
Absolutely.
They're talking about Titans.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of people had it on, they swore they had it on good authority that movie was going to start casting at the end of in the fall, and it's like James Gunn was like, no, it's not.
Nope.
Some people owe me a fucking apology for that. I'll say that
Who,
much.
who got that scoop? Huh? What's that?
You fucking rat, you know damn good and well.
And here he is. He brings him on.
Yeah. Let's bring him on. Hey.
Let's run him.
Bill's got some words.
He has his shirt off. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm looking for women in the LA area.
Oh God.
Oh no.
That's not the right.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
it'll be
boy.
interesting how they bounce that all, right? Because even then they've asked Gunn like, oh, what's Batman's age? No, we don't really know yet. So
Right.
yeah, I think Dick is like a given. I think Jason's I don't know if he's a given or not. It
That's
kind
the
of
thing,
depends.
Yeah. I mean, like in the
I don't
animated,
think Tim
in the
Drake's a
animated
given.
world, in the animated universe, I mean, in the animated series, they combine Dick and Tim, or not
Right.
Jason and Tim.
Yeah.
They combined their stories where it was like Tim had Jason's backstory of being with like a piece of shit dad and stuff like that, but he also had the smarts. I don't know if they'll do anything like that, but it is kind of interesting. It's like they had to take those liberties just to, you know.
I mean, I would really love to see them use them all, like Dick's, Nightwing and doing his thing in Bloodhaven.
We'll
Tim is doing the Teen Titans with and all of that. Damien's with Batman, like
Jason's 6 feet under right now.
Well, I mean,
somewhere.
And hey, I'm good with all of it. I mean, Austin, I'm with you. I want to see it all. But like I said, in the bigger scheme of things, obviously this world is going to be more comic booky. I just the logical part of you goes, okay, how do you have a Dick Grayson who has already moved on and is in the Titans or whatever, and a Damien who is old enough to be Robin at the same time where we just started the universe? It's not like they started this DCU, 8 years ago, cinematically.
Well, it's kind of like
we're later down the line. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think it's going to be very similar to like kind of the Superman thing. We're starting 3 years in, except now with Batman we're starting 20 years in or something like that. Like I think or 10 years, or something like that. Like I think it makes sense.
Be interesting the age differences then between Batman and.
But that's going to be kind of cool too. I think that you're going to have an older, wiser Batman who's kind of like, at the end of the day, we know where this is all going towards a Justice League thing. Superman is the leader, but yeah, Batman is constantly kind of giving him advice and kind of opening his eyes to things, and like they have that kind of back and forth. So I think that kind of makes sense. I think in a cool way where. And again, to the same thing too, where Batman's older and stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to be part of a team, but you call me, I'll be there.
How cool was it? And you tell me, how cool was it to see an actual Hall of Justice?
That was kind of cool.
How about that mural? How about that mural in the background?
In this world, I could see even the Watchtower.
The Watchtower is
that's
coming.
Probably happening.
I think that's coming. I think that's the end of that movie for sure. Is
but still super cool to finally see that building used in live action. I mean, that's what it's based off of, anyway. So it's just. Yeah, it was pretty nostalgic.
Cool.
It was pretty.
It was pretty cool to see.
I was just happy to see. Listen, I'm being from the animated series and stuff. Hawkgirl is one of my favorite characters in DC, and so I was very happy with Hawkgirl. I did like her a lot, but
she was only in it for 4 minutes. What? I saw that. I was like, I hated when I saw that. I was like, hey, do you realize she signed on for so many things? She's actually going to be a Peacemaker. What are we doing here? Like, because I saw that on my timeline where they're like, Isabella Merced, she got freaking, she was only in it for like this much. And I'm like,
she's going to be in the Justice League movie in a few years. Like,
it's called a Superman movie.
Yeah,
Superman.
Exactly.
I was surprised how much I enjoyed Guy Gardner.
I know.
Guy was really good.
Guy was great.
I got no complaints. I have, I mean, I don't know why. Obviously when we first saw it was just kind of jarring. I mean, they made a bad haircut even worse somehow. But
I love how Lois also calls that out. That was great.
Yes,
she was.
Yes, but I mean, all of Nathan Fillion's lines, man. The way that he talks about Superman, the whole thing about the hypno glasses and the back and forth.
So he's Clark Kent. Oh my gosh!
Right. I love Lois in that scene. Oh my god! Like, I'm sorry, but Lois is so amazing in this movie, and I swear to God, McFarlane, if you don't give us a freaking Lois Lane action figure, because for God's sake, why are there no
figures?
Lois Lane action figures?
Right, I forgot
except for
about
like 2, and I've got both of them on that shelf.
Yeah, he has opinions on women action figures. He's very clear.
I'm just
on
saying,
that.
man, Lois Lane in this movie is
she's
so
amazing.
good.
Yeah.
All-star.
Immediately when she said he's so trusting, he tells everyone, it's like, yeah, he's been taking notes from the Flash at this point because he freaking tells everyone.
Yeah, right.
Man, but yeah, Guy Gardner, man, all of his little lines and the things that he says and the way that he does it is just fantastic.
The way that Nathan balanced, because like I like Nathan a lot, but also Nathan can be very silly and very kind of all that, and so the way Nathan balanced it, I was really, really impressed because he would be very silly, and then like the way that he even got in his face,
When he got in
face, he goes,
Superman's face,
make a move, Big Blue, like
Right,
you know,
right,
I'm like,
yeah.
oh yeah, like
Man,
he's
can you
not-
believe? I'm looking forward to the Lantern series.
I cannot
to
wait.
see him get into
Oh,
it
Oh,
with,
yeah.
with Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan.
Oh yeah,
I think him and Kyle Chandler are gonna have some really good back and forth. Like
And
Kyle
well,
Chandler having to put up with a character like that for even a scene or two. I think
Right?
he's
Oh
gonna-
my
yeah,
God.
you think about
Yeah.
what he did in Wolf of Wall Street with Leo, when Leo was a very obnoxious. Like, yeah, I think
Man.
that's
I think
gonna
he
be
said that he
some
never
good
met. They
What?
never met
Nathan
face to
Fillion
face.
was.
but
Nathan
I like
Fillion was saying
again.
he's dropped the most f bombs he's ever done in his
Yeah,
career.
in that,
show.
and film. That's the thing too. Like, it's they didn't do what I thought they were gonna do, which the character was just gonna be like a joke and for laughs and all that. Like, no, he actually does take his job seriously. As soon as he finds out Superman is sent for that, he's like, "You're the person I was sent here to take out."
Yes.
like
Yeah.
That
you
was
know,
a great line.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
oh,
was
yeah.
an excellent line.
And so, like, I thought all the stuff with the Justice Gang in general was really, really well done.
I like Mr.
But
Troy.
that's also where Gunn shines, is the kind of team up.
Of
you
course,
know.
that's where he. Yeah.
That's his strength.
Especially with somebody like Guy Gardner, is like, yeah, of course, that's
Right,
where he
yeah,
really shines.
that's-
But I mean, even like in the opening, like the fact that obviously we've seen the scene where Crypto takes him to the Fortress of Solitude, but of course, they left out the message. I mean, we hear it. I remember, we heard like, oh, like that sounds like Bradley Cooper.
Mhm.
When Khaled was like, what the hell? And it was like, yeah, that had to be him. I mean, come on. And then of course, when you actually see
You
the
see
movie,
it.
you actually see them. What's the actress's name? I remember hearing she got
From
cast.
Westworld.
She's from Westworld, yeah.
She's from what? Oh yeah,
That's where
that's
she's
right.
from,
Oh yeah, she was
right,
naked
okay,
in there.
yeah.
Anyways, yeah, but but yeah. So it was like, it was interesting. It was like, oh yeah, and both times, both screenings, people, you hear like the guys go, what? But fucking, I was like, oh shit. Someone's not checking, when that got revealed. But it's just kind of funny, like
Most people.
how we all knew, but then like the general audience is just like, what the fuck, Bradley Cooper? Like
90% of the audience will not.
What did you
know
guys
that
think
movie is
of-
Bradley
Crazy.
Cooper.
Of the kind of nod to the old movie, like he's in all white and all of that type of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
And I thought it was
Yeah,
cool. I
that
thought it
was
was a
pretty
cool.
cool.
I thought it was a cool
Yeah.
aspect that he likes to have that message be there, like to comfort him.
it
You know?
suits him.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
I think I like I mean, and then the fact that it's Kryptonian language. It's not just English. They didn't just
Yeah, I
resort
like that
to
too.
English.
So here's my question: do you guys think at some point they're going to retcon or take back the whole harem thing, or that was like
No,
mistranslation,
Alex?
or all of that? Or
Alex,
is that,
I think
Alex,
it's. I think
think
it's
they
gonna
will.
be,
I think they will.
I
misdirected.
think they will.
Can we hear
I
what
also-
Alex
Hey,
said?
let's
What you
put
say, Alex?
Alex-
No, I
Fuck.
think it's going to be a bait and switch because you have to remember too that yes, now we know the full message, and baby was not doctored or anything.
Yeah.
Superman has his cousin Kara, who was living on Krypton in her teens when it got destroyed, so she knew Jor-El, so she knew the culture. So whatever message that he gave to Clark might not resonate as to how we perceive it as. So it may not be
Yeah.
as an evil Jor-El to begin with.
right? He may not be saying it in a way of like, oh yeah, like enslave humanity.
Exactly.
Like the way, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, I do. That's why I think that they're going to change it to some extent, where it's like it's not that Lex twisted it or whatever to the whole enslavement thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's still,
Just
you
interpret.
know,
Mhm.
yeah.
But I think
just
it's
like
also
my
it has to
character-
do
I
with the way that you
just-
deliver the message. Because if you look at the Man of Steel, when Jor-El said he'd be a god to him,
Right.
to them, I'm sorry,
Exactly.
the way that he delivered that, it was no, he'll be inspiring, he'll be good to them. That's the way that line was delivered. But
He'll
if
be
you
what
put
they
the
look
same
for.
words into this man's mouth, into this Jor-El, he'd be a god to them. Like, oh shit, this guy's trying to enslave us. So
But no, that's the thing is that like I kept what
And who knows what he was wondering.
yeah,
Jor-El got to him.
Yeah,
Jor-El got to him
Jor-El
and
got
shut
to
him
him.
down.
I guess just for me,
you froze.
'cause they-
You froze.
Back.
Oh,
You
You froze, buddy.
I'm back.
You're back now.
You're back.
Yeah,
you're back.
no,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It didn't look like Jor-El, like, you know, facial or his wife had any like malicious intent, or like they look like they're just kind of talking. It's like, so if they were talking, it would have been like, enslave them, and make them your harem and all this.
Take on your wife.
Make too many
They were
wives.
doing it really happily, like
There's
not
a lot
in
of crazy
kind of,
religious people that are very calm, though, Austin, in this
That is
world.
true. That is
Yeah. No, I just hope they don't, because the character overcame
That
it in
is
this
true.
movie. They found a way to accept it, and then they found the good with their parents. I like that ending of, show me my family, and then they
Right.
do that. So
Yeah.
That
for
was
me,
really cool.
If they find a way to backtrack it, it brings this movie down even more, because it just feels
Really?
you did it because that just feels like a bait and switch to do a big stake for this movie. And then like, but actually no, because like that doesn't change. That was Paul Kent's whole speech. Like, that doesn't change who you are. It's your choices, what you've done from this point on, that have made you the person that people look up to. So it doesn't give a fuck about who these people are that are your birth parents. It's about us and you and Lois and all these people. So to me, that's like, but his parents actually weren't bad. They meant it this way. It's like, doesn't really, I don't know. It just I would have to see it, of course, played out, and maybe they'll find a way to switch it up, and I'll go, that played well. But I just think in the context of this movie, it would just kind of feel going back a little bit. Like I said, kind of Last Jedi to Rise of Skywalker.
Is there a comic where Jor-El is like that? Like, is that?
Yeah, no,
comic accurate?
Jor-El has been evil before in the comics,
times.
and if you're a fan of Smallville too, he was a fucking asshole.
But what I think they were really trying to emphasize was like the fact that he found comfort in, like, okay, this is why I was sent here. My parents were like, I'm sent here to be a savior. I was sent here to be that. So when it's found out that the full message was not that, and then of course everybody turns on him, and then it was like the whole aspect of like his Earth parents, which I'm not gonna lie, I thought Pa and Ma were a little too
hicky,
hillbilly
country.
Yeah, a little too hillbilly for me. I will say that.
Yeah,
But
it was a very interesting.
hearing about
They
it.
were sweet.
I will say this: the very first time that you hear Ma
synopsis
Kent,
of the
I was
movie
like,
said that this is about his Kryptonian heritage and his earthly upbringings.
Right,
So,
that was the first log line we ever got for this movie. Was,
right.
you're
So
about the
it
legacy
plays
and
out
stuff.
perfectly in this movie
Yeah.
because
No,
you get
no.
do I follow my fathers who gave my parents who gave birth to me, or do I follow the ones who
And
raised
then-
me?
And
I
then
think
there's a
that's
line. There's a line in there too. I don't know if it's Lois that says it or one of his parents, but it's just the fact that it's like, yeah, but in spite of the fact that that's what your actual parents wanted you to do, you wanted to be a good person and
Yeah.
you wanted to be this.
You
and
interpret it wrong.
it's brought out, and the one that actually kind of brought that full circle was Pa Kent.
It was
who
Paul,
said-
right? Yeah.
Yeah, because he said parents are not supposed to tell the children what to do. We're supposed to equip them so that way they can make their own stupid choices. So I was like, yeah, that's it right there.
When that scene, when Pa Kent says
Great
we're supposed to be there for the stupid choices, for like we're supposed to watch you grow and just be there for you, and like, that scene broke me down. That was a great scene.
Likewise.
For sure.
Me
I'm
too.
not gonna lie. The only time I audibly laughed out loud was when that reveal happened that Jor-El and his mother sent him there to conquer and spread his seed. That was the only time I laughed.
Really?
in that movie. Yeah, I laughed
didn't
because it was just
It's
like
jarring. Even I was in
Not
the
even a
theater and I was
Peacemaker
like,
when Peacemaker made
like-
a cameo. That was fun.
No, I laughed because I knew either people were going to give James Gunn a pass forward or people were going to lose their shit. That's why I laughed. That's literally the only
You
only
mean like
reason.
where every movie? That's every superhero movie goes through that.
Sure, but just that creative choice alone, I was like, that's going to get a pass and that's going to piss some people off. That's the only time I laughed in that entire movie.
Well, I mean, it was
even then, like if it
when I
got a
first heard
pass,
about
like
it,
that's why I asked, was it comic? Even if it one comic,
was
or
it-
one,
yeah.
like,
It has.
Is
It's
it-
been.
because we could say the same thing for all the people that complained about Lex in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it's like, well, there were comics with Lex like that and stuff, and people just don't know, and they expect, something else.
Well, in Superman All Star, there are two Kryptonians that show up, and their message is to enslave humanity. So, and this is not a rare thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, also with Zod. Zod, his motto is no, let's rebuild Krypton. So this is not a rare. So I think this is part of their culture.
Yeah,
Taking over this world, and we're gonna
They're
fucking conquer
conquerors.
it. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's not.
They're
something-
Viltrumites!
it's
Wait,
just-
never mind.
Yeah, Viltrumites. But yeah, and like Alex said, yeah, this happened in Smallville a lot. His father was a jerk.
I never saw Smallville,
Yeah.
so that's
See, that's
annoying.
yeah.
You're
I
missing
mean,
out,
that's
man.
the thing. There's so many, and I heard about that before. You know, obviously there was like a lot of leaks and stuff like that, and I was talking to people and just kind of going like, you know, what's this Jarrell thing? Obviously, the whole reveal of Bradley Cooper was like a thing, and I just wanted to know a little bit. And when I heard about that, I was like, you know what? I actually kind of like that because it's something different. And I'm kind of curious to see how that adds to the story. And it really does add to the story all the way to the very end.
Mhm.
They've done
You know,
similar stuff. I mean, the Superboy show, even back in the day with Gerard Christopher, had Jor-El and Lara show up, and they were like hell bent on Clark taking over the world. And
Wow.
I think that may have even been a storyline on Lois and Clark at one point of them wanting him to do that. Like, but it's always
Possible.
yeah. Every time I've ever seen that, though, it's always been kind of retconned in the end. That's why I feel like this is kind of like
Yeah, because like I guess isn't the whole thing that like Jor-El really did send him here to like survive and help humanity and do all that and be like not enslave it, but like you are an alien, but you're also, because you are an alien, you can help this planet more so than anything else. Like
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But before we continue, I know Jordan, you got to take off. It's been a long day for you.
Yeah. I appreciate the invite, man.
Yeah, man. Always great talking to you and
Yeah.
talking a little Metallica in the beginning.
hell yeah.
Always
Yeah.
great.
All right, man.
All right,
Thanks,
take it
everybody.
easy.
Bye.
You guys
Bye.
subscribe to
man.
Chainsaw Reacts.
Yes.
Do all the things. Find him on YouTube.
All the
He's all
woke
over the
nonsense
place.
is over there. Go check it out.
Yes.
All the woken
All right. Thanks, Jordan.
See you guys.
Have a good day.
Right.
Or night.
Versus Seed is right in the chat too. They
What?
did that exact same thing with My Adventures with Superman.
Yeah.
The
that's true.
The first
Yeah.
season.
I mean, that's the thing. And,
Okay, but here's the thing: it wasn't his parents; it was a rogue Kryptonian who wanted to invade Earth. Jor-El did not directly send him there to invade Earth. I had to go back,
and that's
look at
to
this.
Alex's point. Maybe that's something. That's a red herring.
We have someone named Brainiac.
Yep.
Right.
See, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's a chance that there might be something, but it was just, again, though, like even just at the beginning and showing that, and then showing them to stand, with the holographic image, or I wish they could have made it a little bit more like,
More
looking.
dynamic.
It was a little
think-
too like, that
Yeah, it
looks
was a
like it's
little
not
jarring.
Talking statues. That's what I thought. I was like,
Yeah, could have been a little. I don't know. I was like, that's cool, but I'm like, man, they could have made that look a little cooler.
I mean,
but
that's
anyways.
kind of my issue with that presentation. I feel like we got the fortress and it looks decent, but it just feels also very barren too. Like there's a computer, there's his solar telescope healing thing with the chair, and then
the
there's
main room, and you don't
chair.
see anything else. Whereas like Man of Steel, you see all these rooms and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They could have. Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
just a spaceship.
No,
it's
hopefully
not the
Superman
fortress.
2, we could see the zoo.
should have been a spaceship, actually. Yes.
Yeah.
I just
I feel like there's more to the fortress. We just haven't.
Yeah,
haven't
we haven't
seen
explored
enough
it
of
yet.
Yeah. I know there
Right.
could be like a whole like thing where he has like creatures in there, like in the animated series. I love that.
Well, he even talks about when he talks about the kaiju. He says,
Yeah,
like,
he
I
We
wish I
wanted
could
to get
take
to
it
an
some
intergalactic zoo. or something.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
Right,
that's-
yeah.
I immediately thought about that
Say that.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do like the fact that he wanted, like, during that whole fight with the kaiju, like, he wanted to, like, let's not kill
Save
it.
him.
Let's not
See,
kill it.
That
Yeah.
kind of annoyed me a little bit.
Did
That
it? Yeah, he was
where it's
like, too good, too good. He was
Superman
right.
doesn't
I don't know
kill.
if it's too good, but it's like, all right, like for me, like I totally understand his whole thing about protecting humanity and all that. Like, why the hell do we need to study a kaiju? Like, what?
He protects life.
that
Everything
was-
is humanity.
That was
I
my
think
whole thing. It's just like, no, fucking beat the
I
shit
think-
out
I
of
think-
it, get
yeah.
it down. Like, don't. I've never. I will say this: I have never seen and I'm not the biggest Superman fan, so that's just me. But I've never seen Superman act like that with like an alien kaiju or something like that. Like, again, it's
No,
different if
I
it's
mean, he's
a,
like
a
that in the
human
animated
or
series.
something. But
He's like that in the animated series.
is he okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
where it's like, no, let's not, let's relax and let's get him off, planet or something like that, and let's do something.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, I
no,
get the
I-
get him away from people thing, but like after
Yeah.
he's away from people, like take it out.
But at the same
Mm.
time, like and I think that's what I kind of liked about it with the Justice Gang showing up, and they're just like, no, we got to fucking kill this thing before it kills people.
Mr. Church is like,
And-
"Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, but I thought it was a good dynamic
What
of
the
like,
hey?
What
yeah.
the heck? I love the constructs from Guy Gardner's fucking
Yeah.
brain.
Yeah, they did good with the
That was great.
Was
They were
anybody
great.
else a little concerned when they showed Luthoria?
Luthor,
I
yeah.
swear to God, as I sat there and I saw that,
The name
when I saw that freaking
Luthoria.
map and I saw Luthoria, I went, they better not.
Land again.
I swear to God, I looked at
Otis
Landon
Berg?
sitting right next
Otis
to me, and I said,
Berg?
I swear to God, if it's land again.
Yeah.
It's land.
That
I was really glad when he actually explained
that.
Find Otisburg on that map.
That is the moment.
Otis. You think
That
like Otis
he didn't
put
give a
that out?
crap about the land. It was just about
Right.
starting
That's
to
what I was
establish,
glad.
yeah.
That's what I was saying. I was glad that he actually did that exposition to actually
Yeah.
say, no, I actually did all that just to kill you because for God's sake, I was like, please.
That is
no.
actually the moment in the movie.
I
where
think James Gunn was
I,
like.
I will
kinda
say
funny.
this. I will say this. I like Lex, but Lex also goes over the top a lot.
Oh yeah, he does.
And-
go
He's
over
a little
that.
bit over the
little-
top.
a
Yeah.
little too much. And I will say this: Nicholas Hoult is a way better actor than that. He's a way better actor than that.
I think like a lot of it.
he
I think a lot of
phoned
it.
it in.
I think a lot of no.
I wouldn't go that.
I
wouldn't
don't
go
think.
that
No, I
far.
don't think he
Phoned
phoned
it
it
in.
in.
I will say in some of that.
I
I
that
think he
scream-
was
that
meant to be like
scream-
this
that
raging,
scream,
jealous
He phoned
guy.
it in.
Come on,
He
that's
phoned-
a
I
little
was
too
like,
much.
No,
He was
no.
an
Like,
angry, he was
the
an
big thing
angry
was-
gamer.
Can we go one
But
at a
we-
time, please? Like about Lex Luthor? That would be fantastic.
Wait, what?
I said, can we please go one at a time about Lex Luthor?
I
Because
know, right?
everyone's
Yeah,
like,
let's
Yeah.
fly. No, but okay. Well, I'll say this, and then Chris, I know you had something, and you'll go next. I just will say, like, no, he did not phone it in. I think he put a lot of effort into it. I think the script wasn't there for what for certain things where it got so too like you know
Yeah.
but there were certain scenes where I was like, Jesus Christ, this
It's
like
good.
especially the
Sure.
the Russian roulette scene and shit like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of scenes where he was like chewing up the scenery and stuff like that. But I think there's some scenes where it got way too over the top, way too much, and everything like that. Chris, what were you gonna say?
Well, when you look at the different portrayals of Lex Luthor, like we are, I like a very kind of calculating where Lex is plotting, planning, and then executes at that point. But even in the current kind of comic run, we've still seen Lex get let loose at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I think what was jarring to me just a little bit was just seeing him go all out very quickly instead of what I thought was going to be a build towards, him losing it just because he becomes so focused on taking it down, which is what Lex a lot of times does. He'll be calculating things like that, but when he becomes so focused on what he needs to get done, either taking down Superman or bringing down League or Batman or whatever, like it was just like we said in the beginning, like it goes and goes hard, full on, and Lex just is calculating, especially as he's telegraphing the moves to Ultraman, Bizarro, whatever we're calling him at this point. He just immediately is just all in, and I'm okay with that. I was just expecting a little. It didn't take away from what Lex was. I just wasn't expecting it to be that much that quick, and I just got used to it.
Yeah, but
I thought he was fucking great.
there you go.
There you go, Ben.
Like, who's
Yeah,
next?
I know.
Alex.
Alex and I would differ on this one. I
Yeah.
I think he was really good. Yeah, sure, he was over the top on a couple of times, and I think it was intentional because this movie as a whole has a level of cartoonish, I guess, underlining, if you will. But when he was evil, when he was being the Lex that we know that he can be, he was extremely good. Either at the end when he was showing his level of jealousy because he's a jealous fucking guy. He's not even he doesn't even have a purpose. Like, villains, when they have a purpose, that this is the scariest shit ever. But his thing is that he's jealous of this individual that is being that is making humanity overlook him, and that makes him jealous. And at the end, you see all that kind of played out, where he just like goes off saying all these things about Plato and all this other amazing minds that exist before him. And he said, "No, I still like I feel like throwing up when I hear my name on the same breath as these other individuals. But now they look at you like you're the greatest fucking thing ever." So it shows the level of jealousy that he has for this individual. So it's always been about jealousy. It's not about this this thing that he wants to do. It's not a purpose that he has. I guess his purpose is to kill Superman because he's jealous of him. But I think there is a greatness in that performance on all some of the over the top stuff. We just haven't seen it yet. I think probably we're gonna get to see this character is still, I guess, developing a little bit. And I agree with some of you when you said, yeah, this is a better actor. He could have done a little bit better. And you can say the same thing about every iteration of every Lex Luthor that preceded him. But I think we're still gonna see more of him, and probably we're gonna get to see the performance that we're supposed to get from this guy.
There was a line that I actually was like, it was interesting where when he's like going off on something, and then he basically reveals like that Superman shows how frail and human beings are.
Yeah.
And I think like he revealed that, where it was just like, when you showed up and blah, 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 you just showed how like almost unimportant we are, kind of thing. And it was like that line. I forgot exactly how the line goes, but the way that like it was said, I was like, oh shit, like Lex just that's like revealing like exactly what he was like feeling. And I think, and it showed like the fact that it's like, yeah, you can have as much brains as possible, but it doesn't matter if like somebody could just come down and just, swat you easily, with their palm of their hand, or just step on you with their boot or something like that. And it was like, oh yeah, both times I went, see, that was a good line. That was like kind of like he revealed himself. He was so angry and just yelling at Superman that he revealed exactly how he was deeply feeling about the whole thing. And I was like, oh, okay, that right there I thought was a good line.
And when he was talking to Rick Flag too, that's his calm demeanor, like in control, being.
I kind of wish we had more of that.
Yes.
Yeah, because that was the thing that was missing on this Lex, because like literally it went, once we saw him, it was like hit the ground running on, I hate Superman, I'm going to kill him. There was something missing throughout all of it as to his full motivation. Like, we learned a little bit later, but the main issue on just the performance and Holt, like Holt was great in it. I'm not gonna deny that, and he had a lot of fun chewing the scenes. But it was just strictly just monologuing the whole time.
Yeah.
Throughout the whole film, like he wasn't threatening other than like the Russian roulette scene. That was like the only time I'm like, holy shit, like this guy is psychotic. But other than that, it was just there wasn't enough in the script for Holt to use or to play with, and he just had to use what he had. And it was kind of like it fell flat for me. Like I just felt extremely disappointed in this iteration of Lex. That I'm hoping it's going to grow into something else, but there was just a lot missing. But some greatness in it. Don't get me wrong. Like there's some of those lines that you said, Dave, that worked. Yeah. But it was just standing there like an angry gamer.
Yeah,
just shouting out. He was like just shouting out different moves, and if you piss him off, he's going to swat you. Like, come on!
But
there's literally one moment where he just screams in the camera, and I was like, okay, I've never seen Lex do that, but all right.
Well, hold on though, hold on, because what I feel like we got with Holt was a great collection of the Lex Luthors we've been exposed to.
Okay.
Because I mean, okay, let's go backwards. Starting with the last Lex Luthor we had with, I mean, I'm not going down all the TV shows and everything, but
Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg, for example, was
Trash.
panned heavily for being spastic, for not being the traditional.
Which Luthor,
Lex.
Nick Holt was too, for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying we had that with Eisenberg, was that spastic, very unpredictable, kind of crazed, just kind of slightly off, kind of Lex, which Holt at times channels, but it's not his complete performance. And then you have somebody like Kevin Spacey, who plays a much more serious Lex, which we didn't get to see a lot of, that type of Lex, but it was there, and you could see it in Holt's performance in different scenes where he is very serious. There were even times where, it was that over-the-top kind of performance that Gene Hackman had, right? Where it's like he says things that are kind of tongue-in-cheek that we as the audience, we get. But also, he brought another layer to all this. And can I just say, we saw the most messed up thing we could have ever seen Lex do. We literally saw, and I can't iterate this enough, especially with the criticisms that, and I've said this, I even said this in my review, I don't want to compare this movie to Man of Steel or any of those incarnations.
They're really not comparable.
Because they're not comparable.
Yeah,
but at the
extremely
same
different.
time,
They each stand on their own.
let's call it what it is, right? Where like a lot of the dark stuff that was in Zach's movies gets panned all the time because that wouldn't happen. That it's a comic book movie and they're doing this. We saw Lex Luthor pull a gun, put it to a man's head, and kill the guy in front of Superman in cold blood. Russian roulette, whatever. You can say whatever. It wasn't an accident. He meant to kill the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Right in front of Superman, punishing Superman while he has another man in a cell watching his son across the way in a place that literally looks like hell, where you have no hope of getting out in this darkness.
Yep.
Come on, man. That is some dark, twisted stuff. And I'm
No, I will say
all
that that's darker than anything Snyder did in any of his movies. Like
this
for sure.
Lex Luthor, I believe, moves in a kind of a wave, though. It is literally pulling from all these different things. And even Holt himself, and this is what I would say, Holt, he said himself that like he spent a lot of time studying Michael Rosenbaum. Michael Rosenbaum is my favorite Lex Luthor. And you can see, if you watch all of Smallville, Rosenbaum earns all that because he's there for the first 7 seasons, right? And so we see him on a weekly basis. So when he goes spastic, you understand why, because you've been watching the story. We entered this Superman story 3 years into Superman being Superman. We have not seen Lex and what he has had to deal with, right? And that's a problem with telling the story from where you tell it. But a lot is placed on us as the viewer,
right,
to understand that Lex hates Superman for a reason. He has spent 3 years coming up with these moves, and I get it, it feels like a gamer kind of situation, but literally he spent 3 years hating Superman.
That was cool.
Developing this,
but if you
putting
think
a team together, being systematic in every little thing, and then it's like, hey, she blogged about me, put her in a hell box, right? I mean, it's varied. It's varied, man, and I feel
he
like
really has no
I miss you.
over
Well,
his
one of the benefits of watching the movie again is that when you see that card that you say that says Superman was just handed his first defeat, you just realize, fuck, it was Lex Luthor who actually defeat him for the first time. Whether it was with his hands or not, but it was with his brains. Like, no, I'll figure out how this guy fights. I'm gonna create an individual who can have similar strength,
and I did like that, yeah.
And I'm gonna beat him, give him his first defeat. It was Lex Luthor who actually defeat him. It's whether he used Ultraman or not. It's just him who was behind the scenes, creating this whole scenario where he actually will possess.
Brains versus Brawn, which I did like. That
was emphasized big time. Yeah.
Whereas, that is very much Lex versus Superman. It's brains versus brawn. But at the same time, I don't know. There were just moments in there that it was like, maybe it's because it's like you said, we're getting kind of like an early on immature Lex or whatever. But even then, I kind of expected, with it being the 3 years in and all that we are getting a kind of more controlled Lex and stuff.
See,
And
I
so
would
that-
feel
Well, I
like
mean,
this
they-
Lex would
and
be
of
the
course-
Lex that would be at the end of his rope now because he just literally wants Superman gone.
Well, then
Right,
of course
and, you know-
Otis talked about how like he's been studying him for obviously
Mhm.
years.
Right.
Obviously, some of that expositional dialogue they put in there, but I mean, like, they needed to put that in there because it was like, oh yeah, he's probably been obsessively studying Superman for so much. That's why I like when people talk about like, and I kind of dug it, but after a while, it kind of got old when he was yelling out the different commands. At first, it was like cool, but then after it kept going, I was like, all right, how long are we gonna go with this? Where he's just yelling out the commands. But I mean, I get it. They were trying to like, oh yeah, it's kind of like like he's controlling a game and everything.
What I did like, I will say, what I really did like was towards the end when he realizes he's gonna lose and he just goes, "Fuck Metropolis." We'll find it. That felt very much like animated
Very
series
Lex.
because when Lex is pushed against the wall like that,
Fuck everybody.
it doesn't matter. It's
Yep.
I'm getting Superman.
Yep.
We'll
That is the
close
goal.
it when it gets to a city I care about.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
basically. That I
Good
thought
line. That was a
great.
good line. That was a
And
good
I
line.
thought that made sense the way that the movie worked, where it pushed Lex to that point.
Is anybody else disappointed that like we're probably not going to get any more like billionaire Lex?
I'm gonna. Be
Oh no, I think
don't
we
know
will.
that.
I think we
We're
will
gonna
for
get
sure.
a billionaire.
Yeah.
I think we're
even if
heading
so,
towards
he's going to have to do
President
like some
Luthor.
kind of like comeback kind of thing because he gets arrested. Like he'll probably get out of it, whatever. But I mean, like
He goes to Belle Reve.
He's going to
1,000
invent
times.
He's going to
something
Belle
that's going to
Reve, so-
sell, and he'll get his money back.
Exactly, and not only
Lex
that,
always
it's
wants
gonna be
that.
the whole thing when he comes
but
out.
you really think he's
I've
going to go back to like
changed.
Luthor Corp stuff and
Possibly,
Is now
but
they call
it-
Lex Corp.
LexCorp, or
Lex
even
Corp.
that, like,
change the
yeah,
company?
they could very well do the whole
He's
thing
gonna
where,
just
okay,
change the
he
name,
went to
that's
Belle
it.
Reve.
Well, that leaves
I've
open
changed,
his father
you know,
for his
like-
father to come and take over and say, "Hey, okay, let me get my son back out."
Well, because there's been this talk of because there was the interview where James Gunn talked about where he actually borrowed that from Smallville too, was the Luthor Corp thing, because
Yeah, he
usually
didn't
it's
like
Lex
the whole
Corp.
idea of Lex.
And yep, and so he liked that idea of the father. Is it possibly tied in? He said to the father or the mother. He said so, and he liked that dynamic on Smallville. And honestly, I loved that dynamic on Smallville. So
Yeah, that was a good. Yeah,
and
that
this
was a
Lex
good-
isn't so old that you couldn't pull something like that off.
I think what we're gonna get from Lex after this point is for a moment we're gonna get the whole kind of like, because he went to Belle Reve, the changed Lex Luthor. Like, I learned my lesson there. I'm not as psychotic or crazy. I still think Superman is dangerous. I have my cautions and my concerns and all of that, but he's more putting on the front to look like he's helping the people in the world and all that, and even look like he's willing to work with Superman in certain situations and all of that. But I think like probably from this point is where we're going to get a more closer animated series type Lex. This was the kind of like what leads him into that.
Chris, did you read Lex Luthor Man of Steel?
Yes.
How much does this Lex Luthor looks like that version of Lex Luthor?
I think the anger is definitely there.
Yeah.
I think the anger is very much there. That's why it's, like I said at the beginning, like I think it was jarring just to see him that angry that quickly, because we usually don't see him.
We don't.
We
Yeah, 'cause-
build towards that.
Yeah,
But and one of the reasons why certain people are thanked at the end at that point are the creators of that series.
yeah,
So.
yeah, because the comic book. Well, he what's the name of the engineer type of individual that he creates? Hope, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that entire run, he's kind of, you're right, he's kind of a build up. He's very controlled, measured, and then when he started getting more in touch with Superman, then he just gets more angry, and then when he sees him, he sees him like a monster. So like when I remember the third act when he was just like crying and bawling, and I thought that's what it was, taking too much inspiration from. Probably he should have dialed it back a little bit.
It's too angry too quick.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, too close to the sun.
But again,
Yeah.
if we're 3 years into this, it's not an origin story either. So I mean, again,
Okay.
just as we can't expect an origin story for Superman at this
No.
point, we can't expect that origin story for Lex, where he's just discovering his hatred. We're 3 years into it. We just got thrown into a DC world.
I will say though,
Fully realized one.
the shot that it's also in the trailer where I was always just like, why did it's a little too phony. It's like when he's walking in the Fortress of Solitude and the engineers like fucking up all the robots and everything's just happening and he's just walking casually, not blinking. And I'm like, okay,
It looked cool.
A human being
cool, the swag.
react. He could have. I mean, if you're gonna do something like that, you could have had him just like kind of like move his head a little bit, or kind of like blink.
Mhm.
The fact that he didn't blink is because they didn't know what the hell that scene was gonna be, and then all of a sudden they added all this shit around him, and they were like, "Yes, there you go." Every time I saw that scene, I'm like, that just doesn't look good. I'm like,
it looked weird. You're right.
I mean, it was cool that he was just walking casually, but the fact that he was just not reacting to fucking circular razor things like flying by his head in sparks, and he's just like taking off his sunglasses, like, oh, nothing's happening around me. I'm like, all right, Jimmy Guns, you need to like have some these are still humans. It's like, I know like you were like, oh, that's a cool looking shot. It would have been cool if he was like reacting a little bit where he was ducking his head or maybe a little bit blinking, because it was just too flawless. And I'm like, you're making Lex Luthor, a human being, a little too flawless on that shot right there. And I when I saw that for the first time, I saw that in like the trailer, I was like, it's just too much. And then I saw it on the big screen, I'm like, that doesn't work. So I'm like, no, it's cool that he's walking in there, sure, but at the same time, I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, I don't really think this version of Lex worked at all for me.
Like, it didn't work at all. Yeah?
Not for me, no.
I
mean, I was really just kind of disappointed. I mean, I know Nicholas Holt's a great actor, but
yeah,
the material really underserved him a lot. I think
I felt a bit disappointed as well. I'm not saying I didn't like him. Like there were moments I liked him, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I really, it's really hard for me because like my bar for Lex Luthor is at Clancy Brown, and I don't think we've ever gotten a live action Lex Luthor that is really close to that. And so when it comes to, and I really like Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I think he's probably the best one of the bunch so far. But,
I do like it.
But as far as Holt, like I thought he was really one note. He wasn't intimidating. He was very, honestly, just lackluster. Like he none of what he did really was memorable or impressive. It just felt, he was angry at the fact Superman exists, and it's like, okay, I've seen that countless times. And frankly, this also could just be due to the fact that I'm just really sick and tired of Superman versus Lex Luthor in a movie. Like we've gotten this 4 or 5 times now. Like give me a different villain. Like show me
Batman and the Joker.
That's not happened nearly as much as Lex Luthor versus Superman in a film. But like I want like Parasite or Brainiac, Metallo, someone who hasn't been used before. That would be fabulous. But honestly, this version of Lex is just, it didn't really work for me at all. And it's really disappointing because I really like Nicholas Hoult as an actor. And I thought he could really do something different with this role. But I think James Gunn just didn't write him well at like.
Can I ask you, Phil, do you agree with Enosh and stuff where it was like, did you feel like it was kind of like because I do agree, like a culmination of all of them, but it didn't work.
Not even remotely close. No, I think
because I could
memorable. He's just really less than memorable. I mean, yeah, you can see some inspiration there from Gene Hackman. I suppose you could see a little bit of Rosenbaum. I suppose maybe there's a hint and shade of Eisenberg, but there's really just nothing memorable. Yeah, he looks like Lex Luthor. You put a fucking bald cap on Nicholas Hoult. Congratulations. It's really.
See, I think I agree with you a lot, but I do also agree with that Enosh was that like it's this culmination of all of them, but like choose one. That was my thing. It was like
choose one. I would just say like again like maybe my bar is just too high because I've been spoiled by what Clancy Brown did with that role. Sure. Because that to me is what Lex Luthor is. He is cold. He is cool, and he only really loses his shit when his plan truly gets foiled.
When his back's against the wall, yeah.
The moment I checked out of the movie and went, okay, this is not, nope, is that Luthoria bullshit. I was like, we're really going to pay homage to that land scheme bullshit from the last couple of movies in the 70s. I said, oh, fucking okay. Like, I'm good. And even though he went, oh, yeah, it's just a twist. I only did it so I could kill you. I was like, you still went out of your way to include it. Honestly, like when I think of like elements of this movie, I'm brought to 1978, coupled with a couple shades of Quest for Peace and Super Friends. The tone of this movie for me, honestly, feels like Batman and Robin. Even some of the portrayals are just, it's very toyetic. It's very campy. Like even some of the villains in a certain respect, I think Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor is a lot like Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze. I think Ultraman is more or less Bane, and the Engineer, she knows her assignment. She knows full well what she needs to do. She's kind of like Poison Ivy.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm really not gonna lie. When you
saw completely different fucking characters, you throwing fucking name. You know what? Keep going, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I think when you put it like that,
the computer typing monkeys.
That was stupid. That was
honestly, I love that.
I actually thought the monkeys were kind of cool.
I fucking love that because we all know what the fuck that shit means. And
okay. I even said this too. Like we're like, I know, like, it's so funny because we always complain about social media, but yet we're on it like all the time and stuff like that. It's like, and it's just like one of those things where it's like, no matter what, we're now in that period where, okay, so if we're gonna have a superhero movie, we're gonna have to incorporate, the social media aspect. It's like, yeah, that sucks, but at the same time, I'm like going, yeah, but it's part of it. It's got to be part of like the conversation. It's got to be part of all this. I mean, look at like what happened with the boys and everything, and how like Invincible and all this kind of stuff, where like they were really kind of going like, well, how would superheroes be in like a modern day kind of thing? It's like, but you're just gonna get that. You're just gonna get that, for the most part. But I mean, I understand Phil's perspective too, where it's just like, yeah, okay, it didn't resonate for sure. And I'm like, yeah. And even there's like part of me where I wish it was more Clancy Brown than like, a little bit more of that. Because like I said, I thought I liked his performance a little bit more than Phil, of course. But at the same time, there's sometimes where, yeah, it does get over the top. It gets over the top. I don't know if I share the Batman and Robin comparison.
Well, look, I'm not going to lie. Like even that, I can see all those comparisons. I think that was actually very, very, very like clear. I think that. I
mean, they really went out of their way to make a toy commercial.
It is a very campy movie, right? Yeah, it's a very campy movie, and I think like what I respect about you, Phil, is that like you can say like it didn't work for me, all that type of stuff. Like even I can say like things didn't work for me. I still enjoyed it, but I would have preferred that they would have not gone that direction. Like I see your point completely. I think it's pretty valid.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
No. I mean, that's the thing. That's why we do these discussions. But yeah, when it what was
I'll give you Ultraman.
Okay, you want to talk?
I'll give you the Ultraman and Bane thing because there was a couple times that I thought to myself like, this looks really familiar. And now that you mention it, yeah, that's kind of what he looked like.
I will say,
I'll give you that
real quick. I will just say,
it's kind of funny to see him, like turn into Anakin Skywalker. So.
That was funny, but I'll also just say,
it looked like Anakin.
I've been calling it for over a year. I said I would not be surprised if it ended up being David Cornsweet under that mask.
Oh yeah,
I
turned to Landon at the beginning of the movie when the door opens.
Yeah, when the door opens, we already knew what it was.
I
knew exactly what it was.
He's a clone. He's a clone, and he's using the DNA
of him being Henry Cavill or all this other bunch of nonsense. I was like,
no. Who in the world would think that? Yeah.
Who do you think?
I would have thought it was funny.
Very dedicated people
were saying that.
Yeah.
No. During shooting, there was a small little rumor that Henry may have been on set just because.
There was no way.
Yeah, I'm going to give you some little backstory on this. During the fight at the stadium when they're doing the shooting, Gunn's team, they have, whenever they're doing these type of shoots, they have code names for each of the actors. And for this production, the code names were such as it could be the first name for anyone. So if it's going to be David on there, they're going to say David. So for the guy who's portraying Ultraman, they always kept him like, with the mask on and everything. For whatever reason, whoever was under that, he never took it off, even outside that heat in Cleveland. The guy's name was Henry. So once we found out on the radio that the name was Henry, we were scrambling to find out if Gunn pulled it off, bringing Henry on set for those 3 days. But it turned out that wasn't the case. So that's where kind of that rumor, started way back when.
Yeah, based on what I was told, I don't think Henry Cavill would have ever stepped foot on that set.
Absolutely not.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not.
No, there's no way.
No, but he's sitting home waiting for people to
sure,
and to back to his Superman thing.
He's
right
waiting
today?
for Netflix call.
Yeah, he's waiting for. Okay, yeah, but no, he's got plenty of things going on. I know. I make the joke because it's just again,
Right.
we make jokes about that, where it's just like, is Henry Cavill just like waiting for fans to rally up for him to get his? Okay, anyways, but so like where we're at, we're like. Obviously we talked about Lex. Okay, so we have Ultraman. Yeah, that was also, it was like just such an obvious kind of thing. And then when the reveal happens, you're just like going, all right, there it is, fight.
Yep.
It's not anything like too special, but he gets sent off in that black hole. Does that mean
he might go to Bizarre World? Or
he might show up, and then he's gonna show up later, looking all
with the crime syndicate.
That
river
was
be
made out of
Ultraman.
cubes.
Exactly.
What if he actually goes and becomes Ultraman?
Or he'll go to Bizarre World and be Bizarro.
Bizarro,
Because he was dumb.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bizarre
I don't know.
world. Man.
So I'm just saying,
I'm a kid seeing the cubed world.
The first time, when I saw that, I was like, okay, well, he's not dead. That could come back later. And I think James Gunn was like, yeah, let's send him off into the black hole, and maybe something could happen with that later, with like a Bizarro kind of thing and stuff like that. But yeah, it was just kind of one of those like reveals where it's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, there's Corn Sweat with long hair.
Right.
Funny thing that really bugged me about Bizarro was like there were moments where you saw the robots all around him controlling Bizarro, and then there were moments where you saw the robots not present at all, and he was still operating. That was kind of inconsistent. I was just like, that really doesn't make any sense. And then at the end, Crypto obviously like takes the cameras out and all this shit. It was just something I noticed, or even like how the engineer was able to crack the code or the message, and these Kryptonian robots could not. That was also kind of jarring too.
Yeah.
Definitely one of those things. It's like, it's a goofy comic book film, suspend disbelief, but it's just like, I'm sorry, but when you're adapting, sure, yeah, but when you're adapting things into like a live action sense, it's just like,
hold on,
I can't not think about that.
Hold on, because what she was able to do is very similar to what Cyborg is able to do, and I don't think any of us would have complained if Cyborg would have figured that out.
But here's the thing: Cyborg was created through the technology of the mother box. Angela Spica was created by means of human technology.
Right.
Okay, but also are those Superman robots?
It was already said at the beginning of the movie that she can
technology,
interface with any
created
technology. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just kind of jarring.
Wait. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Go back to Inosh.
I was saying, are those Superman robots actually Kryptonian technology? The technology that would be able to be advanced, or were they just created by Superman to be helpful? Because they didn't really seem to do much other than just basic.
Didn't help them, yeah. I don't know if they really.
I know that there's been versions before that do other things, but
I guess that is a question. Like, what are those robots made out of? Like, what kind of
what are they capable of doing?
Right, exactly.
They didn't seem capable of like fighting anybody or doing anything like that.
They also don't take care of a dog as well as he wanted them to.
They kind of
They don't care whether he lives or dies.
Right.
Yeah, right.
They don't really care about Supergirl. They don't really care about much,
So yeah, I mean that's an interesting kind of like thing where it's like, and when I was thinking about that too, I mean, I think there needed to be a little bit more fleshed out for the engineer, and I think there probably was.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like her character, needed to be fleshed out a little bit more, because there's going to be a lot of people going, what the fuck? I mean, of course they do. I mean, obviously when Lex is talking with those guys in that room, and he explains Ultraman and her and how they were like kind of created or whatever the fuck, they they do like a quick little thing like that. But I mean, the engineer is like so much more than just explaining, oh yeah, I spliced all this kind of all this stuff and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
There's more to her than that, and obviously she fits with the Authority, which James Gunn, of course, has said that he wanted to put out there, but who knows, maybe that got canceled. But yeah, there could have been a little bit. I was going, yeah, there should have been more with her character for sure.
We all know why you want more with her character. It's fine.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
I get it, man. I get it. Totally. I get it.
Yeah. But yeah. And it was kind of interesting, yeah, because like right off the bat, when he crashes down and they, of course, zap him with the sunlight and blah, blah, blah. And then she's already in the Arctic, like trying to find where he landed and stuff like that.
The Antarctic.
The Antarctic. Sorry.
No. That was something that I took notice of.
Oh.
Because they put it down in Antarctica, which is a fun little thing, because they actually reference the fact that, like the treaties and everything, that you can't go to Antarctica and everything, that all the flat earthers talk about and everything. I thought that was freaking hilarious, because they put it down there, but also how like it's really hard to get to Antarctica. It's a lot harder to get to Antarctica than it is the Arctic.
Yeah.
And they're just like zooming down there and checking out the fortress and then flying right back. And it's like, I love that, because that was another one of those suspend your disbelief things.
Sure.
Would it be in Antarctica? The fact that it's hidden down there, it would be hidden down there because nobody goes down there, but everybody knows the North Pole, so I thought that was actually a nice change of scenery for the fortress being there instead of the Arctic.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah. But,
made more sense.
Yeah.
Sure.
But like when it comes to so, and then of course when we get the Clark and Lois interview scene, I thought it was great. I thought the whole thing, I thought it was pretty good. Where it was like you could tell they trimmed it even down a little bit too. Like even like from what we saw from the trailer, it was like a little bit of like a little bit of like shaved down, which I get. I'm like, okay, yeah, just shave it down a little bit more. But I thought that was actually a really good scene. It was like again, the fact that we heard about that scene and then saw it in the official trailer, and the fact that it's like, yeah, we've seen Lois interview Superman before, but this was a whole different kind of aspect. Obviously she gets home, she hears somebody in her house, and there's like a whole little dramatic, like, oh, she grabs a baseball bat, and then it's like, oh, it's just Clark making dinner. And
he's making
breakfast for dinner, which god damn it, man, good on Clark, man. Breakfast for dinner is breakfast. Any kind of breakfast food is, I don't care when it is. I'll have it whenever.
Bacon now.
I'm all about it, man. A fucking A. Give me a breakfast sandwich right now, god damn it. But I like the fact, I liked how all that went, and I liked how it went back and forth with like, wait, we can't put that on the record, and we can't do this, and we can't do that. It was a good blend. Like you really saw the chemistry between Corn Sweat and Brosnahan. You can understand why Gunn used that as a screen test for the actors with that, because that was like when they really were just, I mean, it was, I like those moments in these movies, in comic book movies, where it's very human, it's very dialogue driven. Those are some of my favorite moments, and I really liked the interview scene.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's one of the highlights of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like between that and the Jonathan Kent conversation with Clark, that's about it for me. Like there's a few, like everything with Mr. Terrific I thought was pretty cool. Metamorpho for the most part. Yeah. That interaction between the two of them I also thought was like, okay, like this is kind of the whole crux of the film, the make it or break it of their relationship, even if it's a little flimsy here and there through certain points. But yeah, like I really did like Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane. I thought going into this movie, even when it was all announced and all said and done last year, I was like, yeah, she's probably going to be great. But him as Superman, yeah, he did fine. But her, she was pretty awesome.
Yeah, she was pretty awesome. But yeah, I really like that scene. And what comes after that scene? Jesus Christ, I'm like drawing a blank already of like what comes after the interview scene. Anyone?
Bueller.
Yeah. Who's got the better jaw, Cavill or Corn Sweat?
Who cares?
Probably Cavill does, but but I mean, I will say it. Cavill does. I mean, Jesus Christ, but who cares? Anyways, what comes after the interview scene? He walks out, and what happens after that? I'm like totally drawing a blank.
I think it's this is a little bit after that, but after his secret is outed, and he just kind of flies in, and the Justice Gang is taking on that interdimensional imp, and he's totally fine with it.
Okay, we can talk about that one.
And she's there.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's a nice little.
You were out
Yeah.
there with that?
That was after they destroyed the fortress. I think. I don't remember. Shit, I'm
I know,
drawing a
right?
blank too.
I know, right? We're all drawing blanks of like the order of everything. Shows how messy this movie is, guys. Just kidding. Well, kind of. But I'm just saying. But yeah, because I'm like, what after the interview? What does happen? I'm like, God damn. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even remember what happens after the interview scene. Like, because we have obviously there's like more Superman things that happen. It's not the kaiju scene. It's the Lex scene going to.
Yeah, I think it's Alexin going into the fortress, and then after that, it's the kaiju.
It's the kaiju, yeah. So
Yeah, because
yeah,
it was
because-
the Yoda
yeah,
scene,
you're right,
letting
you're right,
loose
you're
with the
right.
kaiju. Then we got the
Okay,
interview.
there you go. Because
Then
yeah,
the Lex
because-
entering the fortress.
yes,
Kaiju.
because it's still night in Metropolis,
Mhm.
and obviously it's daytime in Antarctica. So yeah, so then of course that's where they do the whole thing. And okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. And then of course, yeah, we get the kaiju scene, and then that's where we get the Justice Gang. Get that introduction, do all that, and of course they're just like, I love the fact that they're like, go for the eyeball. Obviously if you have a big creature, go for the eyeball.
Mhm.
Well, one thing I
was
didn't like, I did not like that Hawk Girl screeched like a hawk. I was like,
You didn't like that?
No, I thought it was
I thought it
obnoxious,
was kind of cool.
kind of goofy. I was like, that just didn't sit well with me at all. I was not a fan of that.
No,
I just
I'm
wish
with
she
it.
had.
I'm
I
with
just
you,
wish
Phil.
she had the white lenses on her helmet. It just that
Okay,
was,
but you
I
know
don't
what?
like it. I don't like her helmet.
Since
yeah,
you
her
mentioned
helmet's good, but I
since-
just wish they had the white lenses.
since you mentioned white lenses, I like that on Mr. Terrific when they were in the.
Oh yeah,
Oh, everybody screamed when we did her twice.
That was
when
that
the
was
lights
really-
when the eyes turn white. That was cool.
yeah.
that was a nice touch.
Yeah.
I will give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, that was a nice touch. Yeah, we kind of like already touched bases, but yeah, of course, when he gets back to the Fortress of Solitude, and then of course, finds out that where's Crypto? Crypto's not there, and then of course we get the scene that we, obviously the clip was released where he shows up at Lex's place. I did not. Who's that actor? Michael Ian Black.
Michael Ian Black.
Yeah,
Yeah, the reporter. Yeah.
yeah. I've never been a fan of that guy, and I was just kind of like,
Neither have I.
yeah. Well, like,
Did you guys-
he's there. All right.
I was
Did you
kind of
guys-
surprised to see him in there for sure.
Did you guys do the Leo thing when you saw Will Reeves on the screen pop up?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That was cool.
That was cool. That was.
I was
cool.
that was cool to see him in there for sure. Like,
Yeah.
there was a lot of cool moments and stuff and all that, but like,
Peacemaker showing up, right, Phil?
Hilarious.
I'll even say this, and I like the Peacemaker show. I thought that was like okay.
I mean, it was kind of like, of course, he was gonna show up in there, and I
I
was
mean,
like,
they were filming right next to each
know.
other, so
Right.
and,
really
I will
was.
say both of my screenings got a laugh both times. So
Mhm.
yeah.
How about Easter eggs? Other than the Batman Gotham thing sign, did anybody else spot any?
I saw the
Other-
big
Yeah, the mural
Yeah,
and
the
the,
mural.
whole justice.
So when
The
Superman
mural, the
is
whole
actually-
Justice.
Yep.
when
Yeah,
Superman
Jay
is-
Garrick, yeah,
Yeah,
Wildcat
Jay Garrett,
on there.
Wildcat, yeah, I
I
saw
think
that Wildcat.
Dr. Fate was in there too.
Mm.
What?
Superman-
Are you serious? I missed that.
Yeah, it's
Lincoln,
right
you missed it, you gotta
behind the horrible bowl cut that
There's a lot of things happening in the background of the Hall of
Hmm.
Justice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
So I know
second time I
Gunn,
went
keys
looking
to
at the
that painting,
background, I
hopefully
missed
we may
that
release
shit.
it sometime next week, so we'll see it like in high def. So
Okay.
when Superman gets detained by Ultraman and Flag Senior and the Engineer, blink and you'll miss it. Up on the street sign, it says Wade Street, Mark Wade.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, wow.
There's that.
I think we saw that behind the scene.
Yeah, I think somebody took a picture of that.
on
Yeah.
the behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, I already seen that.
Apparently, all the streets are named after.
They are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they
whole
are.
map of Metropolis is.
Yeah, there's an Alex Ross Street too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course, like the second time, I was like, but you can't really see anything when they're in the pocket universe. I was going like, who the hell else is in these fucking,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, that's what I
So
was.
I'm just trying to look like, is there any hint of like anything? But you can't see shit because it's dark in there. But you know, going back to the whole, okay, yeah, we could talk about Metamorpho and what's his name, Anthony.
I think Carrigan.
Kerrigan, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, the fact that there's no kryptonite anymore, that was kind of like the thing that was emphasized. There's no kryptonite on Earth.
Go.
And then, of course, he found, you know, and then even Lex earlier when I think he was like talking to that group on the table. He goes, you know, the fact that they say that there's no kryptonite anymore. And he goes, I have, you know,
I have my ways.
Yeah, he has his ways
Around.
to do that. His little workaround, which is Metamorpho doing that. And even though Metamorpho doesn't want to do it, and then of course the whole Baby Joey thing, and then of course just having the fact that, you know, Superman's just in that box with him, and I mean he looks fucked up, like completely fucked up. And then the whole like kryptonite poisoning thing, like the fact that even though he got better, like, you know, and I love that, you know, after everything that happened, where Metamorpho was just feeling guilty and feeling like, because obviously Lex killed that one dude. And the fact that he tries to create like a form of a sun to help Superman do that. And that's where we get that shot of him just like breaking through. And then, who said that they didn't like the plasma river? Oh yeah, you know, you said that you didn't like the whole plasma river or whatever.
River, yeah,
right, yeah, whatever. Yeah. I mean, there is a cool shot when like Metamorpho like wraps around him. And then Crypto's there too, and then he's just like a slow motion. And it's like from the back, and he's like,
and Superman's using his breath to push himself back.
Yeah.
And
then he grabs onto Crypto like his like leg or whatever the hell, like before as he's pushing back. It's a cool scene, but I mean I get it. Like, yeah,
I don't have a problem with like where they got to in that scene.
Yeah.
I have a problem with just the river in general.
It's like, why is there a river?
Why is there a river of protons? Like what?
Someone saw Ghostbusters too and said, the River of Slime was doing.
All the negativity, man.
But Enosh,
Superman, don't you know? Haven't you seen that people have been negative lately?
But Enosh, it's a comic book film. You have to suspend disbelief.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. No, I mean, and I do. No, I mean, look, I'm not saying we can't have our own complaints about it. I mean, I just didn't like it.
No, man.
But I mean,
I agree with you completely. I thought that made absolutely zero fucking sense whatsoever. The whole black hole. On paper, sure, it sounds nice, but like when it comes to execution, you're just like,
I wasn't the biggest fan about it either. I was like, do we really need like him, like, you know, fucking going towards a black hole in a proton river? It's like, okay, that's a little too much. You know, he's already holding on to the baby because you know, Metamorpho said he can't hold on to him when he, you know, does his thing because it'll fuck up the baby. So it's like, so it was like a whole thing. And
the fact that he was able to keep Joey above
the river.
That was my thing. It was like Mr. Terrific says, you know, no, we can't go down there because that thing will just tear us up. Yeah. And like everybody's in the thing, and Joey
not being torn up,
touched at all, apparently. You know, but I mean, I don't know. It was just a weird sequence, man. It had a lot of colors for like no reason. It looked cool, but like I said, like I just kept laughing because I actually like the movie Pixels. But I just kept thinking to myself, like, what is this? Like,
we found one of the four that likes Pixels.
Well, I thought it was a fun movie. I had a good time with it. It's stupid and it's over the top, but it is what it is, and that's why I said seeing this, I was just like, this is stupid and over the top, and it was a little bit too much. But like even even the inconsistencies. Let's talk about this. The inconsistency of the split. You know, as it's approaching the city, right? That like it's literally opening up in real time like this, and Mr. Terrific is like, oh, you got to get here right away, and by the time Clark gets there like it's barely gotten there still, like but it was open and
Well, he was trying
wide.
to hold it, hack it back a little bit.
Yeah, but
So there's a little bit of that, I guess.
I
But
guess, but then he goes, I can't do it. I can't hold it back. So it just kept ripping through everything, and like, but every time they showed it, it was like it didn't move. When you're watching it in real time, it's like that crack is moving, man. But then, like, as soon as it cuts to something else and it comes back, that crack has not moved at all.
it's also funny too because I remember when people were like when the shots of Superman and he had like the red around his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were coming up with the conclusion that
Right.
this Superman, like when he shoots his, obviously the his ray vision and stuff like that, it leaves a mark. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? And then I was like, oh yeah, it's because Ultraman fucking zapped his eyes.
There's a lot of
his
stuff
own.
like that, Dave.
Yeah,
That like
I know.
people just trashed on and crapped on because they saw a picture and they just assumed the worst and they assumed that it was going to be the dumbest, stupidest thing no matter what without any evidence of it. And that's one of them, man. I remember, like
So a
just the
Tuesday,
nonsense that
basically, in
went on about
fandom.
that.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I remember I was like, when I saw the image, I was like, okay, oh man, what happened to his eyes? And then people were like, oh geez, this Superman, like it just leaves a mark. I'm like, no. I mean, I will say, like, this Superman gets his ass handed to him a little too much, sure. But at the same time, I get why James Gunn was like, hey, we got to make this Superman. How do you make Superman relatable and blah 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 and this and this? You can't make him, you can't make him. And that's why, like, the first scene that you see him in, and he just crashes down. He's bleeding and fucking broken. And I thought that was a very bold move of like, oh, yeah, you're talking about Superman, the ultimate superhero that can literally just do anything. He's impervious, and everybody says that. So James Gunn was like, all right, well, I'm going to make him, let's not, like, do that. By the way, Alex had to leave. He had a little one to take care of right there. So thank you, Alex. Travis also had to leave, too. He left way earlier. But, obviously he's doing his own thing right now on Geekverse. So, but yeah, it was just, and I saw a lot of complaints with that where it's like, yeah, Superman just is constantly get his ass handed to him. And I get it. It could be a little too much, but there are some triumphant moments for sure.
Look at the animated series.
Yeah. Oh,
for
dude.
God's sake, man.
Oh, we talk about that all the time. Like when it comes to like him, like even trying to stop something, he's struggling. Like if he's trying to like something heavy, he's like, he's like, he fucks up a lot. He does. I mean, in the animated series, he gets effed up a lot.
The collateral damage in the animated series is like ridiculous too. I mean,
oh sure, yeah.
And that's
the thing. It's like. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get your ass handed to you, when you have all this kind of stuff. Well, like that happens, but maybe it was a little too much. Yeah, sure, I can understand those grievances, but and then when people were even complaining, like when we saw the trailer where he punches like one of the Raptor dudes, teeth out, he's not even at full capacity. So again, context is key. Where it's like it's not just Superman in all his glory punching a human being. He's like he's at like not even half capacity. He's at like he's at little less than.
Or even when he lasers all of them, like he's lasering their suits. He's not lasering them in half or anything. He's taking out their suits.
He's not going
and just sending them back down to the ground. Like,
yeah, and
it was interesting just. Throughout the movie, just the little call it things that we've seen in we've obviously seen in Snyderverse with Man of Steel calling out what would happen in a society where literally a godlike alien comes down on Earth. And I'm watching this and I said, okay, that's how we're doing it in this universe. We're calling it out on social media. We're having people turn on a dime based on a little bit of evidence and a little thing going wrong here, and and then we've got the massive destruction. But then by somehow miracle, no one dies at that point, or a number of people die. It's like, well, wait a minute, like we did that in Man of Steel, and a lot of people got really upset about it. We're doing it here, and I guess we changed the structure of it. I find it interesting how it's okay now and now before it was a big problem.
It's very interesting.
Well,
that a kaiju can-
even on BBS, you can see when they're fighting Doomsday that they said, "Oh, well, it's going to Striker Island," and he says, "Oh, the island is deserted." So the same thing, the same exposition that was given here. Oh, everybody gotta what is it? Leave the city. And so to a degree, it's the exact same thing.
Wait, Ben, are you saying that was a compromise?
I guess.
You know, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but
I know that's what sucks. Is like that shit happens anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, happens. But yeah, so I think after, I don't know if it's after BBS, but every movie for some reason have to give that little disclaimer. To show the public, the viewers, that nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
But is that really reality though?
No, it isn't.
It's not. That's the thing. It's not. I mean, that's the thing is like, and I think Man of Steel really showed like, well, what if this happened? And then when it happened, people were like, what the fuck? Look at all that destruction and this, that.
Yeah, it's not a good thing.
Freaked out. It's not a good thing.
No one's saying it's a good thing.
People are like gonna die. But even in this movie where buildings are falling, there's no mention. I mean, there's a shot where a building is falling and people are trying to get out. It's gonna fall on a bridge, and this one woman is like, "Oh, trying to get out," and she's like, her car stops, and she tries to get it in, and then he kind of prevents it, from falling on her a little bit to just get her out, because they were like, "Oh, we have to emphasize that even though this building's falling, God knows that there's people in this building, but at least this one lady,
no, they all got out
on a bridge is going to survive."
The warning went out to evacuate the city. That's what you do.
The city and do all
That's
that.
what you do. When you get the warning to evacuate the city, you don't question it. You immediately get out of the city right now.
Yeah, I'm sure
the
it's
government
not there.
told me to leave. I totally will listen to the government.
I think it's really funny.
There's no stubborn people out there saying, "No, I'm staying in my fucking house."
not.
Never.
I think it's really funny that
Thank you, hold on. Thank you, Rational Skeptic, for the $2 super chat. I like how he says like Superman, on versus. Yeah. Anyways, thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
I was just gonna say, I think it's really funny how one day the Hammer Barovia like torches a fucking building, people are fine or whatever, but we don't see that building ever again. The next day, a kaiju just straight stomps through Metropolis, acting like everything's hunky fucking dory, and people are like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go back to work," right? And then 2 days after that, there's a fucking pocket dimension splitting up and cutting Metropolis in half, and everyone's like, "Oh, we got to evacuate," but then even then, there's still clearly civilians still littered throughout this city. I'm sure. It's just funny to me that when
you have people flying around with superpowers, I think there's a point where you're like, okay, this is fucking normal.
Sure,
I will say,
it's just one of those things that I'm just like.
I agree with you, Phil, in the sense that like if they would have explained it better, or you've seen some context to that and all that, like they're just asking you to, like you said, take it as
suspend disbelief.
What it exactly is. What it is that this has been this way. The city does this all the time and all that, which I get and stuff. And like again, I will say like I respect Gunn doing it, because we kind of we've kind of seen it in Marvel movies, but even then they addressed that people were lives were lost and all this. This was very much like the comic book, where you're not really thinking about those things when you're reading it. You're just kind of going through page by page.
Or the animated world,
And one of the things, like, I mean, I accept in this fact, like, okay, I don't need like massive genocide happening every time there's a kaiju going through battle and things like that. It was just more like, really, no one died. I mean, I can accept and not be totally. It's like there is some. It's not just loss. There's going to be some loss of life. I mean, it's
right.
Yeah,
right.
They just didn't mention it because you can see that. Like, remember that scene where the tail of the kaiju just like sweeps a bunch of fucking cars. And those were cars that were in the middle of the road.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was talking about earlier, where I think this movie is going to start a kind of discussion of that, like what works from a comic book translated into live action and in a movie and that type of stuff. Like, yes, when you're watching a movie, it's different. You have these questions and you're wondering, like, there is a realism to it. Even like James Gunn said, we're not trying to do what Nolan or Reeves is doing and bring the real world to these characters. We're taking elements of the real world and bringing it to their fantasy.
Yeah.
And so, it's going to create a kind of conversation where I think that it's like we haven't seen this type of stuff before, and some things work, some things don't. I hope DC learns and takes that into consideration and goes, okay, yeah, this didn't work as well. Like in a live action movie, people are going to have questions, not just if you're a comic book fan or whatever. Like that's just the logic of film and
Right.
filmmaking and watching something like that. And so
Right.
I think that's completely valid.
Yeah, because to Chris's point, you can suspend disbelief when you're reading a comic book because it's something you don't have to think about. When it comes to presenting something in live action form and you're adapting,
A lot harder.
either it deliberately
100%.
or just in general, like you kind of have to address stuff like that in a certain respect.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Enosh, I know you got to take off.
Look, for me at the end of the day, for me at the end of the day, it's this. I literally sat in a theater that was packed out the other day.
It had fun.
People who were wearing Superman shirts, hats, literally applauding Superman. And as a Superman fan who feels that Superman doesn't get what he actually deserves as who that character is in the world,
Mhm.
it was really great to see, and it was a great feeling. It was good to sit there with my son, together and watch a Superman movie.
Right.
And at the end of the day, what do I got to complain about? I'll always have Man of Steel. I'll always have BVS. I'll always have Zack Snyder's Justice League to watch anytime I want, when I want that serious dose of realism that I loved in those movies. And now I have this to be able to watch when I want to see something with crypto in it, man, that makes me smile and brings some laughter and joy, just like I can always watch Smallville, or I can watch Christopher Reeve, or I can watch any number of other iterations of Superman that I love. And so at the end of the day, we just got to remember what these things really are. They're movies.
Oh yeah, totally.
You
Like,
know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah,
They're-
it's escapist.
and
We're
it's-
just the
and it's a
lucky ones
comic book.
because we've
And we do
followed
because
these
we're
characters
getting
in
old
comic
and bitter
book form.
and we hate everything now.
Okay.
No, but hey, thanks Dave for
Yeah.
having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Always great
and,
talking to you, Enosh.
It was super, man.
Hey!
Ah!
Look at this guy.
Ah!
Oh,
Ah!
hey.
All right, on that note, we'll see y'all later. Bye
All
bye.
right,
Cheers,
take it
Enoch.
easy,
I love you,
Enosh.
brother.
Love you too.
Oh man, great talking to you, Enosh. Oh, but
No, I just
yeah.
want to say this because I know there's some
Okay.
people in the chat that are like, but like, I have such massive respect for Phil and just all of his criticisms and everything. Like, I even agree with a lot of it too. But just like what you said earlier, Phil, is like you know what it's like to be on the other side and to like Man of Steel. I still think Man of Steel is 10 times better than this Superman movie. Yeah, but still, like, I'm very happy a lot of people like Enosh and his son were able to enjoy it and like are getting that out of it. I think that's really important and stuff. And I'm happy that people are liking it. I think that's the big thing is for me, like with how critical people are of Superman just in general and stuff, the fact that we have a movie that most people are rallying behind, I think is a good thing for the character.
oh sure, I won't disagree with that at all. I just know that like I went into it and I think the only thing I really kind of my own expectation was I wanted a good story, and I don't even think I got that. But I can only speak for myself, like
Yeah.
I went into it and I like everyone knows where I stand with James Gunn. Like I 50-50 creatively, and this one really it tips the needle in the other direction for me now. Like I can say with certainty, like yeah, I gave it a shot, tried it, didn't like it. There were things in it that I did like, but just on the sum of the whole, it just does not work for me. I have my reasons, and it to me going forward when it comes to the DC stuff, if James Gunn is going to write it and direct it in live action form, there's probably a high chance I likely won't like it. But anyone else,
Sure.
like, Craig Mundy and Damon Lindelof doing Lanterns, sign me up. I'll watch that. Whoever handled it's Craig Gillespie and Supergirl and the writer who wrote that movie. Yeah, I'm game for it. But anything that James Gunn has a direct hand in, I'm probably gonna look at with a bit of a raised eyebrow and be like, all right, it is what
And
it is.
I wanted to say that too, counter that, like, I'm a big James Gunn fan. I really like James Gunn and stuff. But at the same time, I've always acknowledged that the reason why I like him and why it works is because he's kind of stuck to what he knows. He knows those kind of, untraditional characters and team ups, and I think he does really well with that. Guardians, Suicide Squad. This is what excited me initially, was that, like, okay, James, like, challenge yourself as a writer to not do the same things that you always do, and to take an A-list character and really, do something different with it. And unfortunately, there were a lot of moments where I was going,
You
this
broke
is
the
James
tension
Gunn,
with your
and
frickin' humor.
and it doesn't work for this type of character. It just doesn't. It works for everybody else and everything else, and I get why he does it, but this is not that. Yeah.
Here's something. I am tired of being told by so many people, like even just in passing and in general, that like, and this is just friends in Discord that I'm constantly told this, like, oh, Superman's a corny character. I'm like, you know what? Sure, I get it, but that is a blanket statement.
He can be.
Not always.
He can be, but not always.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And I'm just like, he doesn't always have to be, And I'm not saying that like every version of Superman needs to be like Zack Snyder, the animated series, or anything remotely close to that. Right. I'm just saying, like, there's also 90 years worth of history there coupled with the character. When you've reinvented the wheel so much, you are literally never going to please anybody. Anyone.
Yeah.
No one.
Yeah.
And
again, that's why I respected a lot of your reviews and your criticism and stuff, as I know for a fact that you have gone into this with an open mind and with, all of that, like, not being the biggest James Gunn fan, but still willing to give him that chance. And I can tell you, as a James Gunn fan, he did not do much different. He really did not. And I agree with you on that 100%.
Well, it's funny because when you saw that first trailer, it was like, oh, I think maybe he's going to be like taking.
Maybe he could, right? Yeah,
take it more seriously than he does. And for the most part, I mean, I will say that like maybe he did take a little bit, things seriously. But then when you have the entire Daily Planet crew in the Mr. Terrific ship, and then it's teetering off the building, and it's doing that like Looney Tunes thing where it's like,
the ball
and then it goes off. I'm like,
what? Like,
oh my god!
Or like fucking, oh man, what is the doof-ass character's name? Lombard.
And I like Beck Bennett.
Dude, he's great. He's great. Yeah. He's great, but yeah, I felt his character was like, oh yeah, you're just there to be a douchebag,
right?
And I love Ron Tripp getting a shout out at the end of the movie. Said, shoot, he's been here. Where's he?
Yeah,
been?
I know.
Yeah,
I love Ron Tripp. But I was like, oh gosh,
yeah, there's a lack of that group for sure. Maybe there's a little bit more. I mean, the only thing was just like you had Kat talking about hey, what's the guy you're seeing and. She's very bouncy, of course, which, okay, it's fine.
I'm glad you brought that up. Can anyone show me a frame of this movie where her shirts aren't unbuttoned?
Oh, yeah. I don't.
Well, that's Cat Grant.
Nothing wrong.
Come on.
Hey,
you're complaining?
I don't think there's shade. Hey,
I wasn't paying attention, but
nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. I even turned to my dad.
Well, no, I will say it is the same Gunn formula. I saw somebody say where I was like, yeah, they're right. Like you have one woman that's just being completely like.
That's Cat Grant. Oh, that's Cat Grant.
That's Cat Grant. It's always been Cat Grant.
Yeah, he's always been like that. That's the thing. It's like
I just think that like I wish Gunn would have avoided those tropes, because I think that's the thing is he saw it instead of going like. Oh, I succeed
why would he
in that?
avoid that though? Why would he avoid that trope when that's the character?
Yeah,
that is her. That is her in the comic books. Mm-hmm. Like I could open one now and tell you, this is what she looks like. So why would he avoid that?
Yeah.
Well, for Cat, it's just he does have a thing, and I think like you watch most of his movies, he does have a thing where like definitely women are kind of like there's one woman character who's very mistreated. Or done some, like that. He's got tropes that he. No, not her. I'm talking about not Kat wasn't Mr. but like Eve Tessmacher or something. Like those type of. He's got tropes and stuff that I was hoping he wouldn't include in a big A-lister movie like this. That he did, and that I was like, oh, okay, I
think that really. Like to your point, like that's really ultimately like what it boils down to for me is like it's the direction and execution of it all.
Sure.
And like I'm kind of with Austin in that I was kind of hoping maybe he'd rein it in. And like Dave mentioned, like those first two trailers, we've talked about it. I was like, yeah, this looks good, you know?
Yeah.
And when that third trailer hit and then the clips started hitting, I was like, oh, now I'm remembering why I have my reservations. And then I walked out of the movie and I was like, okay, everyone who thought I was not going to like it was 1000% correct. And I should have maybe leveled my expectations a little bit better. But hey, you know what? I can say with certainty, I went in, I gave it the fair shake, I walked out of it. Here I am.
Yeah, and that's what I respect a lot.
And the big thing though is like it made me think about all those years on Twitter and seeing all the hate for Man of Steel and BVS and leading up into the Snyder Cut and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't want to be on the opposite end of this. And I'm going to make an avid decision to not only not talk about it online, because I don't want to piss in anyone's Cheerios. I don't want to, you know, just have those long threads of like, what is the difference between Superman 2025 and Man of Steel as far as Superman? Because who the fuck cares? Like what you like, don't like what you don't like. It's not that hard, you know? And after seeing, again, just so many people just go after each other over these two movies, I'm like, I don't want any part of it. People that I know really enjoyed it. You know, our friend Ray, Flightcast, he really loved it. Great. Fabulous. Enosh, a lot of other people on this panel loved it more than me, and that's totally fine. I am not going to piss in anyone's Cheerios over this movie. I'm not going to say you're wrong for liking it because we got all that shit from 2013 going forward. So I'm just like,
on the past. It's all in the past.
And I so wish people would be as mature and just think like you, because
and like as a Snyder fan and seeing all the nonsense from the cult, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to be that. There's no fucking.
Yeah, don't be that guy.
And to the point of like celebrating, like, hey, we've got a Superman movie again.
Sure.
I'm
the fact that it's so exciting right now too.
When I think Phil agrees that he even respects that, and that like the fact that people are rallying behind
or excited.
I heard him say that.
And you know, that goes what I've always said. It's like, guess what? You like what you like. I guess what if you are that dedicated to Man of Steel, that's your live and die Superman movie. Guess what? You got it on your shelf, got it digitally. Well, maybe digitally. You never know when they're going to take that away from you. You know, you've got that thing that you hold true. That's okay. Good for you at that point. But the thing is, like everyone says, like we got superhero fatigue and things like that. They're continuing to make these movies. It continues to have these debates of like people who, as you're saying, Phil, like, hey, not my tempo, happy for everyone else, happy to have a conversation, just saying not yucking people's yum. This has been a great conversation. And celebrate the idea that, okay, we've got a new DC universe forming. Let's just see what happens.
See what happens. And, not everything's good. What's cool about it, and I was thinking about this today, too, before the stream started, I was like, man, I mean, he set it up with Superman, and it is craziness that we saw with this movie, but at the same time it's like not everything's going to be this tone, and everybody there's people that thought like he's setting the tone. It's like, no, he's not, because Lanterns is not going to be the same tone, Supergirl is not going to be the same tone, and Clayface is not going to be the same tone. There's going to be so many different tones. He's just, I mean, it's almost like, and I hate to say it, but I also get it, is Gunn kind of played it a little safe, because we know that he wanted to have the title card thing, and we talked about he cut that out because it didn't test well. There was a scene where Ultraman punches Crypto and it didn't test well, so they got rid of it. And you can kind of see like, you could see where that scene was, because there is a scene where Crypto attacks Ultraman. And you kind of go like, oh, and I even tweeted out, I was like, oh, fucking pussy. And it was like, and that's my thoughts. Cause I was like, damn it, man. I'm like, there's things like the things that Gunn like was like trying to go for to try to do something different, like the title cards and certain things. I'm like going, anytime I hear about that, I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, let the guy, I mean, it sucks because I get disappointed because, obviously DC Studios is its own thing and it's James Gunn doing his own thing. Right. And I thought, okay, he's not going to listen to but he's listening to the audience. And I get it because, being a YouTuber or whatever the fuck, and you watch things and you go like, oh, what's going to be, what is everybody kind of doing? Should I follow this formula? Should I do this? You want to do your own thing, but you also kind of want to go, well, maybe you shouldn't do that because the audience is saying, I mean, we live in 2025, the audience is like, I mean, that's your boss kind of thing. And it sucks that that's the case. It sucks that that's the case. But at the same time, it's like, that's kind of what it is right now, especially with these big movies. And I'm like, so I get it. And I also hate it, kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, yeah, it's disappointing where you want to take risks, but the fact that we agree or disagree at that point, the previous arrows, like a lot of risks people considered at that point that didn't necessarily pan out for a number of different reasons. We're not going to rehash the past history. We've done this so much, but then we've got Gunn saying, all right, well, I can't do this. I at least want to get us on a good footing so that when later, if I can start taking some risks, or we can start saying, we can do that. And that's okay. I can accept that because we got to at least start somewhere to get some footing.
Yeah.
I knew that from the get-go he wasn't going to take big swings. He was never going to take the big swings in the first
But
movie.
he did with the Jarrell. He did with the Jarrell thing, though. We have to.
With the Jarrell, yes.
That was the biggest swing. But
was
even
not a big
then,
swing. Like a big swing to me
like,
feels like, let's kill Superman in the second time around.
Yeah,
that's a big fucking swing.
To do that.
I'll kill Krypto in the fucking first movie. Like that's a big swing. But like, giving you a Jarrell story that is similar to something that we're releasing before, that didn't feel like it's a big swing. And like that I was always fine with that because I knew he wasn't gonna do that. He needed to establish his universe. He needed to get people on board with this new universe, or let everybody know this is not the same thing from before. Whether you love it or not, this is different. This is a new start, and this is what it is. And I think he accomplished that.
Yeah. I think he took like big steps when it came to, I mean, even Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, doing stuff like that. There was like some things where it was like, I mean, that's his specialty to write an asshole character like that.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, does that fit in a Superman movie? And I was even kind of worried. I was like, oh shit, is Guy Gardner going to fit in this? And pleasantly surprised. Oh yeah, it fits.
I will say that ending where a guy shows up,
with the kid,
kids are waiting,
and then all of a sudden
he shows up and he goes, "You got an upgrade, kid," and middle finger.
Yeah,
I was like
fucking everybody up, and then Metamorpho and Hawk Girl show up, and it was a nice little satisfying.
It was,
and then of course we have the and we haven't brought this up yet, the Jimmy Olsen, Eve whole thing, which. That's a little bit. It's kind of one of those things where I go.
It's a weird thing where I don't hate it and I don't love it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Austin. Because I feel the same way.
Yes.
Because
I do too.
I mean, okay. So the whole Jimmy thing, where he's like a stud, and then you look at Jimmy and you go, "What the fuck?" I'm like, I sit there and go, like, anybody who pushes back against this, I have had friends. That are like this, where I go, where I literally go, how the fuck do you do it? Like, because you have something, I don't get it, and you get attraction.
The kids say they got Riz today.
They got that charm. There was that charm. But I will say this too, right? And I liked the actor a lot that plays Jimmy. I've watched him for years and years.
Skylar Gassando.
Yeah, I love him in Righteous Gemstones and all that type of stuff. But I'll even say this: there wasn't anything in there with his character that made me go like even kind of understand that a little bit. Like, I get it was a joke and that he's Jimmy and just kind of get hot girls, but there was just, I don't know. I was kind of like,
that's the thing.
It's just silly. It's a little silly.
Understand it. I literally have a friend right now where I don't even understand. I'm like, how the fuck do you have a girlfriend every 2 months? Like, I go, what the fuck how do you do that?
Right. Right. We all have that. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is I've had friends like that. I have current friends where I go, what the fuck? Like, how have
they just have the charm, not the looks, but they got the charm.
There's an aura. So when people go like, what the hell? I'm like, well, no, that is a fucking thing.
Yes.
And I get that. And maybe, but at the same time, the Eve Tessmacher stuff where she's not as stupid.
Okay.
Where she takes selfies, and I'm like, That's a choice.
Okay, I agree completely with both of you. I'm kind of like just whatever about it. Like, okay,
Right.
you want to do something different with Jimmy Olsen. I completely understand that. You don't want to do the photographer thing. You don't want to maybe tip on the toes of My Adventures with Superman.
Well,
and
modern day, yeah.
right. And like I think the thing for me that was like between the whole, Tessmacher Jimmy thing, I was like, I'd heard about it like as a rumor, and I was like, oh, that'd certainly be something, and then it ended up being true, and I was like, oh, okay. The fact that he has her labeled as Mutant Toes in his phone, I was like, okay,
really.
I did that when I was 16 to my ex-girlfriends, and I'm looking at it now as a 33 grown man, and I'm like, that's fucking stupid. That's sophomoric, and I get it. You are catering to the widest audience possible because you have teenage boys who are going to look at that and go, we're doing that. It's like, fuck, all right, dude, whatever. But
guess who's back? He's back.
Oh, hell yeah!
A left turn, and then now we're back here.
Wait.
Fucking Jimmy Olsen, and that's.
We're talking about Jimmy Olsen's fucking big cat.
I like your hashtag, Travis.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna tweet it tomorrow again. I'm gonna keep going on it. But I didn't like any of that. I didn't, and I also think it kind of made Jimmy Olsen a piece of shit. With like
a little bit, yeah. Like it was kind of
the second time when she calls with the evidence and she's crying, fearful for her life, and she's like, "Can I see you?" And he's like, "I don't know." I was like, I'm not trying to be some, oh, you're woke, Travis, but like the guy just felt like a super misogynistic asshole. Like this girl's life is on the line, and they're using it as like a joke. And it'd be different if she was full on villain, but they didn't go that route with her. They kind of went with she's ditzy. And
she's like in a bad situation trying to get out of it.
Yeah, you mentioned her being ditzy, and I remember like the first time you see her, selfie aside, because I still think that's fucking stupid. But like when she goes Ultraman, I was like, are you fucking serious? What is she, the cheerleader of Luthor Corps?
Actually, yes.
Yes,
that was weird because there was no reaction to it. It was just kind of like, oh, man. And then it was just like the scene just kind of went, and that's it. And I was like,
yeah,
okay.
But, no, I'm kind of with Travis. I mean, I didn't even think about that, but the fact that he's like so awkward and so like, what the fuck do I do? I don't even care. You're literally named Mutant Toes in my phone. And the fact that like their whole conversation was her just being like, you want to meet up? I'm just like, ooh. Like because the culture surrounding like men and women in relationships right now is so fucking just all-time low. Like women are choosing bears for very obvious reasons because of things like that. It's interesting in a way of like putting on display of like real world scenarios, but at the same time, like I'm kind of with Travis and like I didn't care for it, but after hearing that, I'm like, oh yeah, that really makes a lot of sense. It ain't a good look for Jimmy Olsen.
It's like that when the first few times, like I'm fine, but like so when this person's literally crying on the phone, and after they do a joke too, when she gets pulled and the phone clicks out, and when he's talking to Lois about it, he's like, I don't know, she probably like dropped the phone in the toilet or something. It's like, that's not the time to be making this joke of like this woman could be getting brutally murdered by Ultraman, and she was like, whatever. And no, it's even weirder.
Head,
and no, it's even weirder at the end of the movie when they hug. Jimmy like smiles and like, oh, he actually cares about it. So it's like, what are we doing here?
Same thing.
What are we doing here? Is it a joke?
Exact thing.
Yeah. So it I didn't have a problem with it, but it reminded me of lots of people really dislike the Mantis Drax thing in the Guardians movie because it's just Drax being a piece of shit to Mantis, right? And finally, the third one, they kind of like wheel that off a little bit. But in the Christmas special and in Guardians 2, he's always like being very demeaning to her, calling her ugly, trying to get Rocket to bite her. And that didn't bug me in those movies, but this bugged me with Jimmy. And I also just hate that how do you get Lex taken down is because he has a
promiscuous selfies.
Yeah, that, and it's because Jimmy has a booty call on his phone. Like that's how Lex Luthor gets taken down, which I heard a little bit. Like no matter about the betrayal of Lex, he's doing a lot of big time evil shit, right? Like on paper, he's a mastermind in this movie, moving all these pieces. And the fact that it's like, just Jimmy's ex-girlfriend helps take him down. It's like, I would rather take Jimmy out or give him something of note to get that information. But no, it was played off as a joke, and I didn't like any of the Jimmy stuff.
I wasn't
though. He was
a fan of it either, really, to be honest. I was
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, even the second time, I was like, okay, I mean, I get it. I get what they're going for, but I was like, nah, Jimmy's more than this than just
Yeah.
But I mean, but at the same time, I still understand. Like when people are like, "How is Jimmy like this stud?" I'm like, don't even fucking talk about that because I don't even understand when I have people in my life that
Right.
So I
Now
understand
that I
part.
get.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that I
that's
get.
fine.
That I guess you could say was relatable, or whatever. But like, other than that, I completely agree with Travis because I caught that at the end too, where she runs up to him and hugs him, and he kind of gives this little smirk, and I'm like, so you care? Like,
Yeah.
what? I'm so confused here as to like, so you're happy about this because the entire movie she was like, and we can spend the rest of our lives together, and he's like, yeah,
Maybe.
like,
Well, he said
you know?
the weekend.
Right,
But yeah,
right.
for like a crazy situation like that, they could have probably handled that way better. But yeah, but I mean,
I do like the concept, don't like the execution.
And I hope that rumored
concept's
show
good.
is. I hope that stays just a concept. I don't think we need the Jimmy Olsen show. And even though I loved Mr. Terrific in this, I sometimes don't even know if you need that. Some characters are just good as the side character, and that's where they can really pop. Right? It's just like
I think if anything, that we'll get a terrific show with him and Plastic Man.
Think so?
That
Like a Justin King show, maybe.
Yeah, I do think that's if they do that, that's where that will be. 100%. I do.
Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting character, and I think like his role, like, I mean, that's why everybody says he's like the scene stealer. Like him and Crypto are like the scene stealers of this movie. And
I even liked what it was campy, it was corny, but I did like it when he says, "I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific," and starts going, "Yeah, you are," like,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
so, great. but that whole aspect, I didn't really like that little subplot of the Eve and Jimmy. So I was like, even the second time, I was like, yeah, it just doesn't really work for me all that much. I get it, and it's unique, it's different, and I'm like, oh wait,
I'd rather have more Clark and Lois stuff. I'd rather have stuff with Perry. I'd rather have more
stuff with
more
Lex. Of that.
I'd rather have more stuff with his parents. Like that's the thing when it's just that when it takes it doesn't take up that much screen time, but when it is a movie that you already feel needs a bit more time, and you look at the stuff, okay, what could you take out? I don't think that stuff's needed. I think sadly a lot of us said like a lot of Daily Planet stuff isn't needed, and they do the Batman thing right where he's barely Clark in this movie, and I'm fine with that. I was fine with that in the Batman where he's barely Bruce. Like we can explore that in the future, but that's the difference with me. Where for the Batman, all the non-Bruce stuff, I love all the stuff they explore, and I feel like everyone gets moments to shine. Where it's like, okay, we're not spending that much time with Clark and Lois, but we're gonna spend time with a little Jimmy over here, and that's just like, okay. The balance just isn't.
I don't think Jimmy has a little Jimmy.
I guess not. He knows how to use it.
All right, what are we doing here? I've had too much bourbon. But little Jimmy. I know. But so I mean, I think one of the.
I did have one question. Go for everybody. How did you all feel about the Supergirl?
That's what I was going to ask. I was like, we have one more thing. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Jeez,
my bad.
Stepping all over me.
I was just taking a shot. Shut up.
No, it's fine. But yeah, I was going to ask how are we feeling about Supergirl showing up? And it's not a post-credit scene. It was part of the movie still. Obviously we have Superman getting back to the Fortress of Solitude. And some of the robots are, they're back up, especially 4, who is now Gary, which was, they had to do that whole thing. And, but then of course she just shows up and both times, of course, gets a rise from the theater, which is like, obviously, who that is. And yeah, I mean, she looks great. The costume looks great. And, but she's drunk.
Yeah, as soon as she spoke, I said, "Oh, she's drunk." Like it wasn't even like a couple of words. I said, "All right, this is Woman of Tomorrow." This is
Well, it was funny. Some people, again, I still have not read the Woman of Tomorrow comic. It's not my fault because I have gone down to the Sci-Fi Center several times, and he's out. So that's
Amazon exists.
But I know. I just try to support.
Fair.
I know I'm this close to getting it on Amazon, but
You can read it on DCUI.
Oh, it's on DC. Okay,
Yeah,
I might check.
That's how I read it.
I might check that out and then get a copy just to
Nice.
help support
Sure,
it.
yeah, you should pick it up.
But
You
yeah,
just
no,
have
like so
like
I don't know.
stack
So
of
people,
DC
from what I've
there,
heard,
Ben,
Was
do you
that-
just have like the whole stack of everything coming for the DC?
No,
around?
because
Do you have like Batman
have-
and Son,
He's
like-
reaching.
no, I had this is the last 3 big thing that I read. Well, the last one was Wonder Woman, Paradise Lost, and but I had it in my living room, and my wife told me when I picked it up from work, she said, "Take the shit out of my living room." So I put it right here.
I didn't mean to cut off, not, but I was just like you pulled up every single fucking book that we were talking about.
No, yeah, no, it's just a happy coincidence. I'm not doing the
Scott thing.
yeah,
God
Scott's
thing. No, I'm
gimmick.
not at all.
but no, like coming from somebody who like I haven't read the comics, so I've heard kind of both. I've heard that like yeah, that's the Kara that we're kind of expecting, and then I've heard the opposite of that. Like, what is this? This kind of feels.
She's not a complete drunk. Like she just wanted to. Like I'm not. This is not a huge spoiler. He says it in the thing. Like she likes going off planet, so that way the Red Sun to do it. And that's what it opens with. She's at a bar to celebrate her birthday.
Yeah,
And that's it. She is not a complete drunk throughout the whole thing. It is just a humorous kind of things. Like, yeah, I get it. Hey, guess what? We've seen it in Superman 3.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
I think for me, like,
I mean, no, sorry. Good.
I think for me, like, the way it comes off, it feels like it's implied like she's a drunk. And for me, like, not last year, but the year before, I was in a really, really awful, ugly situationship with, wait for it, a blonde who liked to drink with an unruly dog. So when I saw that, it was just like this fucking.
What's her number? I'm just kidding.
Oh God, she. Oh no.
555 red kryptonite. There you go. But no, it just gave me some massive whiplash. And like, I like Millie Alcock. I think she's going to be fine. I'm just like, again, it was just kind of like a thing of like.
Did it give you any concern or pause or anything for?
I don't know that it
Supergirl?
gave me any pause, but I definitely like had, again, just like massive PTSD whiplash of like what I went through with that. And I'm like,
Fair.
I don't think that they're going to do it through the movie, and I hope like she doesn't use alcohol or space alcohol or whatever as a coping mechanism for what happened on Krypton. And I found it even more jarring because James Gunn notoriously has said like, I've lived a sober lifestyle, I got off narcotics and alcohol and all this shit, and it's just like it's kind of a choice to showcase like a drunken Supergirl in a family-friendly Superman movie. You know, it's very like it's a choice. It was a choice, and it's like. She's wearing the coat from that first issue of Woman of Tomorrow. Like it's very clear that's what they're doing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And again, like we didn't get enough there to see like, will she like own the fucking role? But I think she looks good and the suit looks good.
So this was just mainly done because, from what my understanding is that Crypto is in Woman of Tomorrow. This just kind of makes sense as to that. Like,
oh yes,
she's getting her dog and then going on to her story.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, she. I mean, yeah, she looks good. The costume looks good. Yeah, I mean, they
see. I guess, as long as I understand I don't mind it. I kind of, I get you're setting up the next thing, and it's kind of like obviously if Crypto's in that, people are going to ask questions. Well, he was in Superman, a little bit ago. How did he end up with her? So I guess it does make sense. I guess story wise, it's not just kind of a random thing or even like a setup, even though it is.
Yeah. No, I love it.
Well, I mean,
I'm very excited
I
for
thought
that,
it was
yeah.
good that it wasn't for a post-credit scene. It was part of the movie. You know, post-credit scenes were nothing, anything that was to, that's why even last night or when I watched it with everybody else, I was like, oh, there's one more scene, but it's not really relevant. I mean, I sent it to you guys. There's nothing relevant to it because it's literally just, Mr. Terrific and Superman looking at a crack in the building and being like, is it lined up? Which is kind of funny because we saw those behind the scenes, pictures of them staring at that. And it kind of makes you wonder, was that actually, what? I don't know. Maybe it was part of the movie at first, or maybe it was always going to be a post-credit. But what I do appreciate from James Gunn is the fact that it's like, yeah, I'm not doing the Marvel thing. I'm doing the lead up to the next one at the end of the movie. but then I'm just gonna have some fun little shit,
Credits, yeah.
peppered. Like I'm gonna show Crypto and Superman on the moon, and
That was cute. I will say that was very cute. I did like that.
Both time the movie theater, because so, but. But at the same time, when the credits were rolling, I was like, we don't have to stay for that. I was like, we don't need to stay for this. I could send you guys it. It's nothing relevant. It really isn't. And I explained it to everybody. So we just left, and I was like, yeah, because it's nothing. But but Supergirl, I mean, I think Millie Alcock's gonna nail it. I think that's gonna be a fucking huge hit where people are gonna be very surprised by it. And they were emphasizing the drunk thing and blah 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 and the expositional but the end of the movie, I mean, it's very much a James Gunn ending, obviously, with the fact that it's like, because right off the bat, the opening scene, when he first goes into, and this is what I can respect for the storytelling of this movie, is the fact that it opens up with Superman being fucked up, and they bring him in, and he wants to hear his biological parents' message as he's being fixed. So then after everything that happens and him coming to the realization that, oh shit, that was wrong. My earthbound parents are the ones that raised me. They're the ones that that instilled the good in me. So yes, show me videos, and then you see the circular videos of all of him growing up with that song, and I was like, fucking perfect way to end it. I thought, I really thought it's a very James Gunn ending for sure, but at the same time, I was like, but that's not a bad thing. That's not saying it's a bad thing. It was a really great way. Like I both times I smiled, like that's good. That was a great way to end this movie, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I didn't love the song choice.
I thought the end.
You didn't like the song choice?
No, I wish it was a score.
Well, I mean, it was the whole thing about him and Lois talking about being
punk rock, right? I know punk rock.
I just wish they may play that at a different point. But no, the ending was. I like the parent stuff. That was good. The score just kind of took me out of it. Played over the credits. Wish it was, or the song. I wish it was a score. Yeah. And the car thing. I've not read Woman of Tomorrow, but I just look at it from a standpoint of what do people like that story, but what do people want? Do they want just the female Clark Kent version, and that movie will just sink? Like, there's going to be no reason there. I think Supergirl, it kind of already happened, but I think it's going to be a big coming out party for Millie Alcock. I think that's going to make her a made woman. I think she's going to be a bigger star than Corrin Sweat is after this. Like, I thought she was great in that. I thought the second she was on screen with him, she came off as the more electric, like, have to watch and see what she's gonna do. Like, I like Dave Corrin Sweat a lot in this, but in contrast, he looked boring, which is a good contrast because that's what this version of Cars supposedly is, right? The drugs and drunk thing doesn't bother me because, like, you could also, like what Phil's talking about with James Gunn, that could also be the point of the character, right? Is that he, like, I don't think James will have a story by credit, but if he wanted to help do some of that pitch, they could make that. And it's like, I don't know, last decade, one of the most popular characters in a kid's movie was Jack Sparrow. So I know I've seen some people be like, oh, it's a kid's family movie. You got this drunk character. It's like Jack Sparrow was making drink jokes and sexual assault jokes, and he fucking goes see sick kids at hospitals. Like, I don't think kids, if any kids gauge it that way, I don't think that, like, when my girls watched it, they weren't like, why was she acting? Like, they just take it as she's eccentric. They're not thinking, oh my God, Car's back there taking a bunch of shots. Like, my 7 and 5-year-old just like, oh, that was really fun, and I'm excited to see the movie. Like, they don't think about the same way we do. And same thing with, like, most of society. I don't think most GA are like, oh my God, there's a drunk superhero here. What the fuck are they doing? Like, that's us talking about that stuff. I think they just look, oh, that's the girl from Game of. They probably didn't even know, and they, oh, that's the girl from House of Dragon. She's playing Supergirl. Cool, because I think she comes off good in that scene. And when she called them a bitch, that got a massive laugh in my theater. And I liked it. I thought it was great. So I was like excited for the movie, but now I'm very excited just seeing that small little snippet. Like, okay, I think at least with the character, she's gonna nail the acting part. Don't know the rest of it. Yeah, don't know, directing, writing, how it all goes. We'll see. But as far as character, and now I'm very excited to see them interact in like a longer form, whether it's Justice League or some other Krypton team up movie, like whatever it may be. I'm excited to see those two together. So.
Oh yeah, you know that they're gonna interact too. Austin, I know you got to head out. Sorry, I know you've been.
No worries. Yeah, I gotta head out. I just kind of final thoughts. Again, I really like the movie and stuff, but I do like Man of Steel better. I think that's just
We
I
get
mean,
it.
like I said, it's a great traditional Superman movie and stuff, and I hope that they kind of learn going forward, and kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy, this movie kind of grows with the audience. It kind of started cringy and campy and all this, and I would like to see it grow into something more mature and being able to deal with things a little bit better. But
It'll get
yeah,
there.
other than that, I did like the movie and I respect Gunn and all of that. But yeah, it's got its issues.
Of course. All right. Well, appreciate it, man.
Of course, thank you guys. I apprate talking to all of y'all, hearing
Good
all,
one, man.
Good
all your
night.
opinions and stuff. So have a good one. We'll see y'all next time.
Yeah. Good night.
Peace.
Sure. But yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think there's I think we covered it all, right?
I think
When it comes
that's
to this discussion.
Oh, the mystery of the fifth dimensional GIMP.
Oh yeah. That was okay. Okay, we didn't really talk. Okay, so that was, you know what? I mean, like that was a serious scene. Again, this is where I go. God damn it, James Gunn! Can we just have a serious scene? And of course, he has to have that. And I get it. You're bringing some tension where it's like, oh yeah, because I mean, it's so funny because the very first shot that we got is Corn Sweat in the costume. He's putting it like it's essentially he's taking off or putting his boots on while something's happening in the background, and we're all going, what the fuck is that? And then we see it in the teaser, we see it in the trailer, and we're like, what the fuck is that? And it's basically a throwaway. It's an interdimensional GIMP that the Justice Gang is handling while Lois and Superman are talking when it comes to like serious shit. And I just kind of go, okay. But it to me, it was a little frustrating because I was like, do we have to have that in the background while this is supposed to be a serious conversation?
Well,
You know, that's just
sometimes
James
we think about these things that whenever we see a movie, we always ask, "Where's Thor? Where is Captain America? Where's Iron Man to help out with this fucking threat?" So, like to me, the way that I looked at it is like, okay, they are, I guess, some levels to how these things happen because this is a universe where you have real, world threats, and there are level 1 threats where Superman can look at it like, yeah, I think Guy Garner can take care of this.
Yeah,
So,
understandable, but the fact that it's like while a serious moment is happening, they're looking out and like, oh, that shit's happening and shit's happening in the background. I just that's my thing about it is just the fact that it was a serious moment where Superman's talking about finding out what his parents wanted him to do and blah blah blah, and then talking about I think crypto as well, trying to find crypto. So there was like it was like a serious moment. So, but then every now and again you're distracted by the interdimensional GIMP thing that the Justice Gang is like fighting in the background. I don't know. To me, it's like if you're gonna have a goofy, if you're gonna have a funny moment where maybe Lois and Superman are like arguing back and forth, yeah, maybe that would work. But when it's something serious as them talking to each other, especially after they had their interview, and the fact that Lois basically said that I'm not good with relationships, so even he was probably like, where do we stand? It was just a lot of serious shit going on. And then you're breaking the tension constantly because there's like this thing in the
Something
background.
going on in the background.
Yeah. That's where I just kind of go, James Gunn, you need to relax with your fucking, humor injected on serious moments. That's just me though. I don't know how you get to it.
No, that one didn't bug me. I just laughed that.
It didn't bug you? Okay.
No, it didn't. No, I guess I didn't. I didn't take it too comedic. My thing that I found funny was just that for like a year, whenever that suit's been revealed, we've all like there's been sort of speculation on what that thing is, and it was really it's just background stuff. I just took it as like, oh, it's just to show that this world there's always these threats, right? Because one day Superman's fighting the Hammer, and then like a few days later it's a kaiju, and now it's this thing. So I think they're showing off why there needs to be heroes. And I do find it funny for all the people that were kind of memed on the beginning of like, oh, it better not be a threat because Superman's just sitting there doing
Putting on his
nothing.
boots and sitting there.
Yeah, and that's what it did end up being in a way, which again, they're like, it's a minor threat, but it is just still funny that there is a threat out there, and Superman's like, I gotta talk to my girlfriend and watch Peacemaker for a little bit, and it doesn't bug me because that's
Yeah,
not something there.
Again,
I'll
I'm
take
just
care of
like,
that.
I'm all for a scene like that, but just with the fact of like what was being talked about, I was like, I just wanted the conversation between them when they're, you know, with everything that's happened. I just didn't want that distraction. If it was something something else where he was just kind of like, and they were talking maybe not something so serious, then I would appreciate it a little bit more. I mean, I get it. Like, it's like, you know, let's not have this thing be so serious. But yeah, I don't know. It was just my gripe when it came to that, you know. But it's just so funny because we like for how long we were like, what the fuck is happening in the background? And then it's a nothing.
Nothing burger.
Which I don't mind. I'm like, you know, well played, James Gunn. Very well played.
Actually, I wanted to see more of that because that stuff going behind the scenes was like telling me, yes, this is a universe where you have gods and monsters, you have heroes and villains that show up out of nowhere, and they have to deal with all type of shit. So, that's the only shot that we got letting you know that, because I was like, yeah, we got the little sign saying Gotham City. Okay, yeah, that's the way to Batman's freaking stomping grounds. But there's no flying bat plane flying around or something that tells me, yeah, there goes Batman, or there goes Green Arrow, or there's, you know, you got a building here and there, but nothing that was as on your face as that shot of that little interdimensional imp.
I mean, watch we find out that that we didn't see it, and there was the Batwing did fly across.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Wouldn't that be fucking insane? If we find out that there was something like that, I would forgive that scene. I'd be like, all right, fucking A. You know, no, I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if, James Gunn even said there's an Easter egg in the first Guardians of the Galaxy that no one's ever figured out. To this day, and then when we're talking about 12 years later, no, 11 years later, right? Came out in 2014. But I think he specifically said that there's an Easter egg in the first Guardians of the Galaxy that no one has ever revealed, that he put in there. And I'm like going, I wouldn't be surprised if he put something like that in this shit. Where, like, you know, something as subtle as that. I mean, wouldn't that be crazy? During that scene, you see like a slight shadow of a Batwing flying over, because Batman's going, "What's happening here?" Okay, they got it. Or something. I don't know. I'm like, you know, I mean, even like when it came to Man of Steel, there are fucking Easter eggs all throughout in there. I mean, some more obvious than others, you know, just because they wanted to do it. I mean, Easter eggs are fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of wondering, like, if James Gunn's going to go through and reveal what Easter eggs he put in this movie that we did not see, and I would love that. Or, you know, if somebody does, when it comes out on digital, you can dissect it frame by frame. And you know, some psycho is going to do that, not me.
Yeah,
Some gun nut. You know.
You mean frame by frame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could like it. There's going to be people that are going to go frame by frame and look at little things and be like, is this Batman's shadow, you know, or something like that, you know, or, oh my God, this is, you know, do I see, you know, Nightwing's baton, or I don't know, it's going to be some shit, you know.
Yeah, no, I thought there would be something more overt to just Gotham and in general, but there wasn't. So
well, they had like the news thing, right?
Yeah,
the news on the screen.
Yeah, I guess right. The flooding, right? That everyone thinks
flooding in Gotham, which a lot of people were associating to the first Batman movie. It was like, oh shit.
There was Bloodhaven. I think wasn't there?
Was there a Bloodhaven mention in this?
I think so.
Movie?
If I'm not mistaken,
maybe in one of those screens that said Bloodhaven.
I thought it did.
We'll see.
this isn't new, but I think GBS was one of the new stations too. And
Gotham.
G.
Yeah.
Gordon Godfrey. No. G. Gordon
Oh.
Godfrey works for GBS, and G. Gordon Godfrey has ties to New Gods.
Yeah, there's that. Okay.
Yeah, that's something
Yeah.
I noticed.
But yeah, as soon as it releases out on video, I mean, people are gonna fucking dissect every frame of this.
Oh, yeah.
movie. Yeah.
Every bad shot is gonna come to.
Oh, that too. Yeah. That was already happening with the trailers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were present.
Look at his foot. Look at his foot. His foot looks weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at his face.
Yeah. The
God
lens.
damn.
I was not a fan of the lens that they used for this.
Neither was I.
Oh yeah.
That was actually
when he's
part of my
flying, it looks weird.
Yeah.
You know what though? Like in like when he's flying super fast to get back to the Fortress of Solitude because he realizes, oh shit.
Yep.
I was like okay with it. Like, yeah, I mean, obviously he
Yeah,
looks
context.
he looks like Superman in fucking Flashpoint, and he's all skinny and looking and
Mhm.
weird. But but at the same time, I'm like, I get it because he's like going ultrasonic, and I was like, okay, I understand the concept of what you were doing, and it, I was like, I was fine with it, like in the context of like, oh yeah, he's trying to get to the Fortress of Solitude as quickly as possible. So I understood it where it was like, oh yeah, that's gonna warp him a little bit because he's moving so fast. I get what he was going for right there. So
Sure.
yeah, but
I hated that we got all the flying scene on the trailers.
yeah,
All the
right.
fucking flying scenes, the best flying scenes were in the fucking trailer.
Yeah.
When he's fighting the kaiju, all that stuff was in the trailers. Like, why would you show us this?
Yeah, why not? Look at I'm looking at Chris Wong Swenson. He posted his review.
Yeah, you saw that too.
Yeah, a massive CBM. You are plopped right into the DCU and all of the comic booky, cartoonish style. Yeah, David Cornsweat's great Superman. Yeah, a nice addition to the Superman mythos. So, hey, Chris Wong Swenson approves with some thumbs up. So,
Did any of you guys read the Wall Street Journal breakdown of what's coming next, or like what is alluded to coming next? No, Superman's like
I saw something about it, but I didn't read.
I took a gander at it a couple hours ago, and like there's some things in there. I guess like a Mr. Terrific and Jimmy Olsen are being considered for spin-offs as far as television series go.
I would not be surprised with that. That could be actually a really good combination. To be honest,
it's separate. It sounds
separate. Yeah.
Oh,
separate.
I thought they would be joined together.
No.
Why not? That would be good.
One's a journalist, another one's a superhero.
No, listen to me. Listen to me.
I thought he'd be writing this the Terrifics.
I want something Mr. Terrific centric, so long as James Gunn doesn't write
What
it.
if James Gunn is the one writing it?
I don't want him writing it. I want someone else to write it.
And I can't remember who said it earlier when they were talking about some of these. I think it was Austin about how some of the Gunnisms don't work with the Superman characters, and I was talking about this with Scott, who I think he agrees with me that. Man, I know we're gonna get Justice League, and I didn't hate this film, but I would very much like James Gunn not to direct Justice League. I would love if he handed it off to somebody. I don't think there's a chance that he does. I think he does it. I think he takes it on, but I would love to see, even if he writes it or a story, that's fine. I'm not saying like hands off, not that. And again, I gave this like a 7. Like, yeah, it still would be fine. It's not like the be all end all. Oh my god, he's directed Justice League. It's over. It's just I would like some of the situations to not have. Some of Gunn's stuff, and I don't know, Mr. Terrific. I'll give the show a shot. Jimmy Olsen, I don't need that, but let's see how Lantern does now, because now we got our first. I know we got Peacemaker next, but Peacemaker's like that's a season 2 to a show that already worked. Like let's see, and I want to see Lanterns, which is like a new show. It's not James Gunn. It's not James Gunn showrunner, and even next year with Supergirl and Clayface, right? Like let's see those. I hoping they're great, but at the same time, like let's say if they're kind of just all right, then that changes things. But and then I fucking just hope to get some cast announcements in the next year for the Batman. I want that to happen, obviously, and I hope that does happen. So I hope that all goes through, and I hope some of these projects do happen, and we'll see what happens with Justice League. And but it's exciting. I'm excited to see just
box office, the second weekend, the third weekend compared to F4. It got an A-. I'm not sure if you guys talked about the cinema score. Got the A- cinema score. So
Yeah, they got an A-. Yeah, Superman
same
has
as
an
Man of
A-.
Steel, same as the Batman, which is kind of funny because I feel like that's the other. I feel like the two barometers are Man of Steel and the Batman when people are talking about like box office success. So
Yes.
it's kind of funny that like with the general audience, they kind of view that as the same, and which is funny for Man of Steel because I feel like that was much more diverse. So like when I heard an A-, it's like, oh no, it's not as low as I thought. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens the next few weeks and see what happens if it's just like a big opening weekend and what the case
I mean,
is.
luckily Superman does not have, next weekend, but we got Smurfs and I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot. I mean, it's not, there's not
Giant killers, both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Superman's going to be 2 weekends in a row top box office for sure.
I did see that Jurassic World Rebirth is actually looking at getting $30 million domestically this weekend, which that's a 60% drop, but even still, it's like that's not.
Oh no, it's not bad. Like Jurassic World did well last weekend.
Yep.
I don't think it has the word of mouth though. It just does not have the word of mouth.
It's not gonna get to $1 billion.
It's not making $1 billion. I mean, a lot of people were just like, yeah, that was something cool. Go watch it. And everybody flocked to it. It was the 4th of July weekend, and it totally overperformed, which I didn't. I was like, maybe it'll make 200 million, but yeah, it totally exceeded 300 million,
340 something.
Yeah, something like that. Which I'm like, all right, yeah, that makes sense because people still like their dinosaurs, but it just. To me, I just don't see the good word of mouth because it just was so it was like a mediocre Jurassic World movie. It was just like people went, all right, yeah, there was this, there was that, fine. There was nothing there. I mean, like the last one had everybody coming back.
There was something there. I'll tell you what it was. Scarlett Johansson in a shirt holding a gun.
Oh, yeah. And you know what's scary in my screening?
I mean, I'm not. You're not. You know what? I don't disagree with you. So.
Both Jurassic and you got Jonathan Bailey. He's coming off the Wicked hype too. Like lots of people liked him in that movie.
He's the best character in that movie, by the way.
Yeah, they're all.
Jonathan Bailey.
How high is that bar, Dave?
It's not really high.
They're all
it's not really high, but I really liked his character.
That's what was scary to me. That when I saw Jurassic World last week and then this, they had about the same set crowd size. That movie ended Jurassic World. The audience clapped. Superman, they did not clap. So that's why it's like I don't think Jurassic World even needs a good word.
Clapping in your Superman?
No,
I got clapping in both.
I
got clapping in both. What's up with you Canadians up there?
I don't know. They love their dinosaurs.
You like the dinosaurs better, but not
those
the flying.
Movies, they don't need the word. Like I don't think people.
Yeah, I forgot. Canadians don't like the white savior.
Well, yeah, he's too American. He's too American for us. You know, we know what he used to say: "Truth, justice, the American way." Where's you know, but
it's now the what did they say in there? It's truth, justice, and better tomorrow.
Yeah, better tomorrow.
It's good. It's good. I like that saying. I like that saying.
Not if you ask Dean Cain.
Oh, not
again, he's talking about wokeness. I keep on hearing that. He's tired. He needs to take a rest, and then the wokeness goes away.
Fucking Dean Cain's just playing to his tribalistic shit, and I'm like, I it's funny because I was like, I always wanted to tweet. I'm like, dude, Dane, just watch the movie. It's not even like a huge. It's not going to slap you in the face. There's not even anything. It's always been the character. Shut the fuck up. Ugh, I hate that shit. It's like, so, but whatever. But it's so funny too because I'm like, Dean, you realize, you would be considered woke if it was modern day if you played Superman now because you were half Asian. It's like you were half Asian. Yeah. There's like the fact that you were half Asian back in the 90s. Nobody gave a shit. We just accepted it because you were like, hey, look at this good looking dude who's playing Superman. But nowadays, you would have been considered woke if you were cast as Superman because you're half Asian. It's like, come on, dude. It's like, stop it. I get it. You're conservative, but let's not just, and you want to get on fucking Pierce Morgan. Shut up. Stop it.
So to just continue the fuel to the fire of the woke train, in that Wall Street Journal article, apparently David Zaslav cut the Ta-Nehisi Coates.
I'm fine with that.
As he should.
Because he felt it was too woke.
Whatever the reason were, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I'm like, I didn't.
Apparently, it was like a Superman
to begin with.
Sure, yeah. I guess it was a Superman movie set to the backdrop of a civil rights movement. And it's like, okay, I can understand the impetus behind that, especially coming from Tennessee Coates and in the turmoil of Warner Brothers and all their, brilliant thinking when it comes to DC. But yeah, I think that wordage of him saying that has definitely put him under a target, as always with David Zaslav.
Yeah, of
Really
course,
not surprising.
of course.
But
Like if they wanted to do a story about Superman, they could fix whatever issues they have with Milestone and do Icon, which is pretty much like
that's the
landed
thing.
on Earth during the slavery time, and then nowadays he's a Republican. So how the fuck do you marry that idea? So there is a fucking movie there to be made.
Oh yeah.
I think Milestone. The thing with Milestone stuff is it's owned by Milestone Entertainment. That's why the rights situation with all that is all
It's
sorts
just
of like
DC
crazy.
publishing. That's it.
Yeah. Pretty insane stuff.
Yeah, I would fucking love to see Milestone in DCU though.
Oh sure, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
But I think we covered it all. I think we did. I think we did a good job. And I don't know if there's anything else we got to even really talk about. I know everybody's kind of like winding down now, and a couple of you guys got to leave. So, yeah, I think we covered it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we missed. We covered all the story points, characters, certain things. I'm sure, like after this movie's been out for a bit and everything, there's going to be a lot of things still to talk about. Like what was this? What happened here? Whatever the fuck. But we'll send off Chris and Ben. I know you guys have to take off.
Yeah.
First, so but we'll send you guys off, and maybe we'll do, because there's had to be something else that happened this week that we could still kind of talk about a little bit. I'll talk about
Not just make
happened.
up some stories. That's what the world does these days, right?
Dude,
I'm like, what else happened this
I'm
week?
not fucking leaving. I'm not leaving.
I don't know what else happened this week besides me fighting an alien pathogen that attacked my head. But Chris, thank you for joining always, and I know you're feeling the intense warmth of this goddamn T-shirt with this big crest.
Yeah, you didn't even go for a wardrobe.
I
change.
thought about it. I was like, man, I'm gonna fucking take this goddamn thing off.
Does
and
the
just
crest
do
feel
the-
like really plasticky on the
Yeah,
inside?
yeah,
Like one of those
it
shirts.
does.
It's pretty
Oh.
heavy. It's pretty heavy.
You just
It's
feel the
pretty
sweat
heavy.
forming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm luckily I've lasted. But Chris, go ahead, promote, do
Yep,
whatever. You gotta
as
do.
always, great talking to us, and like
Always
I said,
great talking to you, Chris.
always enjoying talking some new comic stuff. But yeah, catch me on all the socials like Chris Balga and on the Geek Ultimate Alliance. Check me every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance, and then every Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Brave and the Boys channel for the Organic Price Books Buyer's Guide. Y'all have a great weekend. Glad you're feeling well, David.
All right, thanks, man.
Here is it, Chris.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
Chris, have a good one.
All right, Chris.
All right, now
Oh, you can follow me on all social media platform, Real Anarchy, and shout out to all my friends, the Wallets Close crew. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
you had to do it.
Yeah, I had to do it. All right, thank you for having me, and I never thank you for being on the live stream last week. On the
Oh yeah, man, that was a lot of fun.
yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks
All
for
right,
having
guys.
me, too.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Walt's
Oh,
Cross crew.
I'm like trying to think what else fucking happened this week. Was there anything that else had to happen this week?
What a campaign.
I know. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, I think it's still coming off of because July 4th just happened, so I think it's smaller. We got the big stuff coming up, like with Fantastic Four, and then there's some Comic-Con
We
panels.
got some new fantastic. Oh. Guy Ritchie walking away from Roadhouse 2. That happened.
Yeah, that was a shame.
Yeah. So when I saw that he was going to direct it, I was like, well, all right, that's a director to get for the sequel, but now he's not doing it. I'm like, fuck.
Right.
Fuck. You
That's
know?
okay.
And
I didn't enjoy that first one, so I wasn't going to be there for the second. They kind of
you don't think the second's going to be good?
I didn't think the first was good, so
Yeah.
I'm checked out. I'm going like I don't think it was all time or bad. I just watched and okay, not really for me, and then we'll hang on. And because also too, like Guy Ritchie's so hit or miss. I want to watch. I haven't watched Mobland, but like I watched Found a Youth this year, and that was not great. That Apple Plus or the Apple Plus whatever movie he did with like John Krasinski and Natalie Portman. It's like that Indiana Jones one.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. I was
Yeah,
like,
it's
that seemed
very
very weird to me.
yeah. It was very just like low fat Indiana Jones. Like he was missing all the good stuff out of there and whatnot. But yeah, no, I guess it's just to see what happens the next few weeks. Like I think I don't know why. I'm sure we'll get some news. I know people have speculated. I wonder after the last couple of weeks of Superman if we'll get to find out Gunn's like next project he's working on. Because sometimes that happens, right? Because sometimes if a movie's a big hit, right away they go, "Oh, the sequel," or "Oh, this is coming out," and I would like to know what he's working on.
But
So
this is a whole different beast. This is James Gunn controlling the releasing of what
that's true.
out, you know?
Yeah, and I wonder if you do that week 3 though, maybe come battle at
Yeah.
4.
you know what? I think once the Superman, everything Superman hype like starts really dying, you start planting those seeds. I think the first thing that's going to happen. We're going to get more as the weeks go on. He's going to release more spoilery images, and we're going to get Neely Alcock fully in the costume because obviously I think that's coming in the next couple of weeks, to be honest.
Which makes sense why they never released it. Remember, we were all like, "Oh, for a birthday or the Cephos, they want the first look to be in the movie." So.
Yeah, I predict this month we're going to get a full-on releasing of her in the costume, standing there. Or even in the jacket, I don't know. It's maybe we'll get both, where she's fully just like, "Hey, here I am," and then her like behind the scenes, "Hey," and blah blah blah. So we're definitely gonna get that this month. I'm no doubt about it.
It's almost like there was a place they could have done that in a couple weeks.
What? Wait, what? Oh yeah, there's a little Comic-Con thing that's happening.
Do you guys think that Corn Sweat's gonna be in Peacemaker season 2?
Yes.
I do too.
That could be a thing.
They were filming them on sets right next to each other.
Oh, were
why
they?
not?
Okay.
Why not have
in Atlanta?
And just because they're starting like a somewhat beef with Peacemaker and Superman, right? With him saying like, "Oh yeah, these heroes they just suck," and that's like, "Oh, listen to me." So I could see like Corn Sweat Superman showing him up or embarrassing him or something to that extent. I feel I'm like 90% sure that'll happen and. Hopefully
I think
as well.
We're gonna see Peacemaker look Superman dead in the eye and just be like, "Super shit."
Oh no!
I think that's for sure gonna happen.
That's gonna be a tough pill to swallow.
If that happens, that's gonna be a tough pill to swallow. Sorry,
and you're gonna see a lot of thumbnails too if that happens with that. But then
Somebody
I hope Superman
now. Phil called
I hope
it.
Superman like freezes him to the ground or something. Then Superman needs to I guess Superman's not naturally mean, but he needs to do something to get him back. Because they had Crypto do that at the end of the movie where they just did the Loki Hulk thing, which annoyed me. But they had
we didn't talk about that.
Something.
We didn't talk about that.
Yeah, because I get it. They're like, okay, Superman didn't hit him, Crypto did, but it was the exact moment where Loki gets mad at Hulk and he's like, "Stop, oh my God," and he's yelling and Hulk grabs him. Same thing. Lex is yelling at Superman, whatever. You don't understand. He's motherfucking Crypto, and then boom, boom, boom. So there's a couple of those things. But yeah, who knows what happens with Peacemaker. I would love they did this with Star Celebration this year, where at first it was just like, it's just a Mandalorian panel. And then they announced a bunch of things. Granted, who knows if all that stuff comes out. But they're like, "Oh, Ryan Gosling's here." I would love it if that's where you could get some stuff, because I imagine already paid the money to be there. I don't think it's gonna be, but
I don't either.
No, they got lots of stuff to show in the future. They got Supergirl, they got Lanterns. We haven't got the full looks of the suit. Hopefully we get some Clayface stuff. And like I said, I hope that I want to see Matt Reeves starting to tweet those gifs soon with the hashtags and
fucking like who's gonna be the casting and shit.
Yeah.
I think
somebody posted a fake one. Did you guys see
Hugo
that?
as Hugo?
Yeah. Hugo weaving as Hugo Strange.
I was
people were passing around like, "Did you see this? He deleted it." And I'm like, he deleted a tweet instantly that got 6.9 million views, guys.
Yeah.
Come on, Jesus
and
Christ.
the date was all wrong too. But granted, that would have been a very hype casting. I would have been
that
like,
would have been
great.
Fucking, Jesus Christ. Everybody's going, "Oh my God, that would be perfect."
Yeah. So we'll see.
I think as far as Comic-Con goes, it's going to be strictly Peacemaker, and that's just based on last year, because at New York Comic-Con it was Creature Commandos, and it was
Yeah.
strictly Creature Commandos outside of like little bits here and there about like the Superman trailer and Supergirl and Lanterns a little bit. But yeah, I think Comic-Con is going to be predominantly like John Cena and Peacemaker and James Gunn and that whole crew, like, you know, Jennifer Holland and everyone else attached to that cast. Like, I think Frank Grillo is probably going to show up too. I think that New York Comic-Con or CCXP, that is where we might see some kind of like big first look at Supergirl and Lanterns, because Lanterns is supposed to come before Supergirl. And that is a 5-month time. Yeah, 5-month time frame, anywhere between January to early June. Like that is your time frame. And I think with House of the Dragon, I think season 3 probably debuting next year. It might do the spring or they might do summer. I don't know. They kind of go back and forth when they release that. And I'm not saying it's dependent entirely on when Game of Thrones House of the Dragon season 3 releases, but I'm saying like those are probably going to be HBO's 2 biggest shows next year. And I'd have to imagine, since Lanterns is coming before Supergirl, I'm going to bank on either like late February, maybe March, because if they did March, that would actually be a really fun synergy to do with Daredevil's Born Again season 2, between like,
that'd be a good month,
like Lanterns in one day of the week and then Daredevil in another day of the week. But I don't know, it's just entirely speculatory on my part.
Yeah. And House of Dragons, you never know. Like you said, they're kind of all over, right? Because it just depends on their schedule. But
yeah,
and either way, it kind of works, because if House of Dragon come out before Supergirl, that kind of, not that she's in there, but it's like a reminder. They're like, there's like a little synergy. Yeah, she could be, right. So there's like a little synergy there. So, but yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and then like, almost lost my train of thought there. Because like I was on my, because like what else could possibly happen? And I think with Clayface about to go into production, expect set photos, expect possible leaks.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like that's inevitable.
Yeah,
I just wonder when concept of what the full on Clayface looks like. When's that going to be released? Would they release anything that anytime soon? Probably not.
No,
probably not. No, I think
I would love it to be Nosferatu, like, and then almost. I guess you gotta sell it though. I guess it has to be the poster, but I would love to see a minimal like effect of Clayface until you get to that actual movie. But it's hard to hold back. So
I think we're going to see a lot of outside shots.
Yeah,
if they shoot outside with is it Tom Reese?
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, the actor playing Clayface. I think if they do some outside stuff, there's a chance we'll see him. Whether or not there will be some kind of applicable makeup or anything like that, that's to be determined, because obviously, it's inspired by Feet of Clay. And the first thing that goes is his face before he turns into the giant clay monster. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Dude, I cannot. Dude, this. I mean, I know people are like, "Who asked for this?" And I'm like, "Me." I don't know. Like when people do the whole "Who asked for this," and I've gotten that in my mentions numerous times, I just go, "Me. I asked for this." I mean, if Mike Flanagan writes a Clayface script and James Gunn goes, "That is really good," greenlit, and puts it into production. Yeah, he's not directing it. Sucks.
No,
I wish he was. But at the same time, you got somebody who is pretty good. Like I saw the remake of the one
Speak
that he did
Evil, or whatever the hell it's
Speak
called.
No Evil, whatever the hell. Great job. I can trust this guy to do that. But I'm like, and when Mike Flanagan goes, "Oh yeah, I totally base it off of Feet of Clay," I'm like, all right, dude, this fucking A. If this guy can fucking do justice to your script, this movie is going to be next year. This movie could be
October.
Joker. November. It could be the Joker of next year. It could be the Joker, like Todd Phillips Joker.
And as long as you keep that budget, like what the rumor is, the 40 to 60, that's like a Deadpool range, right? That's an easy layup profit in October. I think for me, it's just the PTSD of the Sony movies has scared me about getting the Batman villain first before Batman. I don't think it's gonna be like that, but it's just in my mind of like getting a villain of Batman movie. I'm always like, oh, it just feels odd, but that's not going to affect the movie's quality.
And that's also that's the difference, because DC Studios and Sony are very clearly two different entities, and one isn't dealing with a rights situation sharing with Marvel Studios.
Yeah.
DC owns everything. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want, regardless of the fact that like Matt Reeves is handling the Batman. There is a clear plan to do something else with Batman in the DCU. And I think Kevin Feige's probably looking at that situation going, you're a lucky son of a bitch. I have to sit here and talk to Marvel once a week about Spider-Man, our biggest character, you know?
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to
know.
Clayface, I'm just kind of like Dave. I'm just like, as a Batman fan, I'm like, fuck it. Give Batman's villains solo movies. I don't give a shit.
It's not, I mean, like, and it's going to be, I mean, and if they introduce Batman somehow in this movie, like if they were to do it like that, where it's like, and I'm like, James Gunn, if you guys introduce Batman in this movie, sweet, because it's like, how, let's do a unique way to introduce Batman. Let's not introduce him into like, oh, like the next big DCU movie, which is going to have Superman in it or something like that. No, have him have a little fucking role, like a scene, because in Feet of Clay at the end, Batman, I mean, obviously Batman does take him out. So I'm kind of curious of how they handle that. Obviously there's going to be a lot of, when it comes to the actual character of, I don't know if they're going with Baslow or Matt Hagen. I don't know if they've specified.
I don't know if I think they did, but I don't remember who they specified it was.
But I mean, but at the same time, like that ending scene, which is a really awesome scene where Batman, is in the control center of that broadcasting like studio, and he's playing all the fucking, all the roles that he's played, and he starts fucking, doing the T-1000 crazy, he's transforming like crazy. I wonder if they're going to have a scene like that. I'm like, well, you don't have to have Batman throughout. You can have maybe like something where his presence is felt. Obviously, they have to have the GCPD involved in there. So you're going to have your, maybe there's going to be a Bullock. Maybe there's going to be a Gordon. Maybe there's going to be a Montoya or something like that. I'm like, have at least those players there. And then Batman could just show up maybe in that final act. And that could be a crowd cheering moment of like, oh my God, Batman's here. And then, I don't know. There's something, they could do something pretty special with this Clayface movie.
The only thing with the Batman show, at the end, it's tough because if it's a Clayface movie and he's the main character, you would assume they got to kind of get him on some sort of arc, and it's that might be hard to do if the arc is ending with him not getting his ass kicked by Batman, but Batman stopping him, right? And I just don't know. That's the weird piece, because with Batman's, if it's a Batman movie and Clayface the villain, Bruce's arc would be something separate, and then you stop the villain, right? Or with this, it's like, hey, what is the full circle moment for Clayface? And then, like, do you end up caring about a character and then he evolves, but then Batman just beats him up, and you're like, oh, damn, that sucks for whether it's Basil or whatnot. So I don't know. I believe we could see him. I just don't know if they can do the final scene of that. But
I think the only reason it's possible to pull it off is because if you set Clayface in a sense, right? Like, follow me along. The DCU is taking place again on a scattershot timeline. Like, nothing is streamlined consistent. Things happen on a timeline, not through the timeline. I think if they do it right, you could argue that Clayface takes place technically before the events of Superman. And if you do it right, you can have someone like Gordon, Bullock. I think for sure, just even based on Creature Commandos episode 6 with Dr. Phosphorus, if you can do Rupert Thorne in that, and that also takes place again before the events of Creature Commandos in the modern day, like in present time, you can probably do the same thing with Clayface. And I 1000% believe that Roland Daggett will probably be in Clayface, or some variant of a mob boss will be the reason why whichever version it is ends up the way that they do. It's going to be very much, Peter Safran, God damn it, I hate that name. He said, like, this is our version of The Fly. And if Travis is right, which I'm imagining, like, if the budget is correct and we are seeing like $40 to $60 million, we saw a movie like this with The Substance. It's possible to do a movie like Clayface on that low level. It's not hard. No. I think it could get higher, on the higher end of like $70-80 million, but even still, like, look at what is popping off incredibly well these days. Horror. What do people want to see? What is the most successful current string of box office wins lately? It's horror. Not granted, like, I know what you did last summer. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence. I made the joke of like, oh yeah, I can't wait to watch this from the comfort of my own home.
Yeah, I'm not going to theaters for.
Neither am I.
know
And
you
I
did last summer.
I
yeah.
love Jennifer Love Hewitt, but I'm not doing that. No, sorry.
Yeah.
But as far as like Clayface is concerned, I think people will look at that and be like, huh, interesting. Because you got a whole corner of horror fans who would probably look at that and be like, you know, I'm not a Batman guy, but that looks fucking gnarly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's not much, like, they might advertise in a way where obviously you'll see the DC logo, but that it's not really a comic book type of movie because there's not too many big mainstream comic book horror movies, right? Like, I think there's isms of that in Joker, and there's stuff like that in Multiverse of Madness. But even like MCU, when they did a full-on horror thing, they threw that on Disney Plus as a special with Werewolf by Night, right? It wasn't like that didn't get the big theatrical. There's moments in movies that are scary, but they haven't really gone that far. And that's the good thing about DC, that you can do that. Even the same thing, I didn't mention this when you guys talking about Superman, but the fact that they had Maxwell Lord say the words liberal and conservative, that's nothing you're going to hear in the MCU. Even though they just had a movie about who the president is, they never once told us the Thunderbolts, is he a Democrat? Is he a Republican? What is Thunderbolt Ross? I feel like that'd be like somewhat information, and that's where I do give them credit for throwing in some of that stuff and some of the real world stuff, because that's stuff that I feel like Disney lots of times, especially now, is getting a bit more touchy on, that they want to avoid. So that's the thing, that they can make these different type of movies and be back in the game. But at the same time, people I know, oh, you worry about the MCU, MCU's primed to also make a comeback if they can do these next few things right. Going in from Spider-Man, couple Avengers movies, and then you got Fantastic Four and X-Men. They can have like a good run right now. Like because I saw Superman last night with the Geek for Skies and Tear, had one of his friends there, and he's a big Superman fan, so he saw it there. But when we were talking about Fantastic Four, he said, yeah, I'm gonna catch it on streaming. And I feel like that's a lot of people. Yeah, he said that, and he's there on Superman opening night, and he likes the stuff, but he just said that, hey, I'm like kind of what people have said, right? Like, I just not too much into the Marvel stuff right now. And that's where, with this being so important, I think Fantastic Four is important, but not to the same level as Doomsday is, because Doomsday, I think, is like the chance to win a lot of those people back. A lot of people that would go to every Marvel movie the weekend or second weekend that have dropped off. Doomsday and Spider-Man, even the same summer, is a real chance to win people back and be like, oh, I love the MCU again. And if they can make those things great. I've said, though, if Doomsday or Secret Wars is met with some division, I'm not saying that's the death of Marvel, but I think that's a big chunk out of their audience. I think there's a lot of people that, if they see a mediocre or crappy Avengers movie, that's it. Because at least Avengers, I see that Avengers title, I know I'm going to get my money's worth. But if one of those movies does not hit, that's when they're in really trouble. But I think they're going to make sure Doomsday hits. I'm not really worried about it. So
yeah, I'm not at all worried about that either. I mean, I think you bring up an interesting point, but I think Fantastic Four is going to be just fine. I think it'll probably be the best of the Marvel bunch this year. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. I'd be disappointed if it wasn't.
Totally.
I don't think it's going to be Thunderbolts for me, because I really liked the mental health aspect. I think with F4, I feel like it's going to be a pretty safe adventure movie. I don't know if it's going to hit on those same highs as Thunderbolts did for me personally, but
I think for folks like us, the real win is finally getting a tried and true Fantastic Four film where the emphasis is largely on the family component this time around. I think that's the big W for us. I think the bigger question is like, if it is successful at the box office, just how successful is it going to be? Like Superman, as we've seen, like just from a box office perspective, it yanked in $55 million as of today.
Yeah. After 22 last night. So
right, exactly. So
And that's the thing where it's funny because I've always disputed this too, where people bring up, oh, it's the first family, they're so important. At least even with Man of Steel, that's like a what? Like it's a $650 million movie,
Yeah, it
right?
was like six something. Yeah.
680, I think.
The biggest
Yeah.
Fantastic Four movie was the 05 one, and I just
Yep.
double checked it at 333 million. Like they've never notoriously had like a big hit. Even Spider-Man, Batman, they've all had times where they had a big movie even if there was lulls in between. Even Superman, Man of Steel, obviously WB didn't think it was good enough, but that was still like a big hit for them. And that's where Fantastic Four has never had that. So that's where it's curious. I think it will financially beat those two other Marvel movies. It's just a question of how much, because those two other Marvel movies didn't make that much in the realm of Marvel history, right? Not of movies, but what, Captain America's like 420 something and Thunderbolt's 390.
Captain America's at 415 and
Okay.
Thunderbolts is at 389. I know this because I do a weekly segment on my show for box office, and I literally look at it every week and I kind of guesstimate what's going to do the best and where. Like for instance, this week is Superman, and I kind of came to a conclusion of like I think it's going to land somewhere in between 110 to 120 million dollars, somewhere in there.
And I see William when he said that, because
Domestically.
I've heard William bring up before about the MCU thing, and absolutely, I get that. I just mean that it's still, that's why it's a combo of, it's a new Fantastic Four movie and the MCU, where Spider-Man has that chutzpah no matter what, right? Whether they're connected to the MCU or not. Obviously, the Amazing Spider-Man's, they took some hits, but even then, like, wasn't Amazing Spider-Man 2? That's like a $700 like
$759 million.
which is like that at that time, again, by Sony, that was like, oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We got to make a deal with Marvel. And nowadays, it's like the top 5 movies this year, that would be in the top 5. Like that was just the mindset back then. So I don't know where F4 is going to finish.
So,
it's
I don't funny know. You mentioned that, because the highest grossing movie of the year isn't even American distributed.
Yeah, that needs
like an anime or something.
Yeah. It's over $1 billion. The next one under it is Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch finally crossed over Minecraft. It's at $976 million.
Yeah, they say that Lilo and Stitch probably will hit $1 billion, but who knows?
Yeah, it's getting very, very close to it.
Yeah, but they're saying like, in the next couple of weeks it could be the first $1 billion one.
Yeah. Like look at this. That's the thing, where the top 5 movies of the year, you got the Nisa 2, that's 1.9 billion, good for them. Lilo Stitch 977, and then Minecraft 955. But then after that, Mission Impossible at 579. Like that's a massive drop off. Where before COVID, and that's where so much has changed. You used to have like it was like 2 billion, 900, 700. So that's what's like. It's funny. It's all different times, but like Amazing Spider-Man 2 now would be considered the 3rd biggest movie of the year. But back then, Sony looked at that and went, "Oh no, we're in trouble. We better make a deal with Marvel because we're not hitting those numbers." And then Spider-Man eventually made that $1 billion. And I just don't know, because F4, I don't feel like the general audience cares about that much. I don't think F4 gets any higher than like 615, and I could even still see it capping out at 500, and we'll see what happens. But I just I think it will review well. I think people will like it. I think it'll get that fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. I bet it's like a low 70s, 80s, and even Superman, it keeps dropping every day, right? I think it's at 82 now. Not that that's bad. Like that's a good score for them to have, but it's just I don't know if people. I don't know. I'm excited to see the gauge on Fantastic Four and if people care. But also Pedro's in there. That helps. And Vanessa Kirby.
Joseph Quinn.
Yeah, Joseph Quinn.
And Emma Mossbacher. I think
yeah,
if there's going to be anything that really boons this project, it's how well-rounded that cast is. Because you have a lot of Pedro Pascal fans from either Gladiator, Game of Thrones, or Mandalorian. Vanessa Kirby, Mission Impossible. Joseph Quinn from Stranger Things, and then Ebba Moss-Bachrach is a fucking standout in The Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone in the general audience has probably seen one, if not all 4 of those projects to some extent, and they know full well who the fuck these 4 people are. I think if there's anything that's going to help the box office of that film, it's likely going to be the cast attached to it. But that's just me. We'll see.
It's interesting though, because like the Superman marketing has been insane.
Yeah.
Fantastic Four, not as strong, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
It doesn't have. It's there, but it doesn't have to be as strong as Superman, because DC just they need a winner. And Fantastic, they got the Marvel Studios brand behind them, so they don't need it as strong. But
Yeah, but
Also-
at the same time, that brand is like I said, those
Kind of
movies
diminished
both
a
of them
little
go to
bit.
450, and it's
Yeah.
so tough to gauge though, right? Because I know
Yeah,
people
it
will
really
bring
is.
up, oh well, Deadpool Wolverine made $1 billion, but I never put that on Marvel Studios. I put that on them for green lighting it, and great idea to do that, but that was on the history of Hugh and Ryan and the X-Men thing, right? And even if you look at, I think it's like with the MCU, the $1 billion movies have been, it was that and No Way Home, which same
Yeah.
thing. That's off the back of, Toby, Andrew, the
Legacy,
other stuff.
yeah.
So it's just like those, you can't count them. MCU has not had like a real proper $1 billion movie since Endgame, which is kind of crazy, right? It's just like Doctor Strange got really close, but that didn't happen. Black Panther was like a high 800. Thor:
Yep.
Love and Thunder was like a high 700. But those properties that they built from the beginning aren't the $1 billion movies. That's why it's like, that's why I just people, because I know William brings up all the time, the MCU does have the brand, but it's like that's the problem if the brand gets damaged, and if people don't believe the brand means quality more. And like I said, that when he said, "Oh, I'm seeing it stream," like that was not the case back in the day. Even a few years ago, it's like, "Oh, I'm going to see it streaming." It's like that wasn't the case with Marvel. That was you have to see it. So that's where it's like with Fantastic Four, it would not surprise me if it just finishes with like 500. Everyone's like, "Oh, what happened here?" Like I think Superman will beat Fantastic Four when it's all said and done box office, and then I think Jurassic World beats them both because those goddamn international numbers just.
I'm curious to see that drop though between because, like I said, I don't think Jurassic World Rebirth has good word of mouth.
No, but the international audiences always pull through with those things. They just love those. Where like Superman, very American character, and I think that doesn't play well with some audiences. And then the MCU notoriously hasn't been doing that well, like in the China markets and stuff now. So
it's just gonna be interesting. I mean, obviously, like I said, Rebirth blew up the last week. But it's going to be interesting to see the drop off because, like I said, it just seems like there's not good word of mouth with this one. It seems like I have seen nobody really talk. I mean, it's all been Superman this week, of course. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly. Like I said, this is a crazy month, and Superman has a nice little cushion with. I know what you did last summer and fucking Smurfs. The following week, but then of course, and then you got Fantastic Four, and that's even kind of. It's not strong Marvel Studios. It's stronger than what's come before this year and every year. It's
that's what William. I see him in the chat. I keep he's making the point because he says last A-list. That's what it would have to go down. Do you guys consider F4 an A-list brand for Marvel? Because I don't. So that's where I have a different opinion.
No, I don't
William.
consider an A-list.
I don't think it is. So that's where
it should be. It should be, but it's not. It's not for the general public.
I think prior to the Avengers, they were.
I agree with that.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Because that's why we got those movies.
I think prior to the Avengers, they were.
Yeah, they could sit. They were an A-list because it's the first family. We get it. Like
we got the popular characters after kind of Blade kind of set the stage for all these other Marvel characters to come. You had Spider-Man, you had the X-Men. Who naturally comes next after that? Ghost Rider, Fantastic Four. Look what happened. Granted, we also got Daredevil a little bit before Fantastic Four too, but I think that the Fantastic Four name has enough cachet with longtime Marvel fans, but general audiences, especially newer ones, it's kind of the characters themselves, like Reed Richards, Sue Storm, like all of them. It's even tougher because when the rights of these characters were owned by Fox and Disney weren't conjoined, there was even like a push in comics to like really kind of rub out X-Men and Fantastic Four a little bit and leave them kind of by the wayside, if not just outright just unused to a certain degree. Like I remember I think I was just getting out of high school, like when the Terrigen Mist storyline was happening and they were turning mutants into Inhumans.
Yeah, so they can brand that and keep those characters or future characters they created, right? Because then if they're Inhuman, they don't got to go to the X-Men brand and stuff. And yeah, that's what's interesting because like I even use my kids to gauge because they always watch these trailers and see these. They're very excited. My 5-year-old was this whole week was asking how many days till Superman. I'm not taking them F4 because they've not once asked me to see Fantastic Four. I don't take them to every comic book movie, especially if it's one I don't know if they're gonna like. But like if they would have asked me, I think that's family friendly. But yeah, sure. They never once asked me. Superman, they're all about, and that's where just I don't. We're gonna find out because if to me if that movie F4 makes over 700 million, then I would say yeah, you know what, I was wrong. F4 is that's an A tier team if it's making those old numbers, but I don't think. I think its ceiling is like 500 to 600 unless it's fantastic. No pun intended. But if it's say that again, if it's like fantastic, but yeah, and even like Araya, she asked like is Black Widow an A tier character, and it's tough because that movie came out during COVID, so it didn't get a fair shake. But I would have said no. I would have said she's strong B tier. The A tier to me was the
4.
Even then, the 3 because like
because
Hulk was, but they demoted him through time because he couldn't get that solo movie right. So to me, it was like those 3 and Spider-Man. Then they built a couple with Strange. Like I think Strange became an A tier. I think Black Panther completely came one. And I think if Chadwick was still around, that would definitely be like another ace in the hole where now I don't know if they're going to recast or what they're going to do. But
I think that's what people don't have to realize is like Fantastic Four has been so sidelined that's why it's not A-list anymore. You know, that's why they're not the A-list anymore.
I think we're also at a good time to like really be away from that last movie to where we can do something like what we're being shown with what we're being shown. I think the novelty of having them join the MCU is one thing, but I also think just doing a period piece and having them set outside of the events of the main Marvel timeline is also a plus for them. And I can't imagine that budget being all that high, considering Matt Shackman did the fucking bombness that he did with WandaVision, and that is very practically inspired by old school TV shows. Granted, we don't know how much that show cost. At least I don't remember. I know like The Mandalorian on the whole cost like at least season 1 was like somewhere between $100 and $150 million total. And even then, that's just a season of television. Looking at this movie, I don't know. You'd have to imagine like some of the backdrops for the futuristic world that they're in, like the retro futuristic world that they're in, that probably takes a little bit of rendering. Shala Ball as Silver Surfer, Julia Garner as Shala Ball, like that had to have been, you know, a blend of some sense of practical with a lot of CGI, and it's gotten progressively better, IMO. But Galactus, I think they probably put him in a suit and probably had Ralph Ineson stomping on miniatures.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, that'd be great.
I think.
Oh, they totally did.
Yeah. I hope so. Yeah.
I think they mentioned that, and you could kind of tell just the way, like, you can always tell, like, what is CGI walking. You know.
Yes. Yeah. And that's one thing I did appreciate with Superman, where there was a lot of like practical sets, which I always like. You can't have everything, right? Like when they go into the fucking pocket dimension and then the river, I don't expect that to be practical. But when it's the building or, you know, the Fortress of Solitude, like as much as you can try, I kind of wish they had a practical model of the baby Joey. I think that could have helped me out a little bit too, because that was very aversely that. But yeah, I would love it if the models thing was happening. And then so I like. We'll see. It's only like 2 weeks away, and it's an exciting time for both. Like, it feels very much like 2012, 2013 again, where Nolan was ending, The Dark Knight Rises, and Man of Steel was beginning, and then MCU popped off with Avengers, right? Because if Avengers fails, that's a whole different timeline. And if, you know, Man of Steel and Dark Knight Rises bomb or something like that, that's a whole different timeline. Because it could have been, Man of Steel could have been like Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern. It could have been just dead and you never saw it again, right? And just moved on. But it's like that where you got, it's kind of a little bit reverse though. Well, no, I guess no, it's Superman again, and that they're starting a new thing, and Marvel's hoping that their next Avengers film like really pays off and it works out. And it's the same thing. Like for me, I can't wait for Supergirl and Clayface just to see, okay, can we get those distinct visions from the directors that James Gunn has talked about, right? Because it's like, okay, you've walked the walk, now talk the talk, right? Or am I going to see Supergirl and it's just going to feel like, oh, Superman 2.0? You know, it's going to be like, yeah, sure, they have different people, but it doesn't matter. Look at the MCU, right? How many different directors, and 75% of those movies feel the same, right? They feel like they have the formula. So, and I hope that's not the case with DC. I don't want that to be the case, but they're gonna say stuff just to hopefully make us happy. So that's where I cannot wait to see, like, and even the Batman 2, that's a big thing, like how that does, because that's gonna be a long gap. So this time from 2025 to, I'd say, 2028, and even then to throw in the third, like Star Wars, I'm so curious what Mandalorian does like next year, because I've talked to friends like, oh, that's $1 billion movie, where I'm like, I don't know how that does, like, because that's a TV show to a movie. Is there people that go, oh, I got this at home, like I'll just wait till it's on streaming, or is it just, hey, I haven't seen a Star Wars movie and coming on a decade here soon, like I just want to see it, and I have no idea. That's when we were asked me to predict. I think it will be successful. I don't think it's gonna bomb or anything, but just like how successful is it? You know, is that just a is that a clean $1 billion for Lucasfilm now? Just here's Mandalorian and Grogu. You love Grogu. Makes like Stitch makes $1 billion and they're happy, right? So it's just like all three brands are in such a interesting spot because again, they're not like I people dogged on last year when Kevin Feige's like, oh, we're the underdogs now, and I love that. It's like you can't make Deadpool and Wolverine and be the biggest movie of the year and be like, well, we're the underdogs. Like, no, not exactly.
We're struggling.
Yeah, you can be like, we're the old team that used to win the championships, but now just get to the playoffs. You can say that, but you can't say you're the underdogs. But they're all in situations where the brands have been damaged or recovering.
Sure,
they're kind of like the Kansas City Chiefs, where it's like, oh yeah, we get to the playoffs, but we don't win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they won the 2 in the row, and that's what you could say Infinity War and Endgame were, right? Those were the like, even though the records changed back, they still had Avatar beat for a while, right? The fact that someone finally took that record, that was a big deal, and they're flying high. And there's tons of stuff. Even with DC, it's like the strike happened, COVID. Like there is some stuff that was not their control. Even that there was stuff that was going to fuck up no matter what, right? Like even what's her name for the Taskmaster actress that said the script that she got for before the strike and then after completely different. She said she made to the end of Thunderbolts in that first script, and then after the strike, she's dead like that. So the same thing. If that strike doesn't happen, that changes Taskmaster, everything, and that's just like that's a little cosm thing. So imagine the big things that have happened that we don't even know about, right? So.
God, that poor, what's her name? Olga
Kurylenko.
Yeah.
She was up for Wonder Woman back 10 years ago.
Was she?
Yeah, she was.
She was on the short list for Wonder Woman also. That poor girl, man. And she was arguably in one of probably the worst fucking Daniel Craig goddamn James
It's the
Bond
worst Daniel Craig one. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, but like it's, you know.
Yeah, Quantum of Solace. She was the Bond girl in that. Oh man,
that's right,
yeah. But I think this is a good way to wrap it up right here. I think you're yawning. Phil, I was yawning earlier, so yeah.
Yeah.
I think I mean it's going on 5 hours for fuck's sake. This was a great conversation and great post conversation when it comes to things. Obviously, we're going to be here every week, and next week's we're going to have it actually like a relaxation. I'm kind of looking forward to it. That we're going to have obviously there's going to be, we're going to be talking about Superman's box office and shit like that, and the aftermath of the opening weekend and blah, blah, blah. And God knows what else is going to be coming out of that. But for the most part, it's going to be a nice little relaxed week of now that Superman is out. And next week, it's kind of like I said, it's I Know What You Did Last Summer and Smurfs. And then we got Fantastic Four, which of course will be here in 2 weeks. Spoiler discussion that.
And the weekend after that, don't forget Naked Gun. I can't.
Yeah.
I'll be in your neck of the woods.
Oh, that's right. You're gonna be down here. So
yeah.
So we got to coordinate something maybe. And
what? If I'm down to see Fantastic Four with you, if you want to work something out there.
Yeah, we can figure something out for sure. So that'll be cool. Yeah, we'll work that out. But yeah, we'll be here, of course, talking about that in 2 weeks and everything. So I want to thank, of course, goddamn everybody who was here. We had Chris, we had Enosh, we had Austin, we had who else? Am I forgetting anything? Chainsaw, yeah, we had Jordan,
old Ben,
we had good old Ben Everett, old Ben, and I already said Austin and everything. So, we'll be there, and thank you guys. Go ahead and promote. You Phil, go ahead.
I was on my buddy's podcast, the DC Unlimited Pod. My buddies Phil Walsh, Anthony Caruso, and Chris Evans. We talked about Superman. I did my show Friday Phil earlier today with an old friend of ours, ACS Universe. We talked about Superman. I think Chainsaw's doing a Superman spoiler discussion tomorrow. I may or may not be a part of that because I'm just kind of at the point where I've spoken my feelings. I just kind of want to move on from it. I might show up on that. I'm not 100% sure. He knows. and yeah, you know, my Eternal Night show. I'm thinking maybe, you know, Terrence and Craig are probably Terrence saw Superman. He wasn't a fan of it either. Craig might see it on Sunday, so we all might coordinate and do a review episode of that too for the Eternal Night. And yeah, you know, I'm on Party Nation every Tuesday. I'm on Council Creators every Wednesday, and I'm usually here every Friday. And like I mentioned, I will be in Dave's neck of the woods 2 weeks from now, just taking a vacation from Northern California.
Nice.
So.
All right, Travis, what you got?
Yeah, you find me at Travis B. Snail. If you like any dumb takes, you go to Geekverse and you'll hear more of them there with me and the guys. That's where I left it, where we started the Dexter review series. That's why I had to leave. I had to go review Dexter and then come back here. So we got that. And yeah, we're covering the same stuff. Fantastic Four, Peacemaker. And then our big thing is join us August 9th. We're going to be doing a 10-hour stream with me and the other guys because it's our 10-year anniversary at Geekverse. We've been doing this for
Very
a
nice.
decade. So yeah, we're just going to lock up ourselves for 10 hours and just shoot the shit, go over some stuff. I've been making some montages. So yeah, it's going to be a fun celebration. But yeah, no, it was nice talking to you guys. Nice talking to other people. And
always great to have you, man.
Yeah, it's a fun time to be alive. So then it's all
It
this
really
fictional movie stuff, right? It's like it's you know, people don't get too worked up about this. You know, William, it's okay. Fantastic Four, complete B-listers. You're gonna learn that. I hope you're gonna learn that, William, when they only make like 550, and you're like, man, what happened to my blue crew? You know, but hey, I'm really excited. Those outfits look awesome. Vanessa Kirby was my fan cast for the last 5 years, so I'm happy that happened.
So goddamn beautiful.
Oh yeah, and like she's like all these outfits she has on the red carpet right now, and she's glowing because she's pregnant. She's just like, yeah, I cannot wait to see Sue Storm. But yeah, no, it's
Big
tons
Sam.
of fun. So
Big Sam, cosign.
All right. Well, thank you guys, and thank you everybody who's stuck around with us this whole time. We appreciate you, and we love you, and we will talk to you later.